Good morning and welcome to Boland Park. Day 3, it is. Day 2, I beg your pardon. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. It is at this picturesque ground here in Paarl. And what a beautiful day after we've had the southeaster howling and Eugene humming in the trees yesterday. It is the Goldrush Boland who won the toss yesterday morning, elected to bat first. And then they got skittled out for 156. So the pick of the bowlers was of Neil Bartman and Tristan Leas. And 45 from Leon Botha not out. And at the close of play, 184 for 4. That was it. These were the fall of the wickets. Good morning, Eugene, as you go through it for us.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, our viewers. Yeah, it was just basic, simple, patient cricket by the bowlers of Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and just hovering around that fourth stump, fifth stump, and just a line ball, and just to play shots from wide outside. That one was a good ball, just nipping back off the seam from the star steamer. But this kid, Tristan Leas, he came into action again. Just look at how far these balls are wide outside the off stump. Again, pulling that one. And I'm sure Boland will probably not be happy with their batting display at all. And you can ill afford run-outs like these as well when your team is struggling. And that was the end of Van Berg. Maybe Leon Botha might have just took a little bit of caution there. Another pull shot and another man going to that. And it was just that for the whole day from a Boland perspective, Jeremy. But that was a great nut. And which fast bowler doesn't like seeing the stumps fly out the ground? But it just seemed like they weren't patient enough with the bat at all. They just wanted to play. And that was a wicket. That was the first one to go. And then this one was a soft one. Dolphins were going along on their merry way, and then Ackerman just somehow chipped the ball up to mid-on. And then later in the day, I think this will probably give them a little bit more confidence going into today. And Parsons not happy with that, being pulled and then just playing down the wrong line. Ball was down Piccadilly. He played down Waterloo, and that was the end of Smith.
Well, it was a great googly, wasn't it? It was the googles that had done him. And as you said, playing the wrong line to the googly. And the one... Well, I don't want to be at Piccadilly now. It's raining. I'd rather be at Boland Park.
Yeah, and that is the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. That's going to be starting tomorrow, the 4th of October, running straight through to the 15th of March. And it has been great to bring these pictures to you, and you can catch them all live on the CSA YouTube channel. And just looking at the numbers from last season, we are grateful for one and all for really turning on your YouTube channel and watching those games being shown to you.
Well, it's just great when doesn't it look great when sponsors are involved? I mean, South African cricket is doing so well at the moment. I mean, one can't take that away. The national team, ladies cricket, under 19, the South African A team. And I'm glad to see, for years there's been a drought. You see people like Macron and Suzuki and Hollywoodbets, who plays such a big part, and they do so much for the development of the game as well down in Durban. And great to see the involvement of sponsors. I just wish that somewhere along the line that a sponsor would invest in this type of cricket, especially the 4-day series. It is such an important. And Castle Lager, who for years was a great sponsor for 4-day cricket. They knew the importance of it, and so then SuperSport came to the party after that, because it was the SuperSport series. And let's hope that we can somehow or whatever get a sponsor on board for 4-day cricket, because this is the lifeline of South African cricket. You can't just arrive and play for South Africa without going through the learning school. And sometimes the hardest competitions, which are these, they get neglected a bit. And I would like to just see that, and well done, kudos to South African cricket for the sponsors that they've got. But it is imperative that we find a sponsor for 4-day cricket. I mean, I really believe that, as I said, this is the lifeline. And from here, players develop to play for South Africa.
Well, Jeremy, I look at the schoolboy rugby scene at the minute, and they have had numerous sponsors come on board to showcase the games brought to you wherever you are. And that has just been so fundamental in really looking and identifying players. And they have now gone on to the 7th circuit. They've gone on to sort of representing the provincial senior sides as well, and then even making their way up to the URC. So you can see that working at schoolboy level as well, that identification process.
Let's cut away on the offside. Well, the possibilities are endless. If you look now that we have streaming, I know SuperSport are the sponsors, but I mean, I'm sure there should be engagement to say at least a couple of 4-day games should be on SuperSport, being your sponsors and international cricket. And you have the streaming, and if you have sponsors' logos on here and everywhere on your straps and whatever, for sponsoring this, they'll get leverage because, I mean, if you look at the coverage on streaming, I mean, you got all the games on, you got every single Division 1, Division 2. It's mileage for a sponsor, massive mileage.
Yeah, that it is. Well, just coming back to this game here, Jeremy, the alarming fact for Boland is this that I'm going to say now. Only 3 maidens bowled in 45 overs yesterday, and 12 no balls bowled in total. And their disciplines need to be a little bit better.
Well, the discipline was lacking yesterday, and I just thought we'd just seen a bit of buffet bowling as well yesterday. So, yeah, hopefully they can eat their straps this morning. They got the 2 wickets late last night. The wicket of Smith and the wicket of Parsons, which gave a little hope. Because if Boland want to have any ascendancy here, they have to get early wickets this morning. In the first hour, they've got to nip out about 2 or 3 and try and not let that lead get beyond them. It's 31 already. So you don't want that lead to get out of hand like 150, 160. Then you got a tough battle on your hands. So you want to skittle them, and if you can try and get them out, and then they have a lead of 70, 80 to 100, I would say. This wicket, I mean, there's not a scar on it. It's still in tip-top condition for batting. So if batsmen are prepared to grind and knuckle it out, they can get runs. But, I mean, why the cricket? It is such negative cricket when you're having a point boundary, second over of the morning already, and now you got your men out. Now you got one slip in position. We've seen a few balls fly in there. I mean, my attack could be 4th stump, getting them to drive outside of stump, and men at the back catching. But they're probably going with the short ball tactics. I mean, I've never seen so much. They got 1 wicket out of it. For the rest, nothing. So I don't agree with this tactic. I'm being honest with you.
Well, if you have somebody that bowls at 140, 145 clicks, maybe, I would say, yeah, why not? You can ruffle some feathers. But you have Liam Botha running in here, and with all due respect to Liam Botha, you know, he's not going to ruffle too many feathers. And yeah, it's a new day. Why give somebody just a start, just to go boom, push it down, just forward a point on the offside, getting 1. You're trying to get wickets. Where's the patience again? That's lacking, and we spoke about it long and hard yesterday.
You know, for the love of me, I can't understand this. I mean, I would have gone 2 slips gully and probably have brought Nyaka on from that end and said, right, come, use your 2 paces and get them to run in and get it on 4th stump.
Well, if he bowls it there, then the point can come in. But you know, the plan is probably to bowl short. And my question is, what were we watching from the first innings that the likes of Bartman were bowling, just bowled line and length, Chele just bowled good line and length, 4th, 5th stump even, as wide as that.
bit of a breeze now suddenly appearing. It was a wind still earlier.
The breeze has been here all day. The minute I got on the N1.
One down to long leg.
The problems with technology. Here's the push into the point region just for that single. Concludes the second over of the day. 190 for the loss of 4.
Gene just sorting out my technology. That's why he said, well, these youngsters know how. Son, wind's really picked up now. Umpire's hats have come off. Steerman, there's more conventional field. Hoping that he can ignite something in this attack today. If they don't get wickets early, it's going to be a long, long day. For Boland, wickets are crucial for the Dolphins' runs.
Oh, most definitely. If you're a Dolphin supporter, you would want them to stay out there for practically the whole day. There's a little bit of rain forecast for Sunday. That's sort of looking beyond tomorrow. It's due to come in late tomorrow afternoon, I'm told. But there's some rain forecast, so you've got to try and make the most of this position they find themselves in here.
If it does, and there's a bit of moisture on the pitch come Sunday, and they've got a handsome lead to their seamers, they're going to get this ball to seam around on this wicket. Zonda just pulling out.
Yeah, that's the second time now.
Is the wind blowing him off his feet?
Need to eat more. Get the balance.
He was just telling me yesterday, Mr. Fredericks, I said, yeah, you look in good shape, don't you? Kaya, Zondo.
It's been around for a long time as Kaya Zonda.
35 now. Sure, he's in the twilight years of his career. As a batsman, probably the age 35, 36. That's it. Call it a day. Very difficult for batsmen to still, at times, play till 40 and beyond. No, Faf du Plessis still play, but he's only playing T20 leagues throughout the world.
No,
but it's not, it's not everybody that plays to 40 as a batsman. Or a bowler, not even a, spin bowler, perhaps. Norma Henry went beyond. 42, 43. But quick bowlers, I corner. 34.
Unless Jimmy Anderson, what is he, 40? Still going.
Yeah. He just knew line and lengths to bowl, and he kept running in. I'm sure if he wasn't told to retire from international cricket, he'd still be running in.
But I like the way he worked on his game. He worked on that away swing. He worked on his in swing. I mean, Dale Steyn was the same. Just when they knew that they were playing international cricket, they just knew what's needed to step up to the plate.
Yeah, talking about world-class bowlers now. Steyn, Donald, Rabada, Philander, Anderson.
And all of them just can flick that switch, can't they?
Yep.
Flipping Rabada can, if he flick that switch, he can unsettle quite a number of them. And he has been around for a long time as well. Yeah. Straight from S under 19 into the Lions' den of international cricket.
Yeah, and he's kept his body in reasonable shape. I mean, Donald was. I mean, the first 10 years of Alan Donald's career, he was injury-free. My goodness, I think he could bend his body 360 degrees. That's how supple he was, Alan. Just a complete athlete. And so is Rabada. You're just Steyn as well. Complete athletes.
Remarkable thing about Donald, though. He played season here, and then he went to go play for Warwickshire for a season, and he did that for a number of years.
Yeah,
number of seasons.
Yeah, year in and year out. Gee whiz. I mean, you see, he got honoured at Warwickshire, which is good. Yeah, he played, 72 test matches, Alan Donald. 330 test wickets for South Africa. Mackay and Teeny, I think it was 102 tests. Yeah. 390 wickets. Pollock, 421. Steyn, 434. No stats, guy, yeah. Given to you straight out of the
old noggin.
Yeah. Do you still remember the Magnificent Seven?
No, don't even start me with that.
See, that's the problem with you youngsters. You forget things.
No, we don't.
No, you do. Don't tell me. Give me the Magnificent Seven if you didn't forget.
Let me tell you what I do remember. Is that great delivery from Alan Donald to Atherton that swung probably about 3 foot and took the off stump out at the Wanderers, at the bull ring. Didn't we bowl them out for something next to nothing that game? I think he did Tenduka as well the same way at the Wanderers.
Is your mind wired to remember just snippets and then it switches off?
Good things, good snippets.
Yeah.
How was a sprinter? What do you expect? Well, you need to concentrate for 10 seconds, that's it.
It'll go for 4. And well deserved to go for 4. I mean, this tactic is just, I don't know. I think enough said. I've said it all day yesterday. Seeing the same old here.
Well, Jeremy, I have to agree. You're not giving the bowler a chance here. And he's just playing to the batter's tune. 2 men behind, Sway on the leg side.
Well, I hope I'm not going to see this all day. I might just have a hernia. Problem is, if you're going to try that tactic, those are the balls that you've got to try and get 4 out of 6 there. Not 1 out of 50.
That's a better line on that delivery. But still, the batter knows it's coming. These short balls are supposed to be something that's a little bit more of a surprise.
partnership has now grown to 12. They need Clinton Stearman somewhere or other. He's the mainstay. Try and get a wicket.
The question is, why we're seeing a different tactic to Stearman where it is a little bit more conventional, and then the youngster comes in and it's all spread far and wide. Why not apply the same sort of modus apparatus for both of them?
Yeah, as you said, the tactic, what Stearman, the field set, that's good. Then, if you're coming on the other end, my big point is, let the batsman do the play, but you say as a bowling, let's now, for a session or what, Stearman gets it to swing, he bowls line and length, he's not going for many, they can't get off. And you get your bowler from the other end where you have a strangle field and say, right, the batsman's got to go over the top.
Correct.
We're just going to go line and length, and you stifle the runs, you dry it up, You do that for a period of 35 minutes. I tell you now, you're going to get 2 wickets.
Yeah.
I bet my bottom dollar.
The reason for me is why I agree with you is the score won't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's up to the batters to make that score move along, and that's where the risks come in.
Need we say more? Jaffa it was for delivery.
I understand wanting to take the game forward, but this is just plain and simple. 4th stump, 5th stump bowling, this time getting a little bit of bounce, and sometimes that's happened. You know, there's a lot of ball patches on the pitch. It's a good pitch as well, but sometimes there's a little bit of an indentation on one of them. That can just hit them if you're consistent in that area. And then I got no issue with that. The no ball I have an issue with. It's the short ball. That was a surprise because he's gone forward. Then the odd short one as a surprise. But this should be, they talk about partnerships, Jeremy. Bowling partnerships. This should be the plan from both sides.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's just like you're drying runs up from the one end and the other end you're leaking. And it's so important that bowlers hunt in pairs. It's going to run away. As the fielder sits behind it, they've turned for 2. They might think of a third, but not.
And how often doesn't that happen? Just a bowler gets out of rhythm with a no ball and then you throw in one a little bit wider. There's so many things, finer things that really contributes to a bowler's execution as well. This time the no ball, I don't know, maybe they missed the trick.
He clips it off his hips. He's very good in that region. Kai Zondo. Lovely. A la Brian Lara. Just flicking it off his hips for 4.
Yeah, one delivery did that. That was the no ball bowled. Put Stearman out of rhythm. That was short. Well put away. With ease. Because they know it's going to come. And that pushes the rate to 4 and over. And the 200 up for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins side.
Another bonus point. Batting. They've got the full quota. Fielding. Where they are, this is the 50th over, isn't it, of the innings?
That's correct.
So that means they've got another 50 overs, say, in to get bonus points. And say every 10 overs you get 50 runs. Just make an example. They'll be in the pound seats after 100. That could be 55. That gives you another 5 bonus points, 5 bonus points with the 2 that they've got.
And don't forget of the .002.
It's easy. You work it out. Gives you a point after 50 runs. That's what I'm saying. It's a full point then. Why complicate life?
I would like to know who came up with that theory. Who wants to calculate all the .002 at the end of a season?
Well, we are wizards that love these type of things. But that's not my forte. The nicest things we got a score sheet. As match referee said, we got to fill in. And thank goodness they have a template that when you get to the end of the 100 overs and the bonus point, it adds up automatically into the column. And I'm just going, amen. Told you, maths was never my forte.
Well, when we were younger, they said just round it up or down.
Yeah, no, I knew my tables and my arithmetic.
Yeah,
2 times 2 is equal to 4.
But you were the one singing it off as well.
Yeah, to sing it up, the clock in the morning, and the teachers used to stand there with a big clock at school. Mr. Naidu at St. Augustine's and point. Mrs. van Skalkwijk stand at 2. Teachers, remember them all? My ex-principal, the school that I was at, Miss Mary McCrae, she turned 79 the other day. She was a big 80th. And she was my principal at school, and my first teaching post was at St. Augustine, and Miss McCrae was still there.
Still there.
She's retired now, Mary.
She must have thought, what were you thinking doing teaching?
Well, I was a naughty boy at school, and they always used to say, we hope you become a teacher one day. And well, it wasn't my intention to go, but anyway, I ended up going to college, doing my teacher's diploma, and I applied for a post after finishing my 3rd year. And I walked into the staff room at St. Augustine's, and all the teachers some that taught me in sub A, Miss Jones, Pat Jones, she's not with us anymore. My standard 2 teacher was still there, Mrs. van Skalkwijk. Mr. Paarl was the deputy principal. He was my standard 4 teacher. And there were quite a few teachers that I knew on the staff. When I walked in, they said, there he comes. He says, well, good luck, Mr. Fredericks.
Did you apply to St. Augustine's because you knew you should get in? The name would go well.
Not at all. I mean,
you?
You apply to different schools.
Okay.
Once you're in your 3rd year, funny, you apply to about 5 or 6 schools. Yeah. And that's what I did. Applied to 5 or 6 schools. You know, you try and get closer home and so on. And I was fortunate to get a post there.
I will say this. I give a lot of kudos to teachers these days.
Yeah, they do a heck of a job, and they're always under a heck of a lot of pressure. That's the big thing. It's a very different environment to what it was 20, 30 years ago. Wow, teachers get a lot of flack, and it's a thankless job. But you've got to have the passion to want to do it. It's like being involved in cricket. It's a passion.
I was just about to say, it's like coaching, and coaching has evolved, and being involved with so many organizations with their coach education program. The one thing you said there stands out for me, and that word is passion. You got to have a passion for the game and a passion to really help develop, help motivate, be that role model for kids or whoever you bring along with you. Because it's not just about the technical elements about it these days, it's how you have those soft skills in coaching.
Cut away. He's the man on the fence. He cuts it off, but they'll turn for 2. Runs are coming for the Dolphins. It's looking ominous.
Yeah, and with the players that we have in schools, clubs, provincial teams, you need to know those soft skills. You need to know how to motivate or bring out the best of each individual because they're so different. There's 11 players on the field. Each of them have their own character, have their own strength and abilities, and you've got to find a way to bring that out.
That's why it's good to have a consultative approach, where you consult with people. And number one, I think the first thing you do, either as a coach, teacher, mentor, whatever, is to practice the psychological aspect, is to try and win people over. Once you win and you earn that respect, then you earn the trust of those people. And once you earn the trust of those people, that makes your job easier. And kids are very different when they're small. They spend 8 hours of the day in the classroom with a teacher. So everything teacher says becomes what the kid takes home and believes. So it's not what mom, so you play an integral part in the development of the kid and the psyche moving forward in life. So as you said, the same with coaching. You play an important part because the kid learns to trust you and believes in you. Yeah, it just seems like from a Boland perspective, I've seen 1-2 balls one that bounced, one that beat Zonda outside the off stump. But for the most part of this first half an hour this morning, it's I haven't seen any penetration, any vuma.
No zip.
That's the word.
That's what happens if he just consistently. I'm going to sound like a stuck record, but he's been just trying to apply his trade here just outside of off stump and has been a lot more successful. But as you said, there's no zip. But how's that for a picture?
That's zip.
Yeah, that is zip and more. I spoke to the Fox there last week when we were here, and it was a lot warmer. And he said, "Do you fancy going up there?" And he said, "No problem." I said, "Nope, snakes up there." And if you ask me the same question today, my answer will still be no, because the wind will blow me over.
I know there's snakes up there, but I'd love to walk up there.
Good luck.
Slow walk. I don't know, have a stick in my hand and take a nice slow walk. You've been to Genadendal.
Yes, I have.
Now, have you seen that mountain there?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Every year at school, we climb that mountain.
Really?
Yeah, but I never ever got to right at the top. Just before you got to the top, there was always a stream of water that came out of the mountain and ran down. That's where I remained because it was always so hot, and that was how I stood under. That's pulled away. Fielder, he had 45, short fine leg, just doing the fielding.
I was going to say, you and the Fox would love to go there. You guys have extra senses to pick up if snakes are coming or slithering close by. As a rhino and a fox.
Look, I hate snakes with a passion.
No,
I can't stand them. But I know that a snake will slither away. It will only have a dig at you when it feels threatened. It will always be its first nature is to get away from you. There, the fox is echoing that. But if you come into a room and the snake is in a corner, it's gonna have a go.
I just don't like being in their territory. It's like sharks. Don't get me in the sea.
Why would you play? I mean, you play golf at Durban Country Club. Why would you play golf then and look for your ball in the bush? It's short again and dispatched with disdain for 4. Well, that ball stood up. I wouldn't say like a spitting cobra. That was there in the hitting zone.
Very much in the hitting zone, I was going to say. Swirled onto that, put it away. So far in front of square that everybody just stood still. And this is just becoming all so easy now for the Dolphins. And if they play the cards right here, they're not going to give Boland something, anything here. Lead moves to 54.
Well, the thing that terrifies me the most, you talk about snakes in Durban, is being pounced on by a venomous black mamba. They say, find yourself a tree and say goodbye. If you don't get into, how long does it take you to get? Not long. You've got to get into the hospital in about 30 minutes. I reckon, when a black mamba has a go at you. So, because they... And the pofadder? Not as bad.
What's that, 35 minutes?
No, a bit longer with a puffy. There's plenty of them. The majority of snakes around here are poffadders. But the boomslang and the mambas, they're lethal. I know what to buy you for Christmas.
No.
Gotta come here with a. I reckon we've got to come here with a battery-filled snake, Foxy.
I think so.
I can't stand snakes. It's nicely played onto the leg side. Off the hip yet again.
Well, 210 for 4. End of the 53rd over. End of my commentary stint. And I'm going to give place to the Fox to continue about the venomous snakes with Eugene Molian.
Thanks, Jeremy, for your opening salvo again. I'm joined now from the Rhino to the Fox. Good morning, James King.
Morning, Eugene. Lovely to be here with you and Jeremy today once again. Beautiful Boland Park. Lovely breeze blowing. And, so, is a boomslang more venomous than a black mamba? Yes, the boomslang's venom is more potent than the black mamba's. Yeah. Yeah.
Gentlemen, can we now refrain from any snake talking and just let's focus on maybe some Red Bull stuff out there.
But certainly, there's been very few, in fact, no deliveries that have been like a spitting cobra out there. It's another snake we're speaking about. So, always used to love the way that Jacques Callis used to, when that ball sort of leapt up off a length, it used to look like he'd been, there was something like dangerous in front of him. Oh. That one does get the edge of Dithole's bat, but doesn't carry, and caught the hand, left hand, I think, there of Sean von Berg. That must have been painful.
Yeah, it didn't carry at all. It was a full-blooded drive. We have to say that as well, and it didn't carry anywhere near to Sean von Berg, and we're going to have to keep an eye on this because that is the end where Stearman is currently bowling towards. It has kept, a few balls have kept lower there in that region.
As easy as you like into that vacant point region for the single. And probably will be maybe the last over from Glenton Stearman in this spell. This is his 5th of the morning. And elsewhere, Eugene, a few matches taking place across the country, and it is in Pietermaritzburg. The Warriors all out for 140 there. Rearguard action from Thomas Carver and Apiwa Mnyanda that got them to that 140 after being 90 for 7 overnight. The Tuskers are in at bat, 9 without loss. And the Lions have lost Dominic Hendricks this morning. Luto Sapamla has been is at the crease now with Mitchell van Buren. And the Dragons going on to 381 for 5 after 101 overs. Mikael Prince there getting 100, and he's still at bat with Dean Forrester.
So in 2 games, the Titans only managing 2 bowling bonus points, I should say. And they will not be happy with that.
No, not at all. They changed their attack virtually completely for this match in Potchefstroom, and still not being able to get the wickets they were looking for. Stearman is away from us now. His last ball is over. And Zondo is happy to just defend. So 212 for 4, and they've put on already this morning, so 27 runs that they've put on this morning, and they haven't really looked troubled, these 2 batters, Eugene. It's been pretty easy going for them.
No, they haven't. And there hasn't been enough balls to ask enough questions of the batters and their techniques and their sort of mental approach in terms of being patient. It's just been a little bit easy at times here, and that has got Boland and the captain just thinking about things, and it looks like it's going to be the left arm of Nyaka that's going to come back into the attack.
He was in his first spell, he bowled the 1 over from the Niederberg end, and he looked pretty good in that first over, and then when he switched to the Drakenstein end, he certainly was all over the place once again, struggling, as you said, Eugene, with his just the delivery and how he fell away after that. So not effective at all. And in the second spell when he came back, it was certainly a lot more economical. He was bowling in better areas, and he was also bowling from the southern end, the Drakenstein end. So they'll be hoping that now he'll be able to just keep it tight outside the off stump. A slip and a gully, waiting for the edge. Plays it in short, straight down to Ayakomani at a whitish fine leg for the single, and he's into the 90s now, 95 to Dithole, and he's looking for his 6th first-class century, and you would feel that it should be there for him for the taking. He's done the hard yards here, batted well yesterday, a couple of plays and misses, but overall he's been very, very solid. Dithole, and this is fill your boots time.
Well, you cash in. As we said, this pitch is looking very, very good. And you want to build a very big lead here.
Comes wider of the crease that time, does Nyaka, and nicely forward Kaya Zondo. So the first half hour and a bit have gone by, as Jeremy said. No wicket for Goldrush Boland, and that's what they would have been looking for first thing this morning. I feel it is probably just a matter of time before they would turn to spin here. And Sean van Berg was successful last night.
And again, I would throw it to him because he can give you that little bit of control. At the minute, the rate is just a tick under 4 and over. And with this game moving along so quickly, we just in the first session on day 2, and we're already busy with the Dolphins in their first innings, and they already got a lead of 57.
Yep.
It just shows how quickly we have gone on in this game. So a lot of work for Boland to do.
And he's got to get into his work here. Akona Nyaka, make sure that he's in the right areas. We haven't really seen anything misbehaving at all today. And 1 or 2 only plays and misses that we've seen from Zondo. Dithole looking exceptionally secure there out in the middle. The short ball tactic that did get the wicket of Bryce Parsons yesterday evening, of Leon Boyton not working this morning. You just sense they probably missed a trick there with that. Early on today, it's played into the covers, and Boyton does the fielding. Rulofsson is at gully. He's got 0-2 on his back, and Leon Boyton 0-6 on his back. So always reminds me when I see the 0-2 and the 0-6 of Herschel Gibbs, when he started again after his 6-month ban.
Yeah, I see him so often. I need to ask him those questions as well. However, 55 overs gone, 213 for 4.
It has been a morning so far dominated by the Dolphins batters, as we saw yesterday as well, after they bowled out Goldrush Boland for 156. I have to say a subpar performance there from Goldrush Boland in that first innings, and it is Glenton Stearman who gives away, and he gives away to Ayat Amani, who's going to be bowling from the northern end, the Drakenstein end, the Niederberg end of the ground. So Ayat Amani yesterday wasn't particularly effective, expensive, over 5 and over. He did get the 1 wicket, but that really was a gimme from Marcus Ackerman. Just closing the face too early on a ball playing into the leg side, popped it up to Milan at mid-on. So what can Kamani do for Goldrush Boland this morning? He's away from us now. Beautifully played. It's going to go down to the boundary, is it? No, the man in the deep, Lamborta, is there, and I'll come through for 2. 1 shot away now is Dithole from a very well played 100, and it will be well deserved. He's seen his team through. He's been there from the start. Saw Ramesh and Pelego first ball, and then seen the wickets of Ackerman, Parsons, and Smith. He's just remained resolute throughout. Sets Amani into him now.
No, it has been good. But from my perspective, this is a very, very important spell for him in terms of confidence, in terms of just getting something going here. Yes, he got the wicket of Ackerman. It was a very fortuitous one. We have to say that, because it just looked like Ackerman was in all sorts of control. And then, from nowhere, just clipping one to mid-on.
He played a massive role with Dithole in accelerating the run scoring, as did Bryce Parsons. Just dabbed into the offside, and they'll turn for 2 yet again. That'll take him to 99. And just the single required now to get him to those 3 figures for just the 6th time in his career, in his 125th innings in first-class cricket, and will be a welcome addition onto that centuries list for him, as we do see the man at backward point coming in now. And it's played in the gap, down to third off the outside half of the bat, and a well-deserved 100. Well done, Tepang Dithole. He goes to his 6th first-class century, and he's getting the applause from his teammates off to our right-hand side. He acknowledges them, acknowledges the congratulations from Kaya Zondo. 103 of 164 deliveries with 9 fours. And it's been an innings of quality from him. He's made sure that he's filled his boots here with this century. It's a good batting wicket. You needed to apply yourself early. He did that. Some indifferent Boland bowling as well. He's been able to take full toll of that and get to his 100. Well done, young man.
Well deserved. Well deserved. Came in, was a tricky period when he started out batting. played and missed it a few yesterday, what I can recall, but today he's just looked very assured and a well-deserved 100.
And Ayat Kamani's woes continue. 8 of the first 4 balls of his spell. And that is played through the covers. Don't think it'll be cut off. It isn't. And Kamani now is conceded 12 in this over, all off the bat of Dithole. That was a gimme outside the off stump, full wide, and got the treatment.
Was played a little bit in the air, but past the man at point catching there. As you can see, just putting his head down as the ball whistled past him. And as I said, this is an important spell for Ayat Kamani. 1 for 44 now, busy with his 7th over.
It's played once again down to that man at deep backward point. So 13 from the Ayat Kamani over, and his comeback here has not been what Goldrush Boland wanted at all. And he'll walk back quite disconsolately to his position at fine leg, third man for the left-hander. Really hasn't been at all good from a Boland point of view.
What has your take been on it? What has your take been on the tactics? The first, 40 minutes now?
Yeah.
50 minutes of the game?
Well, I think early on, I don't think that the short ball tactic to Sepang Dithole was particularly clever. I know yesterday, in the end, it worked with Bryce Parsons, but you are relying on the batter to go after you. Okay, so Dithole did go after a couple, but he had got control over those, was never really troubled. Glenton Stearman, we expected him to come and run in and bowl in the channels, and he pretty much did that. But they leaked too many runs from the other side, didn't exert any control. They need to get that control back. They need to dry the runs up. They're still batting at 4 runs to the over. Yesterday, at some stage, it was 4.8, 4.9. So no control exerted whatsoever. Not sure that Mjaka is going to be able to do that either.
It's wide, surely.
Yeah. Over his head, well over his head, and is signalled wide. And they've been guilty of this with the short delivery, just wasting it. 6 wides, of which 5 of those are for short pitch deliveries. Mjaka bowled 1 very wide of the stumps yesterday. So it's really not been the best bowling performance, let's say. Their batting performance subpar completely yesterday. My word, he goes for that one. That was really, could have only got himself into trouble there, Dithole.
He did this yesterday as well, and trying it again. There is a third man in place, which is quite fine. And, maybe with the lack of pace, might not have carried there, but he could only have got himself into trouble. Now we see the left-hander going around the wicket to the left-handed batter.
Yeah, and they've got those men on the leg side in those catching positions, 6-3, leg side offside field. And that is in the air, but it's going to bounce safely and go to the boundary for 2 bounces into the boundary. It was a false shot, you have to say, from Dithole, but he got it over and got it finer than the man at short at 45 and down to the boundary for 4. So, yeah, they'll probably justify that and saying the tactic worked, it was a false shot, but there's, only fielders in so many places. Just don't understand this. Want to exercise control.
Well, you've got to try and first and foremost bring the run rate down. They're not doing that.
Yeah.
They're allowing Dolphins just to keep playing away. The rate is now 4.1. And every time the ball goes to the boundary, it just keeps going up and up.
That's neatly played. And that's another boundary. It finds the gap in between all those fielders on the leg side. Goes down to a wide-ish fine leg, or long leg almost. The fine leg is reasonably fine, and that's gone down to the boundary for 4, and he knows it's coming. Gets himself into position very well, does Dithole, and it brings up the 50 partnership between himself and Kaya Zondo. Zondo just 9 of those runs, and 39 of them to Dithole. 53 of 82 deliveries with 7 fours, and the runs in the last 2 overs been coming at a pace, 22 so far in the last 9 deliveries. You have to question this tactic. I mean, it's not delivering anything at all to Goldrush Boland.
I just can't believe what I'm seeing,
No.
I have to admit. Because in that first innings, we saw what was needed on this pitch with an evening covering of grass. Yes, you're going to have to be patient. Yes, you're going to have to just be boring at times. And here we see Boland just trying to make things happen.
He comes again around the wicket to the left-hander. Short again, and that's a no ball. I think maybe for the back foot this time. I'm not quite sure. We'll maybe see that. Yeah. It is for the back foot, yeah. And it did look like he was getting closer. And kudos to Sipolele Gaza there for picking that up. We did see it last week as well. Just with that around the wicket line. He just goes very wide with this back foot as he lands. And this is just getting from bad to worse for Goldrush Boland. 10 off this over, 13 off the previous over. And it has worked for them. Can you believe it? And that one, full delivery this time on the pads, and it's clipped in the air by Tepang Dithole, who's getting the applause and congratulations from pretty much all the Boland team as he goes off. But Grant Rulofsson taken the catch at that short 45 position, and just as we are saying, the tactic has not been working. He gets the wicket. Let's have a look at this one again, Eugene.
Well, he's in there for the short ball. He's not there for the clip of the legs that you're going to catch there. I can tell you that. But Rulofsson takes the catch. But what an innings. Dithole goes for 116. He played well. He wanted to kick on. He thought he got a ball in the legs and he can just clip off the pads. However, he clipped it straight to the man behind square there. And that is the 4th wicket. It's or 5th wicket. It's a much-needed wicket for Boland, because this game was slowly and surely going away from them there as the lead is going ever so closer to 100.
Yeah, another good partnership. This time 54 between Dithole and Zondo, which Zondo only getting the 9 in that particular partnership as Hanno Viljoen comes to the crease, and he is in his 19th first-class match and has made most of his runs in that career of his. The youngster, just 24 years of age for the Northern Cape, and 15 matches for Northern Cape, averaged 59 for them in first-class cricket, and really was a revelation in their one-day team last season. Averages 46 in List A cricket and 40 in T20 cricket. So a young man that's got a bright future ahead of him, keeps wicket for the Dolphins in this match, and he's going to be coming to the crease with the loss of that Tepang Dithole wicket.
He also loves to get on with the scoring rate as well. So 4.2, we're going to keep an eye on that scoring rate for now.
But as you said, Eugene, a really important breakthrough. Had been a really poor over up until that time, and not necessarily a particularly good ball that got the wicket, just full on the pads, and Dithole will be upset with himself that he did nick that one, or almost say nick that one. He just played it with the full face of the bat, but went straight to Grant Rulofsson in at that short 45 position. Goldrush Boland would take any wicket, however it comes, and with that lead now on exactly 80. This next period of play, very important. Not quite the last 2 recognised batters here. Ethan Bosch, we know, can bat a bit. He's got a good average of 23 and a half, and he's got a century and 8 50s to his name, Ethan Bosch. So certainly can bat.
Interesting field. Short leg, silly point. It looks like we're going to have a leg slip or a leg gully. We've got a man on the gully on the offside. Fine leg in place, catching on the drive.
the end of the over, 236 for 5. Success in that over for Akona Mnyaka. He picks up his first wicket of the innings, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. Just emphasising there, the no maidens, what you were saying earlier on, Eugene, and there certainly hasn't been a maiden bowled this morning, I don't think. So Goldrush Boland are really struggling here as the change does come from the northern end of the ground, the Nederburg end. Just 1 over for Ayakamani, and unsurprisingly, it's Sean von Berg coming into the attack.
Well, you might see Ayakamani come up from the top end, but this man in picture, Sean van Berg, he needed to come back into the attack. 1 for 29 is his figure so far.
And he did yesterday evening when he did come on to bowl. He certainly stopped the free scoring that was happening up until that point of time, and that's why the run rate dropped from around 4.8 to the over down to approximately 3.8 last night as they batted out the evening session, and then just got that wicket of Jason Smith played down, as you said, down the wrong line. Always loved the way you say, you know, played down Piccadilly, and the ball was going down Waterloo, so, or the other way around, I'm not quite sure.
Depends on which line you want to be on.
Right. You're on any number of underground trains there in London. Slowish through the air to Kaya Zondo. I do feel this is, important spell for him now. He's going to probably bowl, depending on what happens, obviously, if they get a couple more wickets, could be that won't be a very long spell, but just sense he'll probably be bowling pretty much up until the new ball comes. Oh. That one just turning. He gave it a bit of more air that time. Zondo once again playing down the wrong line. Just a slight hint of turn there.
And a little bit of bounce.
He'll be very happy with what he's seen there. A bit of a feel on the wicket down that end, and there was a little bit of unevenness. That's too short, and that is going to get the treatment it deserves. And it's been hit out of the ground by Kaya Zondo. Short gimme ball from Sean von Berg, and you can't bowl those to a player like Kaya Zondo.
Well, he's been there for 43 deliveries, and if you get one to get a maximum off, you try and make full toll of that. He moves to 15 or 44 deliveries, 1-4 and 1-6 now.
Sure. That tells you he's faced a significant number of dot balls in his innings so far. It's better from von Berg. Give that one, again, a bit more air. He'll be encouraged with that second delivery of the over. It just got a little bit of turn and bounce. Too short again, and he's treated to the not quite the same result, I don't think, this time. It's 4 this time, but again, too short, and he's pulled away. There is nobody out there, and I think that may well be going to change if these short deliveries are just going to be played with ease. He's got a 6-3 offside leg side field. Can't bowl short if you've got that kind of field.
Well, he's making a change. And it's going to be the man at deep mid-wicket or cow area. He's going to stay out there. Clinton Stearman's moved from mid-wicket to mid-on.
It's a better delivery. And the end of an over, expensive one from Sean von Berg. 10 off that. So last 3 overs for Goldrush Boland, despite the fact that they've taken the wicket, have gone for over 30 runs. And that is not what you want in a 4-day game.
No, and if your trump card in Sean van Berg is being hit around and he can't find his line and length, then you're going to be in some trouble.
So talking a bit about trouble and just looking at scores around the country. Lions have lost their 4th wicket. It is the night watchman, Luto Sipamla, who's out there. 12 of 68 deliveries. So scoring there very hard for the Lions down at Newlands. Just batting at just over 2 and over at the moment. 115 for 4, nearly on after 56 overs. And the Tuskers have lost 2 wickets already to the Warriors. And that one, you just feel there that perhaps there was a slight nick on that one. Otherwise, I think they would have been going up for an appeal. Viljoen just caught a little bit on the crease, that first delivery from Akon Mnyaka.
Maybe just the angle as well. Left arm around the wicket, maybe just going down, maybe height involved as well. How patient can you be in that area?
Yeah, can he continue to bowl in those areas? Across his crease is Viljoen, and as you say, it's probably that angle in the previous delivery, just taking down the leg side. He's moving across to make sure he's covering his off stump to Mnyaka. That breeze is not quite a breeze, is it? It's more like a howling gale out there.
I think it's a wind. It's definitely a wind out there.
Definitely. Played into the gap, and Viljoen will get off the mark with that one into the mid-wicket region. That'll bring Zondo on to strike. So 247 for 5, the lead now 91, and it's already in dangerous territory for the men from Goldrush Boland. They're going to have to bat exceptionally well in their second innings if they're going to be able to get anything out of this game. Still a good batting wicket out there, have to be said, and you're going to need to apply themselves far more.
Well, the concerning thing is they scored 60 runs in that first hour. And they're just getting runs added very, very simply. If they get another 60 in the second hour, wow, they're going to be so far ahead. And if they even push on, Boland might have a big deficit to really get eat into.
Yeah, the wicket certainly hasn't appeared to deteriorate much on day one. That one, he doesn't quite get all of it. Plays it from outside the off stump into the leg side. Who's that out there? Looks like Frisco, is it? Or is
that is, yeah.
Yeah, Frisco Adams out there in that deep mid-wicket region, or square leg region.
And he hasn't bowled.
No, not this morning. He bowled yesterday. Looked like a man that was back, just come back into the game after being out for a while. Really not effective at all. That one is short again and pulled through the man at short leg for a single, end of the over, and the 250 is up for the Dolphins. So it's 250 for 5, and that's of 375 deliveries. So that 50, the fifth 50 of the innings coming up off just, how many deliveries is that? Just 58 deliveries for that 50, and it is time now for the players and the umpires to take a drink. We're just going to be having a drink ourselves for the next minute or two. It's 250 for 5. I should move over.
Oh, thank you.
You still got the sniffles, yeah. Yeah. No. Let's say team sheet. Here we go. England are bowling first against the Proteas. Guwahati.
Oh, no.
That's interesting. Oh, gee whiskers. Welcome back to Boland Park, as it is going to be Sean von Berg to continue from the Niederberg end. And I'm James King, Cape Fox, and with me at the Rhino, Jeremy Fredericks. Jeremy, lovely to be here with you at this beautiful ground once again. And it is Boland in all sorts of trouble here, really. They've been leaking runs over the last few overs, going for over 30 in the last 3. And it's von Berg into Zondo.
Yeah, they have been leaking runs, and it's just starting to look ominous, James. If they continue batting, they're losing wickets. They've only lost 1 this morning. They were 4 down last night. So in the first hour, losing 1 wicket. So they lose in the next hour another wicket, and they continue making the runs they've been making. They're going to have a handsome lead come tonight. And that's put Boland on the back foot.
Yeah, 65 runs they put on in that session up until drinks. So in an hour and 5 minutes, 65 runs. That is just way too many runs for Boland to be conceding. They just have not been tight enough. They brought Amani into the attack, and just Stearman it was who was the most economical this morning. But every other bowler's been leaking runs. And von Berg 10 in his first over in this spell.
You just get the feeling that there's been no bite in the bowling. There's just not that zip, that extra bit of penetration. You'd have thought the 2 wickets last night would have ignited something this morning, and a bit of a rejuvenation to say, let's get in and take the wickets. But that hasn't happened.
No, certainly has not, and that's just played into the leg side. And Zondo's, with what he did in the previous over, he's made sure that that's an easy single, because he hit von Berg for a 6 and a 4, both over mid-wicket. That's meant that Leon Buerta, who was in at a shortish mid-wicket, is now on the mid-wicket boundary, and that's an easy single. Any time you just drop it into the leg side, even looking at 2 maybe, if the running is good. So for Viljoen now, a little bit of a change. Let's be facing up to von Berg for the first time. He's just come to the crease with the loss of the wicket of Tshepang Dithole, an excellent 116. He was out clipping the ball off his legs to the man at a short, fine leg position, Grant Rulofsson. He was put there for the misplaced hook shot, but that again, that's an easy single, and you just feel there for Viljoen. I mean, they want to keep him on strike. They brought in the short leg, but they didn't bring the man in from deep mid-wicket. They were missing a trick there. It's the end of the von Berg over. A better one from him. Just the 2 off that. But 60 gone, 252 for 5.
Well, the other point that I want to make is that you look this morning that they started immediately on the defensive, trying to get short pitch bowling, thinking that. Now, if I'm a batsman, I'd be walking in this morning and I think, oh, what an easy ride, because all I got to do, 1 into the gaps. I don't even need to be fancy. And getting 1 into the gaps, first ball of the morning, running between the wickets, that just gives me a kickstart, because now I get in a position, my feet are moving quickly enough because I'm being fed with bowling. That helps me. And there was no attitude of a strangulation that I found that you say, let's use the session.
Yeah, and that's again easy as you like, down to that man at deep backward point for a single, and just allowing Viljoen, who's just come to the crease, he's got 3 off 6 deliveries, they're just allowing him to get off strike, as you're saying. It's just too easy.
It's just too easy. Yeah. And the thing is every run, you accumulate that. In the next 10 overs, you accumulate, get the boundary now and then, and suddenly you're 30 ahead. They 253 for 5. Somewhere other, there's 2 new batsmen at the crease, relatively new. Arno Viljoen is. Don't make it easy for him. No. Make sure you try and strangle him, try and get him out. Yeah.
And there's been absolutely none of that, as that one's played again to that man at deep backward point. And they're through for a single. So already off this over, 2 singles off the first 2 deliveries. and nothing that looks like it's really going to trouble the batter. Hannah Fullion, saw him this morning, said hello to him on the pitch there. He was just doing what they do. They do these visualization techniques now, the batters, when they come onto the pitch, and they have a look, and they sort of have a look and see how they're going to be playing it in their innings. And he is also an exciting prospect, Fullion, 24 years old. Really good season, almost a breakthrough season for him last season with the Dolphins, having come from the Northern Cape. And he'll be looking this season, I'm sure, to play even more of the 4-day cricket. Played a lot, played in all their one-day games. I think was excellent in that championship-winning team last season. And he looks a good batter, and he does move the scoreboard along, as Eugene was saying earlier on. Strike rate normally very good.
When you're coming in at 6 and 7, 5, 6 and 7, that's what you look at batsmen. They got to be dashing. They got to be the grinders, the workers. That you'd have your opening batsman and your number 3. But your 4, 5, 6, and 7, to me, it's got to be the flamboyancy. That's got to come through, because once the hard work is done and the shine is off the ball,
Yeah,
I think the pivotal position for me to bat in any team is probably the number 3 position.
Yeah.
Because you come in there with a double-edged sword. Sometimes you come in with a score 0 for 1. Your innings changes. But if you're coming in with a score 102 for 1 or 150 for 1, there's a bit of an ascendancy. You still play your natural game, but it allows you with that bit of flair to take control. And I'm a big believer, just a personal opinion, that once the openers have done their job, the pivot that you bat around is the number 3 in the team, because that allows the guys that come in at 4, 5, and 6. Those are the guys with a flair and that come in with a nostalgia of grandeur.
Yeah, and quite a few of the greats of the game have batted at 3. It's too short, and at that kind of pace, not going to trouble Hannah Fullion. They probably come back for the 3rd. No, they decide against it. Frisco Adams just good work out there in the deep, just cutting that off ahead of the boundary, but not great from Mnyaka in that over. 4 off that from that one from Mnyaka. It's 256 for 5. So some of the greats, the great Hashim Amla, number 3, brilliant, as you're saying, in that aspect. Jeremy and players like Jacques Callis, Ricky Ponting, we think of as well.
Yeah, there was some brilliant number 3. Peter Kirsten, one who springs to mind. He was my absolute hero at number 3 for Western Province. Then the dashing Lamb at 4.
Yes.
In the good years of Western Province cricket.
Yeah, he was something else. I remember first time I saw him, Peter Kirsten, was as a 13-year-old. It's played down the ground and well fielded by Ayad Kamani. That was exceptional work from the Boland fielder. Ran to his left, got down quickly, prevented a certain boundary.
It was a brilliant fly-off as well, got injured.
Yeah. Too short, and it's pulled behind square by Zondo for a single. So it was at St. George's Park, and Peter Kirsten was, in those days, the Defence Force, as it was. Had a team that played, at the end of the Defence Force week, they played against the local provincial team, and he was playing for the Defence Force at that time against Eastern Province, and I was a youngster at school and went to watch the game. Nobody really in the ground, but Peter Kirsten was there and playing against Eastern Province, and still remember he'd finished with his batting innings, and he was in the stands and he was chatting to a couple of people, which was really great to see. But what a legend of the South African game, Peter Kirsten.
The season at Derbyshire, he played there a couple of times. He got 8 centuries.
Yeah.
In a county season. Was really making a lot of runs.
Van Berg pitched up. That's well fielded by Peter Milan at mid-off. Stops that one from getting through. So just a little bit more consistency here in this over from Van Berg. And more economical. 2 off his previous over. And that one's played to the right of Amani for a single. As you say, he was... saw him as well in the border when he, towards the end of his career, went back to the border and played in the border. And it was a day he was due to play. I was umpiring. It was due to umpire for a game. Not sure who they were playing against, but he was playing for Ganubi Cricket Club out there it's actually quite a nice field, a sort of open field, quite close to the beach down there in Ganubi. And Pete Botha, the current South African bowling coach, was the captain of Ganubi. Unfortunately, the game was rained out, unfortunately. But there, Peter Kirsten, he arrived. He was at that stage sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. So he arrived in his sponsored vehicle. It was good to chat to the players.
It's good fielding. That was good fielding here at short leg. From Brissy's, he'd gone home for some family matters, but he was magnificent there last week, and he's quick across the turf as a fielder.
Yeah, Jedley van Bries is, I think, a good signing for Goldrush Boland this season, coming from the Titans. Spent a season at the Titans. He was previously with Southwestern Districts, another product of Oudtshoorn, Jedley van Bries. Another couple of those here with Clinton Stearman and Otniel Bartman. This has been a better over as well from Mnyaka. It's important here for Goldrush Boland, as we were saying, after they conceded those 30 and those 3 overs just before the drinks break, that they exert some control. And Van Berg started to do that, and Mnyaka is much better from him, although he's probably coming towards the end of his spell. Changing his line now to around the wicket. Just hearing that ICC signature tune, Jeremy, in the room next to us. South Africa playing against England today in the Women's World Cup, and that match getting underway in about 7 minutes' time. South Africa losing the toss and have been inserted by England, and that South African lineup, interesting lineup for South Africa, playing in Guwahati. So was where the opening game of the tournament took place between India and Sri Lanka. That's neatly clipped off his legs down to Milan at long leg for a single. And South Africa opening their campaign today, and the team they have announced Wolfhard Brits, Sine Lees, Marizan Kapp, Annika Bosch, Sinalo Jafta, Chloe Tryon. And then it is Nicole de Klerk, Nadine de Klerk, Masabata Klaas, Ayabonga Kaka, and Nonkululeko Mlaba. That's well left outside the off stump by Kaya Zondo. So South Africa all to do. The record in World Cups against England, Jeremy, 6 wins to England and 2 wins to South Africa. So a tough game for them today.
Yeah, very tough one. England has been the better team for many years. On the good side, England, Australia, India. So tough nut for South Africa to crack. But knowing South Africans, they certainly do show a lot of resistance, the South Africans. And when they put under such challenges, they do relish opportunities. So I expect no less from our ladies today than to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely right. In the, was it the immortal words of Fanie de Villiers in the Sydney Test in '93? Was it? South Africans never give up. And that is for sure, that dogged determination. And I'll say, no, not DNA, just RSA, is it? That's one of the things they've said more recently.
Yeah, South Africa is just born with resilience.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at our sportsmen over the years. In most codes of sport, we certainly have what it takes to produce world-class athletes. Yeah. And we do it regularly, not as a once-off.
Van Berg in again. So the two national anthems are being played in the background. South African one we've already had, and now the English national anthem taking place. That's a good delivery from Van Berg. Tossed it up that time. You would expect him to do that, to just get that ball tossed up above the eye line of the batter. He's looking for them, somebody to make a mistake here. He holds on to that one. Dead ball is signalled. Just deflects that one onto the stumps. Sean van Berg, that hurt a little bit. Wasn't hit with too much venom by Kaya Zondo. And Hanno Viljoen easily in his crease, was very alert to that. It's an easy single down to Milan at a deepish mid-off. And Zondo moves to 27. Viljoen on 7, 261 for 5. Field for Van Berg. Bowling to Viljoen. There's a slip, a backward point, a man on the cover boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg and a deep mid-wicket. It's very nicely played. The man at point will come round and field. That's Frisco Adams. Through for an easy single. It's all been too easy this morning for the men from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. So far added 77 runs for this morning. It's another single for Zondo. End of the Van Berg over. 3 off that. It's 263 for the loss of 5 after 64. Yeah. And Kona Mnyaka will continue, and while he's getting to his mark, just to update you on some of the other scores throughout the country and around the world, just looking at the test match taking place. That's in India at the moment. It's day 2 of the test match between India and the West Indies. And India now leading by 174. They're 337 for the loss of 4 against the West Indies. West Indies 162 all out. Beautifully played through the covers. And 2 full from Akona Mnyaka. And no chance for Ayat Kamani to cut that one off down to the boundary for 4, and that's really well played. Just leant on it here. Did Kaya Zondo into the ground, past the batter, past the fielder at extra cover, and an easy 4 once again. So in that test match there, it is KL Rahul who got 100, Shubman Gill got a 50. It's Dhruv Jurel, wicket keeper. He's not at 74. Jadeja is on 55 in that test match. They are well in control there. And the Tuskers are 53 for 3 in reply to the Warriors 140 all out. And the Lions 131 for 4. In that match against Western Province 193 all out yesterday. The wickets to fall this morning have been Dom Hendricks and Luto Sipamla, and the Dragons just keep piling up the runs against the Titans. 426 for 5. So Mikael Prince on 129, and Dion Forrester. That's an old score. He's on more than that now. It's played again into the covers, through the covers. I think the man on the boundary may cut it off, and he does. Brilliant work there, does Leon Boerter. They'll come back for 3. Stops what would have been a 4. So an expensive over from Akona Mnyaka so far. This will probably be the last of his spell. He's gone for 7 already in this over, and the runs just keep coming. So in Potchefstroom, Mikael Prince, 141 not out, and Dion Forrester with him, getting his first half century for Northwest, 69 not out in that game. The Titans attack, conceding over 400 for the second time in 2 matches, and they're not finished yet. They're the Dragons. And he's got the wicket. Has he or not? No, half an appeal. That's thought there that he might have actually just jabbed the bat down on that one. It went to Rulofsson at Gully. It was a half an appeal, but it was the bat down onto the on the ground and then through to Rulofsson. So just for a minute, it looked like perhaps it was down into the ground, and that one he lost it completely, and that is a wide. Might even be Rulofsson there. I think that it's probably gone for 4. He's hurt himself there diving, and is a no ball for being off the pitch, and buys no ball, and 4 buys, 4 no balls there. And he has hurt himself here, Grant Rulofsson. This is not good for Goldrush Boland. In going down to field that one, he just seems to have hurt his ankle. So he's just stretching it a bit, just tweak that ankle. I don't know if we have got that again on replay, but he did seem to hurt himself there as he chased that one down to the boundary. But Mnyaka let that one slip completely. So it was 5 runs. He's conceded 12 off the over as the physio now for Goldrush Boland, and Pumish comes out to the middle to try and see if she can sort out here for Grant Rulofsson. Umpire Andre Ulafir also walking across to see what the situation is. I hope he hasn't done any serious damage there.
He's got to come back in the second innings.
Yeah. So let's take you through those bowling figures while we're on a break. 275 for 5. Stearman really, he's been the pick of the fast bowlers. 12 overs, 1 for 37. Mnyaka has got the 1 for 66. Kamani has not been effective. He did get the 1 wicket for 45 of his 7 overs, going at nearly 7 and over. Leon Boerter 1 for 42, his first wicket in first-class cricket. For Isco Adams, 0 for 27, and Sean van Berg, the wicket of Jason Smith, 1 for 46, but he's been more expensive than he would have hoped. And Rulofsson is going to go off the field. And we're going to see Ethan Cunningham as coming on as a substitute fielder. He's just going to have some work done on that leg by the physio. And it's Akona Mnyaka need to be coming in to finish his over. Just the one ball left. And just looking at that scorecard, it's dominated by that innings of Tsepang Dithole. 116 off 172 deliveries and falling to a catch down the leg side, just clipping it off his toes straight to Grant Rulofsson. And it was, at that stage, 236 for 5. And now these two have put on 39 for the first, for this, the 6th wicket. Just played straight back to Mnyaka. It's the end of the over. 275 for 5.
James, if there's nothing to say, don't say. If they play defensive with the bat, what are you saying? The picture talks. So just learn to actually not talk so much, talk far too much. Sorry,
I didn't know, it's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
So you have to just
tell me.
temper down. I mean,
Yeah,
and once there's me sitting here, if you're going to do all this.
No, you're right. No, you're right. Thank you.
It is important because television,
Yeah.
you must be able pictures too. So just tone down a bit. Yeah,
Sure.
Just keep going.
I do. Yes, I know I do. Thank you.
I'm just trying to help.
I know you are. Thank you.
Richie Benno would sit for 5 balls, there's nothing to say, he wouldn't say all that. Because the picture does all the talking. Are you winning? Bert just setting his field a little bit now. The Dolphins are in a commanding position here. The lead is over 120 now almost.
And you have to say Goldrush Boland have not been on the money at all this morning. Far too many runs conceded. As you're saying, Jeremy, he's just changed his field, changing his line here to the right-handed Zondo, coming around the wicket now.
He's got a different approach. Now he plays the reverse sweep because he takes LBW out of contention, coming around the wicket. The ball's pitched outside leg stump. Easy to sweep.
Yeah, he's just trying to, as he did last week, he's trying to possibly use some of the footholds outside that leg stump. But
there's hardly any to speak
no,
of.
There's nothing. It's easy, isn't it? Easy for these two batters. Hanno Viljoen just easily able to work that one into the leg side. Just too easy. And the scoreboard keeps ticking along.
Again, he plays the same shot. He's a man out there, but does bring him a single.
And you can play that shot pretty much with impunity. The only risk is if you miss it. And it's going to bowl you around your legs, but it's an easy one with the spin. Just playing it round to the offside.
Yeah, it's always length.
Yeah.
because you sweep length and you get over the top of it, as we see at the end of another Nova. And that's the problem. You don't want it, if you're not sweeping length, you can get yourself into trouble. These guys are so good. They know when it's come up. You know it's pitched outside leg stump and you know that the danger of him being given LBW is out of the equation. As you said, he can only be bowled around his legs.
And there's no real turn on offer at the moment for Sean von Berg. And there is now going to be a change of bowling at the Drakenstein end. We're going to see Ayat Kamani coming into the attack, replacing Akona Miyaka. And just something different, maybe to see Aviva Umgajima, maybe a bit of off spin. I know there's not really any turn on offer, but it would be something different. This is a lot of the fast bowling this morning has been very much the same. The only wicket to fall really wasn't a good shot from Dithole. Just played it in the air, but they haven't been troubled at all. And Kamani, in the only over he did bowl, went for 13. It's going to need to tighten up quite significantly.
Oh, yeah. Was a stifled run. But yeah, you make the point of Makajima. I thought yesterday already that you'd give him a few, just something different. And the trying for Risco Adams and Gamani, more or less all of the same. So, yeah, it has been an uphill battle for Boland thus far. The Fox has a welcome break till lunchtime. Eugene Molian steps into me. It's been a tough morning for Boland.
Yeah, it's been tough, but I, for one, am thinking they have helped the cause a little bit here by not being patient, by not trying to bring the run rate down. The late Eddie Barlow, he always used to say, the run rate plays a major part in the longer format of the game. If you can control that, you can control the game. And at 4.2 to the over, Hollywoodbets Dolphins are batting themselves into a very, very strong position.
Well, strong indeed. You talk about the Barlow. I remember in the 90s when I worked at Free State Cricket, Eddie Barlow was the coach, and he always spoke about the 3+ factor. That if you're batting at 3 and more and over in 4-day cricket, you're winning the game. Yeah. Then we saw Australia came along, and they took the game to another level. Yeah. So now Australia, in a test match, when they bat more than 4 and over, what happens is they give themselves time in a test, and they normally win it with a day to spare. Yeah.
Thing is, I'm looking at my watch here, and there's still a lot of time till we get to lunch. And they've already scored just 5 runs short of 100 in the session. And that is another tell for me. It's about where this game is going. It's not like the Dolphins are coming out and blazing it away. I think that is why I'm saying they've been gifted the opportunities to score runs at an ease.
Thought they would buy a bit of an edge down the leg side, but no bat to it.
The other thing, with the way Bazball is going, and people are now saying, yeah, Bazball's not working or whatever, like each to their own. That's not what I'm saying. My view on that is, yeah, England are going out and scoring very quickly. They want to score 4, 5 runs to the over. And they want to bring that excitement in. I think the way Australia approached that when they were there the last time was, that's fine, you go at your rate. That's going to give us more time to bat because they back their batting side so well. And they can still go at, as you say, 3.5, 4 runs and over. But because the game has gone so far along with England doing their bit, Australia just did, right, we're going to bat ourselves. And then that, in its essence, still gave them time and put England under pressure a little bit more because they got leads and stuff like that.
Yeah, the big thing is you assess the situation and you bat accordingly. That's the thing. And then you want to get to a situation where you know there's going to be a lean period. Bowlers bowl well. I got to see this period through. But bowlers are going to get tired and the cash-in period is going to come in. When it's cash-in time, they certainly do cash in. And that's the approach that Australia take. And South Africa very much takes the similar approach. I mean, it's just not getting in there. And that's how we won and we beat Australia at Lords, because exactly we took the ascendancy, we put the pressure on them, and Australians are, once they're under pressure early, because they try and put the pressure on you. Yeah. But if you transfer it early, you make them struggle. But once they put you under pressure and you're under the cosh, I tell you what, they don't relent.
Yeah, no team should ever relent that stranglehold you got in a game. In the shorter formats, the team that's on top, they will undoubtedly come through.
Yeah, and here it's no different. The Dolphins are on top here. They know it. They know. But the big thing for the Dolphins, there's no rush to go anywhere. They know there's still tomorrow and there's still day 4. And they are saying to themselves, if we bat the whole day today, you look at it, what's the lead? 125, 23. So you add up, say another 130 towards the end of the day from lunchtime onwards, and even more. Say 200 could be from lunch to the end of the day. Yeah. They'll have a lead of 326. Yeah. And then we say, okay, let's bat tomorrow, and we bat till lunchtime. Yeah. And maybe till drinks on day 3. And then they'll have a lead of 450, 500. And then they'll say to Boland, right. And you now play, because from there onwards, there's no other way. It's only for Boland to save the game. Correct. Nothing else can. And there can only be 2 results probably. Highly improbable, a draw. Highly probably a win for Dolphins if things go according to their plan.
And that is the reasoning for this run rate, for everything to happen a little bit slower, for that potential declaration that you're talking about, pushing that later. We saw that last week with the Titans, that they found a way to curtail that run rate, and then that forced Boland's hand to bat a little bit longer. I had a lovely little walk around the ground in my break, just a bit of fresh air or fresh breeze. And I had a lovely chat with the match referee. And you guys pick up so many good things, really great things. And the one thing he picked up was, I'm not going to mention the player's name, but one of the players in the field always goes off before drinks, just to get that extra time. You guys don't miss a trick, do you?
Well, I'm also learning from those fellows, let me tell you. It's not, they're so experienced, guys. Yeah. Clifford Isaacs that's here. I mean, they've been umpires as well. Lawrence Matroos. I mean, and I tell you what, they've been so helpful, really helping me along. Gerry Pina, these guys that Niels Momberg, they've been phenomenal. The one thing that I've picked up, which impressed me mightily, I went to the conference where the umpires and the match referees were in Sabula. And I said it to Niels Momberg, the one thing that I picked up is to just see the camaraderie amongst the guys. No one is jealous of the other guy and all that. It's just it seems to be just a support structure. I mean, that struck me about the weekend, which I really enjoyed and liked. So kudos to the fellas. And being here last week, I mean, Cliffy helped me set up my computer when I went to his place and spent time there. Lawrence Matroos helped me. I mean, he was here the whole 4 days. I shadowed under him and also under the late Zed in the Monday. It was an absolute fantastic help. Yeah. So these guys are experienced. I mean, they know what they're doing. They've been there for years, and they are outstanding people. No doubt about it.
But just for me, on a commentary perspective as well, and trying to bring insight what we see to the viewers as well. I like that type of insight, because now you're sitting here as a commentator and you just look around and you now know at the next drinks break you're going to see, where's the certain Mr. so and so, and then you see him going off and say, they've picked that up smartly, and you can sort of relay a message as to people just see players go on and off. We keep saying, they're going off for a shirt change or a quick shower.
Well, the other thing is also, I mean, I know you guys spoke about it last week about saying, the guys are wasting time, they're so slow. But what you guys don't realize is that every incident, gloves, like an injury that's took place now to Rulofsson. I mean, you can't be punishing the side batting. You got to credit, because it's time that's taken, and you got to give the time back to the bowling side. Yeah. So what you guys sometimes don't realize, that sometimes in a session or two because it taken overall. And just remember, if there's a slow over rate in a match, the captains get fined, and they can dock points off the league. Yeah. So when you say, okay, now they're slow, because they know every 10 overs, a message comes up from the match referee, because the captains want to know, how's the time doing? You tell them you're 7 minutes down, or you're 10 minutes up. And at one stage, the Titans were 24 minutes up. So hence their batsman got injured just before break, Munsami last week. So by the time they came off, they still had about 8 minutes up. They lost probably 12 minutes or 13 minutes.
Yeah.
But and these guys know when they're down on time, they'll get the spinners on, because spinners go through their overs and they'll have spinners from both in, and they make up time.
I think that's a perfect opportunity for the likes of Timex or Rolex to sponsor the umpires and the match referee, because by the sounds of it, all you guys got to do is keep an eye on the time.
Well, every little thing gets recorded in detail. That I can assure you. And the reverse sweep. Both of these guys have employed that shot with good success, because they know the man's in the deep, and every time they play it, it's one.
And as you alluded to with the Cape Fox, there are not many scratches there on the surface at all that Sean van Berg can sort of say, I'm going to try and hit those. This is the second morning. This is the second morning of this 4-day game, and this pitch, as we said all along, is still looking pristine.
Well, they bet on that. Seems like it. The boundary going to win? No, it's been all in. What does the umpire say? Andre? Nah, he's off the bat though.
Yeah, that partnership now goes to 51. And it just seems like one partnership follows another here for Hollywoodbets. Dolphins lead now 131.
Good use of the feet. He was going to come to try and loft it over the top. He didn't actually get his foot, but that's good batting. I like that. When you're not there, all he did was just pushed it.
Yeah, and that is so the key, Jeremy. Sometimes these youngsters love coming down the pitch. And they say to themselves, I must play a big shot. No, you don't. If you're not there, just pat it back, and you just put a little bit of dart in the bowler's head as well.
Well, he kept his shape. I mean, if he was looking to drag it across the line, he could have found himself bowled or stumped. But he looked to want to hit it straight over his head for 4. And the sweep shot employed. If it's pitched there, he'll do that all day. 287, 88 for 5.
Young and old showing the reverse sweep. Has on a lot of experience, even using his feet, because he's identified there's not much turn, there's not much assistance from or for the leg spinner of Von Berg, and I mean that's good batting. You said it there already. So now Von Berg is thinking, hey, he's coming down the pitch, he plays the sweep, he can go on the back foot and clip it down the corner on the leg side, he can play the reverse sweep. So many options. Still, it's runs are coming here at ease for the Dolphins. 2 more.
22 for 4.
Fritz, go for it, Fritz.
It's loose and Capel.
Won't get 100.
No, it's disastrous.
You said they were going to struggle.
Yeah, they look completely undercut.
South Africa in all sorts of trouble at the World Cup. 22 for 4. And Brits, Cup, Wolfhard, Leas, all back in the hut. Those are the mainstay of the batting, South Africa.
They have been for a long time as well. And to lose your 4 top batters, that's a long way back there for South Africa. Spoke about the West Indies there. They are up against it as well. 346 for 4, India. In reply to West Indies 162 yesterday.
Is that a test match on at the moment?
That's a test match, yeah. Day 2.
They're certainly struggling, West Indies. Again, clipped off his hip. This Peter Milan's not going to get there. It's going to be 4 more to Zondo. He just helped it on its way. Straight a bit leg stump, and that's his 50. Well played off 91 balls. Patient. And the senior statesman still showing his trademark.
He's been very patient throughout this innings. And again, just with grace and ease, clipping one off his hip or legs there, and it raced away for 4.
Need now 140 healthy runs.
And we spoke about South African players as well, our Proteas and our domestic players as well. But what's your take? India just keep churning out cricketers by the looks of it. Batters, bowlers. There's certainly always new names that comes to the fore.
There's 1.5 billion people.
That helps.
Yeah. And everyone wants to play for India. And only 11 can get into the teams. So they're spoiled for choice.
Every now and again, they throw in names upon names here that just keep performing. Yeah, they perform well at home.
But with 1.5 billion, we've got 60 million. We still won the Mace. Take that into account. What? We've won the Mace thrice.
Yes.
Mondile says we've won it.
Where's he been?
I don't know. Probably in Dad's bag. It's the first time we can say that we won where a final was played of a world event. We've come close a couple of times in the World Cup. T20, we got into a final, which we should have won. Yeah, and how many close shaves haven't we had as South Africa? But South African cricket, as a nature, even before and after unity, has always been there and thereabout. We've always been in the top 4 or 5 in world cricket. And that says a lot. And just remember what South Africa was isolated for 30 odd years, 40 years. And international cricket, they got kicked out in 1971. And that's when South Africa went into isolation. There's shots of catch it, but it's going to be one bounce to the fielder on the fence. And South Africa's re-entry back into international cricket. What an entry it was. First test at Lord's 94, which I was privileged to be at. Won by an innings and 99 runs.
I remember the first one back was at Eden Gardens.
Yeah, that was 3 one-dayers. That was a hurried tour.
Yeah.
That was a hurried tour because Pakistan had withdrawn. You see the politics of cricket and sport. Pakistan and India are still at it. So, yeah, they withdraw, not going to India. And South Africa went on that tour where they lost 2-1.
Yeah, a packed Eden Gardens, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was packed there. Then India was things were very different then compared worldwide, compared to what India is now. It's a joy to go to India now. I'm been privileged to go there 3 times. And hotels and facilities their stadiums are world class. It's just brilliant. How the game has transformed there as well. 299 for 5.
Our SN19 tour was to India. And it was such an education. And it all happens when you arrive we arrived at Mumbai and you come from an aircon airplane into that that humidity hits you. But the stadiums, as you said, were magnificent. We were training. Our first training session was in Mumbai, and you look around and you can just imagine, even without people there, it's such a Coliseum type
the
of
Wankhede
vibe.
Stadium.
Yeah. But the best story ever is when our last warm-up game.
Yeah, just before you continue, just to say that for the first time we have spin from the other end as well, in the form of Aviva Makajima. Sorry, Eugene.
Yeah. And we played on a flatty, and we got hit all over the place in our last warm-up game. And then our first test was at Punjab. I'm not sure if it's still called the Chandigarh Stadium.
Yes.
And they prepared a green one. We won the toss. We had the likes of Nanti, Makaya, myself, Pierre Joubert. We won the toss. We said, no problem, we'll have a bowl. And Nanti just destroyed India. Stumps were flying everywhere. We won that one. Lo and behold, we never saw a blade of grass on any of the pitches after that.
I'm sure that's true. Yeah, no, I remember the 2 tours that we won was also in Bangalore. Lovely wicket there at the Chandigarh Stadium in Bangalore. A lot of grass, and we had our quickest Buren, Andrich Nokia. And yeah, they sent down the Thunderbolts, I'll tell you what. It was probably the best wicket. It suited South Africa conditions, both times in Bangalore. That's why when South Africa play Bangalore, I always feel safe because I know we've got a chance here. But if you go to Nagpur and Kanpur and Ahmedabad, good luck.
Oh, trouble. But you mentioned about the people and the love for cricket.
Oh.
I mean, whenever we're training, there's so many kids that just say, listen, can I bowl, can I bowl? And they just stand and they will bowl to you or throw. I mean, that's why they got so many good spinners, I think, because from a young age, they do some strange things with the ball.
Well, the nice is when you're driving from the hotels at the end of another over, 300 up now for the Hollywoodbets, and another bonus point. But if you go out of the hotels and you're driving in the bus and you're onto every piece of land that's open, there's a cricket match going on everywhere. That to me was incredible. And you know, the 3 times you've been there, been privileged to be in places like Mohali, such a beautiful, clean city, Hyderabad, Mumbai. Bangalore, Trivandrum, where else? And this is the privileges that cricket afforded us to actually get to these places,
Yeah.
which was outstanding.
Well, just with your match referee hat on, just for a brief second, because I'm seeing Sean van Berg running back to his mark now. Would there have been a word just in the ear of the umpires to say, listen, they're slightly behind, knowing that there's only 28 overs bowled in this so far?
That's why Makajima's on from the other end as well. It has huge implications if you're down, and it affects the log and your point situation as well. So it's important that they stick within the time. Well, how long have they still got? They're also trying to get through their overs quickly so that after lunch, after 80 overs, they can get that second new ball.
Well, yeah, the umpire's having a word now because that is a third one that has gone down the leg side. And this could be deemed as negative bowling.
It's no use you arguing. It is. Umpire just making his point clear. Andre Willefee.
Twelve or 8 would have been dotted down in Cliffy Isaac's notepad to say there was a discussion.
He's coming over the wicket again. Came around the wicket, saw the tactic not working because it's gone. Gone before lunch. Can you believe it? Strangled him. Clever bowling from Berg. And Viljoen has to depart with the total on 7-10. 6 wicket down with a total on 302.
Burgled. Absolutely burgled by the experienced Von Berg. That was near nothing else but the bat. Oh, and Viljoen will not be happy with that. Gone for 17. It was a good partnership of 66 with Zondo, and it looks like they're going to be taking lunch as well. Right on the stroke of lunch. And still there's a little bit of a discussion there with Clyde Reeves, Fontaine and the umpires, just with how they interpret that bowling down the leg side. However, a much needed wicket for the Boland side.
Yeah, much needed indeed it is. But as the two of them still having discussions out in the middle, 302, but still feels that the Dolphins are in an absolutely commanding position here. Well, we're going to have some lunch with a score on 302 for 6. The bowling figure, Steerman bowled a couple this morning, 1 for 37. from Burkers into his 19th. He's completed, picked up the 2, and Hollywoodbets lead by 146 runs of magnificent. Patient 116 of 172 balls from Dithole, and then Kaya Zonda getting 53 of 100 balls. So at lunch on day 2, 302 for 6 are the Dolphins, and we'll be back after lunch.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Rice smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium.
What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Hosanna. Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium.
What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown
You're back with us at Boland Park, and it is going to be Kaya Zondo who is going to be facing up to, it looks like Frisco Adams, going to be coming in from the Drakenstein end. So you're with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and I've got with me Eugene Molion as Adams comes in for the first ball after lunch. And immediately underway. Eugene, it's interesting that last ball before the lunch break, end of the 74th over, a wicket that Hane Viljoen, important for Goldrush Boland. They've really been under the cosh this morning.
They have, and it's just allowed Dolphins just to keep going at over 4 runs to the over, and that just in the stroke of lunch was vital for them to get a breakthrough.
Good running there. So, yeah, that wicket of Hane Viljoen, just a bit of a strangle down the leg side. 306 now for 6. And I'm a bit surprised by this. Frisco Adams straight after the lunch break.
Well, they need someone just for a little bit of control there that can go at 3 runs and over. I think that's what Clyde Reese will table want here. However, it's been 5 runs already and still 3 balls to come.
Yeah, those runs just keep ticking along. Very happy with that. Ethan Bosch is the new man, and he's taking his guard now. He's taking a middle and off stump guard there. So that seems to be a bit of a trend these days, that sort of off stump or middle and off guard. We always used to be like middle or 2-leg, middle and leg.
Yeah, I do see that. It's part and parcel of the modern day cricket and how they want to set up. The one I find difficult about that is if they do go on that stump, why they start playing things at 5th, 6th stump.
Because it's there so that they can make sure that they're actually on their off stump. They know where their off stump is. We've seen a lot of batters in this game, just and particularly in that Boland innings, just playing at balls outside the off stump they could quite easily have left alone.
Must have been a scratch.
Yeah, I was going to say tickle on that, definitely, because otherwise they would have been up massively, full pitched. And angling into the pads did look like it would have been a good shout.
Well, they would have been up more than what they were there, because they do need to start making inroads because the lead is forever growing.
Oh, it's straight through the fielder, down to the boundary for 4. And that's the last thing you want as a bowler. He's already gone for 5 in the over and just dives over the ball there at mid-off.
Well, Clinton Stearman's feet must still be in the dressing room there. Sort of had the twinkle toes that you'll see on a Friday night or a Saturday night when you're out dancing. At that time, there was no funky Buddha about those feet there.
No, not at all. It's like you're perhaps doing the Macarena. You never
Oh,
know.
not even that. That is just like, oh, I've had a lovely lunch and the feet just don't want to go anywhere.
Well, the South African women in that match against England, they've only been going to one direction, and that's back to the dugout. They're all out for 69, which is the second lowest total in World Cup history, apparently.
You're a keen watcher of women's cricket. I am as well. I love watching the game, whether it is male or female. And that cannot go well with that performance.
No, not at all. And the coaching staff think they're going to have to really do some thinking about what exactly their approach is going to be. That's having now, they're heading for a very large defeat by England. 69 to be bowled out for 69, the first game in the World Cup. I suppose you can only say they can only go up from here, where it is, but it's not what we expect from a South African side, whichever team it might be, but the women's team have been in really good form with the bat against Pakistan, except perhaps for that third one-day international, but just not putting anything on the board today against England.
No, they're going to be under the pump for sure. And the likes of still Australia to come, India to come, New Zealand.
Yeah, and Bangladesh looked exceptionally good in that match they played against Pakistan. Really, they bowled Pakistan out for 129 and chased that down quite easily. So again, there for South Africa, there's lots of questions that are being asked and no real answers today from this performance against England. And a reasonably good over from Van Berg, that negative line they're continuing with, and just the single off it. One goes to 312 for 6, 4 overs to the new ball.
I like the word restricted line. I don't like the negative. Well, we all know what they're trying to do. But
yes, restrictive line.
Let's try and put a positive spin on it.
Yeah, why not? It was when he actually, the first ball that he then bowled over the wicket, that he got the wicket of Hannah Fullion down the leg side, I think it was. Just the last ball, it ended up being before the luncheon break. So it's just a holding job here from Frisco Adams for the next couple of overs before the new ball. I'm sure they'll take the new ball straight away.
Well, Jeremy, just another thing on that South African women's innings. It's just all but telephone numbers, as I say. Just one batter getting into double figures. That is Chafter. She got 22. For the rest, it is just telephone numbers all the way down.
Started with the loss of the wicket of Laura Wolfott, caught and bowled by Lindsay Smith. Smith took the first 3 wickets to fall. And absolutely no answer to the left arm spin of Lindsay Smith, and then Lauren Filer coming in as well. So England, Nat Sivabrunt took a wicket with her first ball in her first over, and a wicket with the first ball of her second over as well. South Africa just collapsing to 69, and I'm sure there'll be all kinds of records set with that particular performance, not in the positive kind either. here. Boland approaching this Eugene ahead of the second new ball just is containment, isn't it? Try and get containment as much as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. And as I said, I just look at that bottom right-hand corner, and that is the rate achieved. You want to bring that run rate down. That's a starting point.
Zondo and Bosch here looking untroubled in that over from Frisco Adams. It's 3-14 for the loss of 6 after 77 3 overs till the new ball, and no doubt will be Sean van Berg to continue.
I'm just looking at the scores around, and particularly attention to the game that's happening just down the road here at Newlands, where the Lions are 174 for 4, and they're just 4 balls away from that second new ball. And what Western Province have done well is not allowed Lions to get away. Now, when that second new ball comes, they can make inroads, and that can certainly stop Lions from getting a big score. So we'll be paying careful attention, I should say, to that game and see how that sort of develops. Tusker 66 for 5 in response to the Warriors 140. That game's still in play. This time yesterday it was bad luck, stop play for the day. Northwest 477 for 7, and again the Titans having a long stay in the field in the first innings. The Knights 100 and... Oh, that is a gift.
An absolute gift. It's a full toss, and Ethan Bosch, he's not going to miss out. And that one is played into the stands. It looked like, yeah, it's gone miles over the boundary on the leg side. Just slipped out of the hand there and way over the boundary. Let's look at that again. Yeah, he's going to really make hay while the sun shines with that type of delivery. They're looking at the ball now. They've only got a couple of overs left in it.
Well, that could even be close to a no ball. It was that high.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm surprised they didn't perhaps call that no ball.
Yeah, and the Knights they were 197 all out after Eastern Storm got bundled out for 59, and now in the second innings, the Storm 74 for 1, a better showing in that second innings, but a lot of time still left there in that game.
You mentioned a point there just about that Lions innings. You say 175 for 4 after 80 overs. And was Western Province, I mean, they scored that 193 they got, was actually pretty quickly, 45 overs. Daniel Smith batting at close to a run a ball in that 100 that he got. So they advanced the game quite quickly, did the Lions initially. Now it slowed down. And just looking at those bowling figures a little while ago anyway, I'll have a look at them again now, but Dane Patterson, the numbers that he did have, virtually going at a run, basically 1 run per over. in the innings so far. He's back now with the second new ball. 17 overs, 2 for 19 for him. And that's something that we haven't seen here at all.
Daniel Smith playing a lone hand in that first innings to take that 100 away, and Western Province would be an absolute massive hole to dig themselves out of. But they've done well with the ball.
Like you say, a couple of wickets now with the second new ball. Dane Patterson, got Jody Lawrence, Tepo Mareki. I think Kazonda were fairly missed out there. End of the over from Sean von Berg, and 7, I think it was, off that. And it's 3:21 for the loss of 6. That lead now 165, and it's already in very dangerous proportions for the men from Goldrush Boland. They need to take these last 4 wickets, and again they'll maybe rely on the new ball. Glenton Stearman will certainly take the new ball straight away, you feel, maybe with Akona Mnyaka, the young left-hander.
Yeah, they'll probably give it to him, I'm sure.
Bosch on strike. What have we got? It's a ring field on the offside. 5 on the off, 4 on the leg.
He's playing with ease out there. The experienced Zondo.
Yeah, he's batting at strike rate about 50. But it's been the Dolphins that have really accelerated this game from a run rate point of view. Very similar to what we saw last week with Goldrush Boland and with the Titans, in fact, batting at about 4 runs to the over. And that really has put the game into the second session. And the game's advanced quite significantly. And when Goldrush Boland do come out to bat again, they're really going to need to try and build a big innings here.
Yeah, they're going to have to. They're going to have to set up the stall to bat long.
Sure, Marcus Ackerman will be attacking. Got the ability to do that, got the option to do that.
I just feel they're going to stick to what was successful for them in that first innings.
He will have the chance, won't he, Eugene? Just keep the slips in for that little bit longer, because he'll have the lead. He knows that he can bowl in the right channels. He's probably going to get the opportunity to take wickets.
No, 100%. I mean, he's not going to go away from that formula. I don't suspect. And he's got the bowlers to do it as well.
I can't really remember him taking out the second slip. Good work on the boundary there from Leon Buerta, getting around to cut off what would have been a 4. Nicely played by Ethan Bosch. And he is a man who's got a first-class 100 to his name, 104 for the Dolphins against the Lions in the 2020-2021 season, and during the time of COVID, and has represented South Africa as well.
He's coming here with intent. That's his 12th ball. His face is moved to 15 at the conclusion of that over. You can see Glenton Stearman doing serious warming up.
So, which end do you think he's going to be coming in from? Probably this end, or from the Niedeberg end?
This is his preferred end, the one that Sean van Berg is operating from. He's been very successful. I know he started from the Drakenstein end yesterday, and he bowled some overs as well, but this has always been his preferred end.
So it may well be Nyaka to take the new ball.
It's good to see Rulofson back on the field.
Yeah, a little bit of a slide that went a bit wrong when he was trying to cut off a boundary down here in front of us at the third region. Just seemed to tweak his ankle there. So a good catch to see the dismissal of Tepang Dithole. An excellent sixth first-class century for Dithole, 116, and he was really good.
Yeah, he stuck with his guns, didn't he?
He really did. I mean, could so easily have a couple of times he played a couple of loose shots, but he managed to get away with it. And the important thing was he just then stuck it out and still scored at a reasonable rate. I mean, that 116 coming off 172 deliveries, so strike rate probably in the region of about 60. So certainly up with the rate. Marcus Ackerman, but he's 35 or 42 deliveries, so he was the one who really started to push that run rate up. But the bowling from Boland, they haven't helped themselves with the fact that they weren't able to create any pressure. One more ball until the new ball is due. .326 for the loss of 6. 80 overs gone. And 4.1 runs to the over, so a big haul of batting bonus points on the cards here for the Dolphins in their first 4-day match of the season. Missed out on the first week, and that they will make up that game next week when they start with the match on Wednesday at home to the Lions. The Lions are there playing down the road against World Sports Betting Western Province at Newlands.
There it is, new ball. Shown there by the umpire. And Glenton Stearman will be bowling from the far side, the Drakenstein in. Well, how many slips are we going to see here?
Looks like there is a second slip coming in. Leon Botha coming into second slip.
Well, that is only because
Yes.
looks like Sean van Berg is off the field.
Which makes sense. This may be gone off for a short while after his spell.
We've just had lunch.
I know. I'm with you there on that one. So maybe we'll see what happens. It comes back on.
Yeah, and the umpire just asking the captain there of Boland, what's the problem?
Yeah.
First ball of the new ball, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's got the edge, and it's got the wicket of Kaya Zonda, and he's got to depart here.
And that is a big wicket for the man from Goldrush Boland. Glenton Stearman, he gets it in the right region. It's that man, Leon Botha, who's just gone into that position at second slip. And we were asking how many slips are they going to have? And they did the right thing by bringing in the second slip for the Glenton Stearman. And Kaya Zonda, a good innings from him, 61 off 123 deliveries. with 4 fours and 1 6, and he's been caught by Botha off the bowling of Stearman. And once again, Stearman gets a wicket with his first ball of his spell. Got a wicket with his first ball. And let's look at this one again. Eugene, take us through this.
Yeah, just hits a line in length and might have leapt a little bit. Maybe just a little bit of more bounce coming from this new ball. And the edge didn't fly to second slip, so I think those are ones that any slip fielder would love to get. Looks like it almost lost pace after it hit the edge. Well, I might have even come off the glove. In fact, that's why I didn't sort of fly to second slip. However, those are lessons to be learned for sure by Boland. Bowl a good line, bowl a good length, be patient. You're going to get some reward.
Yeah, and they pick up their third bowling bonus point. But very good innings from Kaya Zondo. He came in with a score on 182 and has shared in some good partnerships. One of 54 with Dithole, 66 with Viljoen, and now 24 with Ethan Bosch. And is going to be Tristan Luce, the young 19-year-old fast bowler, who's taking strike against Glenton Stearman. He's got his tail up now, Stearman towards us. In that channel outside the line of the off stump. Good catch from Leon Boyd, you have to say. He's in there because Sean von Berg, who would normally be at first slip, is off the field. Gavin Kaplan, who we saw at second slip last week, but he probably not in the slips at the moment because of that injury he perhaps picked up to his finger.
Yeah, just had a bruised finger. So he doesn't want to go in there, which we can understand. Gordon Parsons always used to say, ball never swings from leg stump. And I was just about to say the previous ball had a good bit of movement on it, good shape, hit the deck, hit the surface away from the right-hander. And then the eyes probably just lit up there from Glenton Stearman. And he decides, oh, let me just go a little bit straighter. And every time, more often than not, it just gets clipped to the leg side.
Yeah, not a good follow-up ball. And now he's got Ethan Bosch on strike. How's Bosch going to deal with this? It'll be interesting to see. Expect him to be attacking. In behind. Nicely, that one's a better line from Stearman. Conor Mjaka's doing the warming up. No doubt we'll see him from the Niederberg end.
Yeah, and it looks like Western Province have struck as well as Siletswane. He's gone, and I said this could be the case, and they're still behind Western Province. Western Province fighting hard there.
Well kept out by Bosch, just going for the Yorker. Glenton Stearman, and there's a better delivery. Just trying something different with that one. Nearly successful. I'd just like to see him in that channel, wouldn't you? Just again. That first delivery just seemed to nip up off a length to Kaya Zondo. Harder new ball. And got the wicket they were looking for. You're right there, 181 for 5. The Lions.
If I'm Glenton, I would just stick in there. Just stick it in there all day.
Absolutely right. That is exactly the line that he's wanting to bowl. Ethan Bosch is going to come at you if you keep bowling that line. He's not going to keep leaving it. We know he's going to want to feel bat on ball.
If I was Mr. Nyaka here, as he's going to be bowling here from our commentary end or the Niederberg end, I will tell him, listen, you got to come around the wicket to the right-hander and be at him. That's what I would do, or I would say. And I don't think he will.
I know, it looks, I was thinking with him, doing those little warm-ups that he was going to be coming around the wicket, but it does look like he's going to be bowling over the wicket. And Slip Cordon tells us that he's also going to be bowling over the wicket in terms of where they've set themselves up.
Yeah, well, not necessarily, because I would say to him, with the ball coming in, if you come around the wicket, just go at about 4th, 5th stump.
Yeah.
Because to the batter, it looks like you're coming gun barrel straight. Here, it looks like the ball is going to go just across. And that could free up shots like this, where you can just stand and hit the ball straight with a straight face of the bat down the ground for 4.
Great shot from Tristan Lees. He just leant forward exactly as Eugene's telling you. Shows the maker's name to us. He plays it very straight back down the ground. So not what they want, and maybe they are going to bring it. Maybe they are going to change now. In fact, he is going to now come around the wicket. No, he's not. He's going to still come over the wicket. So I'm with you, Eugene. I think not a great tactic. Tries the shorter ball. Well dealt with by Tristan Lees.
Well, it's great having a left-hander, a left-arm bowler in your side, because he's got the ability. Yes, he can bowl over the wicket, he can get the ball to go across. Here with a brand new ball, I just feel with the way this game has gone, to come around the wicket, you give yourself a bigger margin of error. You say, right, go at 4th, 5th stump even, because it might look like it's coming in. You give this kid Tristan loose.
Yeah.
Width. He is going to swing those arms as hard as he can.
And he is a powerful young man. He's just maybe broken his bat there. He's asking for a new bat to come out. And he's going to just replace that Willow. But not much experience from a first-class point of view. Just the 36 runs in 5 innings. But looks like he's a pretty correct-looking batter out there, and isn't doing that much on the surface, but I'm with you here. I don't think he's being tested at the moment with the ball angling across him. And that's not giving the ball any chance to do anything from Anyaka. Where are the senior men coming to talk to him here? Aya Kamani, I know it's actually Fariska Adams there next to him. Just want to try and see what you can do. I mean, it's Akon Anyaka, 27 years old, so he's, for a fast bowler, he's pretty much where you would expect him to be in his prime. Sorry, 26 years old.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks nice. Played and missed, but it's going across him. Right? And everybody says, no, Eugene, that's what he should be doing. I just feel here is an opportunity for Boland to get more wickets here. And they got to be at them a little bit more and get your margin of error a little bit bigger. Hence, I said, around the wicket, it looks like it's coming towards you all the time, and that's the time you get an edge.
And we've seen him in that innings last week when he bowled so well in the second innings against the Titans, that he has got the ability, when he's coming around the wicket, to straighten it to the right hander. So he's playing down the line. He brings the slips into play as well.
Duncan Fletcher, who I still believe is one of the best coaches in world cricket. And I think what made, Lance Klusener was one of them as well, who came around the wicket. I'm just talking from a right-hander's perspective. It's because at point of delivery, you will be at your tallest. You'll be tall and delivering it up high. So if you're bowling like left arm over, especially left arm over to a right-hand batter, sometimes you get that wrist not behind it, and that's the time it looks pretty, but it just goes across. Now you come around the wicket, you have to have that body shape that is nice and tall. You pull from straight, and that's the time you've got a lot more energy on the ball, and that's the time the ball does something through the air.
And it's very important to, when you're talking like that, Eugene, to just imagine what you're saying, which is it is very important. As you say, got a lot more energy behind it, because he's actually getting that wrist right behind it and bringing that ball in straighter to the right-handed batter.
Yeah, because it's all about lines. Bowling is all about lines, and you got so much better. Your margin of error is bigger coming around, and you'll just feel bowling it right from the top. So especially like a right-hander bowling to a right-hand batter, and that's lovely clipped away. It was half stopped by Nyaka. And they're going to come through for 3, and that's excellent running as well.
Really well done by Lees and Bosch, the two fast bowlers. That was very nicely clipped off his toes. Tristan Loose looking good out there. And once again, Goldrush Boland are leaking runs because they're not bowling in the right areas. Glenton Stearman, he's the man who you would expect to be putting it in the right area there. And he himself going for over 3 and over. Nobody has really put the brakes on the scoring here. And that's where he wants to be bowling. Wants to be bowling there every single delivery.
First ball was the lesson. Balls 3, 4, and 5 should have just been the next chapter, the next module. We've gone back to chapter 1.
Yeah, and that is the chapter that's got the Dolphins at 4.1 runs to the over.
Well, James, I'm definitely going to sound like a stuck record. Just keep it there, keep it simple. That is the lesson. And we haven't seen it. Now the second new ball, which means you've been given a second chance to have a crack at it. And the very first ball with the second new ball, you got a wicket. Here we go. Not as easy single.
Yeah, just too easy. And deviating from what's worked for him. First delivery to Zondo, he hit a patch on the wicket, just leapt up and was able to get that wicket, catch the second slip. And he just has deviated from it. It's just not happening.
Well, I can tell you what, I'll be gladly giving this mic across to Mr. Fredericks, and I'm going to take a half-an-hour break because I think I need that after what I've seen.
Well, now that Jeremy's not going to give them any respite here. Oh, my word. So, now, end of the over, and thank you, Eugene. It's 3:37 for 7 after 83, and not giving the new ball a chance here, Glenton Stearman, and it's disappointing second over from him with the new ball. And welcome, Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, it has been disappointing. I mean, they've got the wicket, and then to just pile on the pressure. I mean, I don't want to go on to perpetuity because the two of you have discussed this at length now, and it's just. I think coaches sitting in the dugout there and in the change room must be frustrated by this because, wow, use the new ball. That's what it's called, a new ball, and it's a second one as well. You want to get off the park as soon as possible. It's a good delivery. And just clipped around the corner. And I just feel there's a bit of firepower lacking. And that to me is important. Yeah, that's not happening.
And we were talking about Akana Miyaka just coming over the wicket to the right hander and just almost making it too easy. In fact, now they've taken out the second slip and the new ball's only 3 overs and 1 ball old. That edge did carry through to second slip off the first ball. Why take out the second slip? He's going to change his length here potentially.
That's the problem. If you bowl so many in different lengths, then you're never going to get into a rhythm as a bowler. You want to set your sights on this is the plan, stick to it.
And come around the wicket. He can angle that into the right hand. He's got the ability to make it straighten on the right hander, but not really giving himself a chance to do that. And
well, you actually want the ball, if you're bowling over the wicket like he is, especially a left-hander, you actually want this element, you want to go across the body of the right-hander and then the ability to try and make as if you're going across but then just nipping it back. The nipper backer, as they call it, that can take the top off or even middle stump.
Yeah, that inducker from the left-hander is so effective. And saw that. You see that so many times that the batter's playing for it, going across him, and it just comes in and particularly when you're batting now, you're bowling now at numbers 8 and 9, and by no means is Ethan Bosch. He's very accomplished with the bats. But again, it just wants something to happen here.
That's the thing. And sometimes when you're bowling, you're now expecting things to happen because you got the new ball. They set, and as you said, that Bosch is in, he's on 17, Lees is on 10. You actually need to make them play and then try and get them to make mistakes.
And they've got that man out in our favourite position at that deep backward point, even with the new ball. 3 wickets they need to take, and that is the important thing for Goldrush Boland. They have to take wickets. Okay, the second slip comes in now for Tristan Lees. But Henry Williams, he was out there this morning at the wicket. We were chatting to him, and yeah, I think he was very disappointed in the bowling effort yesterday.
Well, if he's disappointed yesterday, I wouldn't want to see him today.
No. I think his main comment to us was that it would have been good if they could have kept their feet behind the line in terms of the no balls that they conceded, which has been an epidemic. It was certainly an epidemic yesterday. It started off poorly this morning as well. But it really was, they just weren't bowling in the right areas.
Yeah, that has been a problem. There we go. A drive and comprehensively castled.
Outstanding from Glenton Steerman, and he's targeting the top of middle stump there, and it knocks the middle stump out the ground. It does a Simone that cartwheels towards the wicket keeper, and it is Tristan Lees just playing down the wrong line and trying to play an aggressive shot. Good delivery from Glenton Steerman. And Lees is gone for 11 off just 13 balls with 1 boundary. Very good delivery from Glenton Steerman.
Why it takes so long? Well, this was a good nut. Bingo.
Yeah.
You must eye it.
And that's exactly how you should be bowling to a number 9. And it does get the wicket. And so Goldrush Boland with deficit now. What's that, Jeremy? 184, I think it is. They are behind. They need to knock these last 2 wickets over quickly.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to cost a monumental effort. You actually want to say, right, if we want to get ourselves back in the game, got to knock these runs out without losing a wicket, or at least 1, I would say. But I know that these Dolphins are going to come out like a pack of lions. Their seamers were good yesterday, and these Boland batsmen are going to get their work out. The inning's not over yet, so they get another 30, 40 runs. With the last 2 wickets, they got a wonderful lead of over 200 then they'll have. And that just piles on the pressure on the opposing side.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult enough for them, as you say, with this deficit. Bartman at the crease now.
Off an appeal, stifled.
And Neil Bartman, 40 first-class matches. He's had 46 innings, 154 runs with a high score of 23, just an average of 5.3 for him. So certainly from a batting point of view, he will be wanting to make sure he can get Ethan Bosch back on strike as much as possible.
not relenting from that length, which is good.
Yeah, it has been very good. Last over, the second one that he bowled was not, he was attacking, was actually strayed down to the leg side far too much. This over's been very good so far. Seemed to have a knack of taking a wicket with the first ball of his over.
Well, Western Province have certainly fought back. They've got the Lions at 186 for 5. Remember, they got 194, I think it is, in their first innings. So a good fight back there to have them 5 down. So the contest very much open. There's still a few runs behind. Yeah, it's the Dolphins ahead by plenty.
And the Western Province bowlers, what they've done well is they've kept it exceptionally tight there at Newlands. So batting it just over 2 and over the Lions, which is not something that you normally say about the Lions batting lineup. So exceptionally economical bowling. Dane Patterson just over a 1 run and over.
Yeah, that's what experience does. Dane Patterson has been a loyal servant for many years.
And he learnt so much from playing on the county circuit there for Nottinghamshire. This season had a few games for Middlesex before the World Test Championship final. As we look down there, we've got Sir James Fontaine, CEO of Goldrush Boland, having a function there for one of their staff members who's leaving.
Yeah, Christine Brunk, who's been for many years and always making sure that everything is in order in the President's suite, in the office, and organizing of functions and the various roles she played here at Boland Cricket. And she's certainly been a magnificent servant, Christine Brunk, over the years. She goes on retirement. And it's a function well deserved for her. She's really been a fantastic woman. Always the hospitality when you walked into the President's suite here. I knew she got here at the time when I was still on the board. Okay. She got on here and started working at Boland Cricket. Yeah, unfortunately she lost her husband about a year or 2 ago. You know that she's the mother of Clint Brink, the actor.
Oh no,
that's her son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, that's
brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, good delivery. Ex-school teacher as well, Christine.
Okay.
Yeah, Christine Brink.
Wonderful.
So Chrissy, as she's known and fondly known to all of us. So we wish you all the best in your retirement, Chrissy.
Yeah, hospitality here.
Can we get a pickle?
Absolutely brilliant. Here at Boland Park, and as you say, Jeremy can't come here without the hospitality being excellent. Boland Park, always wonderful.
Yeah, hospitality was always been good. There was a time here where there was a caterer, Tommy Fontaine. You'd get caviar and crayfish.
Oh, wow.
There's also a joke going around with Boland, I think years back, needed some money from the United Cricket Board of South Africa, and apparently they invited Dr. Bacher down here just to show around and say, look, we need money to be helped. And apparently the story goes that when he got there was caviar and crayfish for lunch. And the words of the good old doctor was, they're looking for money, but they're serving me crayfish. He's a very good caterer that was here over the years, Tommy Fortuin. And his daughters, Tammy, she was a model as well. Beautiful daughters and lovely wife, lovely family.
Yeah, so many characters in cricket, aren't there? That you have. I mean, whether it's, as you say, from the administrators to the caterers to the players, just the people behind the scenes, as Nyaka now decides to come around the wicket to Bartman.
Never a dull moment in cricket. No. Always some characters around.
Yeah, larger than life, so many of them. It's wonderful. Get those associated with, I think, most sports, don't you? It's just with cricket, it's the sort of the whole sort of social aspect of it and the amount of time that it takes with the games and how it works. You really get to know the people really well.
Well, the end of the 87th over, new ball now 7 overs old, still brand new. They've got to try and skittle these guys out now.
Yeah, I don't think they'll mind that Otniel Bartman took a single off the end of that over. And that lead 186, that is a huge amount of runs that Goldrush Boland are going to have to score before they get into positive territory. Going to have to be a far better batting performance in the second innings.
Well, it's got to be a monumental effort, never mind a far batting performance. It's got to be monumental. Two guys have got to get big hundreds. And one or two behind them has got to get a 50 or whatever for them to get back into this game. Not impossible, but highly improbable.
Yeah, it is highly improbable. They have got the batting lineup. We've seen it last week. We've seen it in the previous season. Got the guys at the top there that can bat long and can score big runs for you, but the pressure is going to count on them.
How would you advise, say for instance, they 200 behind, Boland batting second innings. What would your attitude be to batting in the second innings if you were Boland?
Well, you want to bat long. You want to take it as deep as possible. The way that you go about it is you're not going to, I don't think they should be chasing the game at the moment. There's still so much time in the game. What you've got to do is establish a firm base. What you want to be doing is leaving well. When the ball is there to leave, you leave. Where the ball's there to hit, you can hit it. But it's not about playing flashy cricket. It's about playing good, hard, 4-day cricket.
Just to add to what you were saying, I reckon you also got, if you come out with the intent to save the game, you're going to get yourself into all sorts of trouble. Still got to be positive.
Yes.
As you said, see ball, hit ball. That's what attitude. You've got to be positive, coming out with positive intent. And, not playing flashy shots. Leave what's not to be played, but play everything from the stumps. And if you get the bad delivery, dispatch it for 4. There's a lot of time on your side. But if you're going to come out with a mindset of, we've got to save this game and we've got to bat for 2 days, you're going to get bowled out.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%, Jeremy.
Oh. Wild drive outside that off stump. That's exactly where you want to be.
Half an appeal and not even it's like a polite inquiry there to umpire Sipilele Gaza. I don't think he was anywhere near that one, Otniel Bartman. This is the opportunity Stearman's got now. He's got another 3 balls at Bartman in this over. Sorry, another 2 balls at Bartman in this over. He's going to get the wicket. You feel Bartman is the one that he's most likely to get. He's got to get it in the right areas. I don't think that's the right area to Bartman. He's just going to duck under that all day.
Oh. Hundred, 344 for 8.
The wind seems to have died, Jeremy. It was absolutely howling earlier on. It's
Only for a
virtually
little
nothing
while,
now.
I suppose, because every now and then it dies down a little bit, and then suddenly it comes.
There we go. That gusting of it.
Yeah.
Those whites that the players are wearing were absolutely like we're, I don't know, creasing in the breeze, and a couple of hats flying around all over the place.
Driven. We only won. We got it, security in the deep on the offside.
It's like pretty comical there. I mean, Neil Bartman was 3/4 of the way down the wicket. I mean, Ethan Bosch didn't want the run. So now Boland is like spreading the field to give Ethan Bosch the run. I never really quite understand this tactic, actually.
That's a good delivery. I do want to see a bit more of just a bit of bounce. I said to him, I thought he this morning that he bowled very well last week in that second innings. It's just times he tends to lose it. If he just, I mean, a left-hand seamer to me, I mean, it can be, as I said, they're really a special breed. And when you get it in right areas, they're very, very difficult to score off.
You just want him to be more consistent.
The lawnmower coming out there.
Looks uncomfortable, doesn't he, Neil Bartman? A couple of those that have jumped up at him a little bit.
Well, he's staying over the wicket to Bosch, and he comes around the wicket to Neil Bartman. He knows he's the weaker of the two, so Bosch can bet your bottom dollar.
Yeah. Average 24. It's pretty good for a number 9.
Two slips still in position. The gully. Good lines. 345 for 8.
It looks a lot better around the wicket, does Mnyaka. Yeah, and you say specifically to Bartman, they want to get that wicket, and they see Bartman's probably the best opportunity. Ethan Bosch has looked pretty comfortable. Glenton Stearman, once again, the standout bowler for Goldrush Boland, as he was last week. Picked up 8 wickets in that match, 6 in the first innings. He's got 3 here as well, 3 for 46 in 16. Pick of the bowlers for me. match in Peter Maritzburg, Jeremy, the Tuskers are 88 for 5, with the Warriors scoring 140.
Oh dear. Are they still playing there?
They are still playing, yes.
Well, what's it, 10 to 2? Don't worry, in the next hour or so we'll have light.
I was going to say, it's nearly time for them to go off, I should think.
Well, they're on later, I think another hour, because they went off at 1 o'clock yesterday, I think it was, for light in Peter Maritzburg. Lovely quaint oval there.
Isn't it a beautiful ground? They're in, was it Victoria Park? It used to be the Victoria Oval, isn't it?
Yeah, then it was the Jan Smuts Oval.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, he's pulled that onto his stumps. And there we go. 9th wicket down. 3:45 for 9 now as Ethan Bosch departs for 21 of 33 balls.
It's Bosch who's trying to play an expansive shot. He has been pretty much starved of that opportunity in the last few overs, and Steerman gets his 4th just in that channel outside the off stump. It's what's been asked for, and he delivers. In fact, a bit wider this time. Bosch going for the big heave-ho, just off the inside half of the bat onto the stumps, and we are going to take a drink, and I think that's me for the moment. Eugene will be coming in to join you, Jeremy, at 345 for 9.
Right, Hokishle Sele in his 50th first-class game. What a moment for him. And he bowled very well yesterday. He's in at number 11. How does he handle Clinton Steeman, who's on the brink of a Michelle? Another fifer.
Well, it will be well deserved, to be said. Second new ball doing the trick here for this Boland side, and it's come at a very good time for them. They still got a lot of work to do. They firstly have to get this 10th wicket, and then they have to bat like Trojans, really dig the trenches and stay there.
Absolutely. Oh, that's gone right through him, and it's cut him in half. All that it missed was the stumps. Now, how close was this over the top of the stumps?
Well, if I'm these two batters here, I'll be liking this. That goes over middle stump, more or less. And they will be saying, oh, happy days, there's still something in it. Sure, Taylor will be smiling. Just downstairs, and it's a farewell party for Auntie Chrissy, who's retiring.
Yeah,
we've spoken.
You had more lunch.
No. I was offered, and I said no.
I don't think you'd refuse it. I mean, you're a big fella.
Can you believe it?
I understand. If you said no, well, I think then we're on the brink of the Third World War. You said no. You were offered a lunch.
I was offered a lunch by James Fontaine. He saw me coming with my coffee in hand, and he said, oh, there's food inside. Eugene makes more than welcome. I said, no. And it's chicken as well.
Yeah, Chrissy, we spoke about Chrissy at length and what a servant she'd been.
Yeah.
I had good working days. We organized, I was on the committee here. We organized quite a bit of functions, end of season functions, which I emceed, and golf days together. And yeah, always the pleasant person she is. We wish her well in her retirement now.
What is the first thing you do when you retire? You've been there?
You don't stop working. The minute you stop, you can only, I look at, anyway, I might not, I just look at some of my friends that have retired these days. I mean, you can't just sit at home and do nothing. That's number one. You've got to keep yourself occupied, keep yourself busy. You can't play golf every day. You can only play so much golf. You're going to get bored of it. Not only that, it costs a hell of a lot of money to play golf too. So, I mean, if you have your golf once or twice a week, make sure you go to the gym. Have hobbies that you have to do. Walking, mountaineering, whatever. Play paddle, go and play tennis. And, and get involved. Maybe if you're involved on committees at the church, or you're in a guiding capacity to help young people and all that. So I've never been there, Eugene, and I don't know what the word means. So I'm not going to go home and sit there. Well, I'll get bored to death if I must go and sit home, retire and do nothing. Still got a few years to work, mate. I reckon you guys are going to give me the opportunity to be like old Richie Benno. If I get to 80, get in here, I'll just say, good morning, welcome to Boland Park. Have a nap for about 2 hours, wake up, and then say, 302 for 2. Eventually, there were 3 commentators, and Richie Benno, in Australia, that's just how well they did it. He had his little nap, woke up, and he'd say a few words, and then just, what a doyen of commentators he was. Yeah, a lot of stories that had the privilege of working with Tony Craig. Oh, what a larger-than-life character. Yeah. Totally enjoyed him. Learned so much from him in terms of broadcasting as well. And we really had great times in Zimbabwe, and I worked with him during the World Cup in 2003. And he came here on several Australian tours to South Africa. Well, he hails from East London, Tony Gregg. Where was he at school? He was at Queenstown, at Queen's. Queensbrook. Yeah. Queen's College and his brother, yeah, Tony and Ian. Greg. And then went on to play for England. And he was the man that got involved with Kerry Packer, getting that World Series together in 1970. That changed. Oh, a flash outside that off stump. That changed the whole global aspect of one-day cricket, coloured clothing, white ball, the face of cricket. Because you got quite a bunch of cricketers, West Indies, Hilton Ackerman, Garth LaRue, he was quick. They all played in the Packer series, 75, 76. So, yeah, that was what Tony Gregg did. And the chap, who was the general, Kerry Packer, always looked after him. Because he worked for Kerry Packer, and when Kerry Packer passed on, his son Jamie, who probably still holds the business, Channel 9.
That was the start of the big money, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, big money then.
Yeah.
Getting all these international superstars around. Getting cricket played under lights.
Yeah, the ICC wouldn't allow them to use the stadiums. He moved them somewhere else, played under lights, and there we go. The likes of Barry Richards and all these guys played in the Packer series. Paarl, Hilton Ackerman, Rice, LaRue. Then you had guys of Pakistan, Zahir Abbas, Sunil Gavaskar, all played. Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards. Certainly changed then the face of cricket.
Yeah.
And then came the IPL after that.
Oh, no.
The 50 over, now T20. I mean, that's just the razzmatazz now. Lots of money. Talking millions and billions.
It's also good to see there's some countries are having these tri-series as well. I remember South Africa when they came in and they were home tours. I think it was Pakistan and West Indies at the time. And it's good having these tri-series and having two other countries in your country touring. That was the old Nissan tri-series, I think it was called then.
Total.
It was a total.
92, yeah. I know at Newlands Way, wasn't it? Was it the West Indies or Pakistan? Someone was bowled out cheaply. That tri-series that took place in the 90s. Yeah, West Indies and Pakistan, South Africa.
Growing up in the 90s, I mean, we all heard about West Indies hitting the ball far and wide. And I thought, oh, Newlands, it's only a chip straight. But they got bundled out.
Well, what was great day-night cricket? I think it was after the Benson Hedges, it was Standard Bank that got involved for a long time, was watching a young Herschel Gibbs opening the batting with Desmond Haynes at Newlands. Oh, wow, what Haynes did to those young batters. I mean, it was a young Kirsten, young H.D. Ackerman, young Gibbs, young Cullis. My goodness. They became very good players, and some of them greats.
It wasn't just the batters, Jeremy, because I was fortunate to have played with Desby. And yes, he helped the batters along, but bowlers knew that you got to know your stuff when you're bowling to him as well. And I remember him flicking Fani de Villiers over the North Stand into Campground Road.
First ball. And Fani was quick, pacey. They had attack. De Villiers and Bosch. But airborne, and I'll stop there in the covers.
Yeah, and then training came, and I mean, no matter what balls you got given when he bowled at the nets with Desmond Haynes and Kirsten and Gibbs and Callis, and I mean, you just got hit all over the place. You definitely had to know what you're doing.
Yeah, certainly been different eras of Western Province cricket. Eras. Before that, you had Barlow taking them out of the B section.
But you also got to remember the man behind it. Arthur Turner was very instrumental.
Yeah,
you got Duncan Fletcher there. You get the players. You got Desmond Haynes there.
Yeah. Yeah, Arthur was probably one of the best administrators of his time involved in cricket. Hails from Kimberley, though, outside of Kimberley. And I'd first met Arthur Turner when he was at Kimberley, and we were running the Passmore Weeks in the 80s. And when he got to Free State Cricket, he said to me in 1989, when I was there, we had the Passmore Week in Bloemfontein, which he helped. And he said, don't you want to come to Free State Cricket? And I said, over my dead body. Well, 3 years later, he convinced me to go there. And I had 3 most wonderful years in Bloemfontein.
Change of bowling with Leon Botha back into the attack, giving his captain some work, diving to his left there.
Hopefully he's not going to, I know he's trying to bounce people out. Hopefully he's not going to leak runs.
Ten and 11 at the crease.
There we go. Straight up in the channel. You miss, I hit. Bye-bye.
Well, maybe the first one was a loosener, and Botha gets his man. This moved prodigiously off the seam back in to the right-hander and castles him, and that is the end of the innings, where the Dolphins are all out for 346, just short of another full bonus point.
Yeah, and Boland would have got their full quota of 4 bonus points for bowling. We're disappointed with the batting, but now it's going to be a monumental effort that's required. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and it's going to be interesting what roller they use, because they do have the choice, the batting side, and the roller now will have to come on, and they can utilize between 0 and 7 minutes. And I'm sure they will utilize the old 7 minutes to probably use the heavy roller. I'm just trying to see. No, it's the light roller coming on. It's the light roller. So this is the situation. Hollywoodbets lead by 190 runs. We're going to have a short break, and when we get back, the innings of Boland.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium.
What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details.
Oh, welcome back. It's our time. 4th of October to the 15th of March. The Hollywoodbets Pro Series cricket. It's women's cricket that will be on show. Well, the women's cricket hasn't basked themselves in glory today in India. It's been abysmal, to say the least. They were skittled out for a paltry 69 earlier. And currently, England 65 without loss. They've trounced South Africa by 10 wickets. But Hollywoodbets cricket is on the show with all the young women on screen. Oh, here we go now. They've first got to bat down that deficit of over 200. That's the first task. And to lose a minimum amount of wickets. And you need these two to get in a big score. First ball of the day, Bosch to Milan. On the money.
Well, two things that I'm intrigued in this next sort of time that takes us to the tea break and then to the close of play is going to be the approach of both sides. Marcus Ackerman, how are you going to ask, or what are you going to expect from your bowlers here? Are you going to go the same route as bowling your line and length, stuff that was so successful? Batters, are you going to come out and be patient with your batting, or are you going to try and show intent, just trying to score and get into that deficit?
Well, the big thing is, James and I discussed it at length earlier. You can't also have the attitude of, we must play for time and play for a draw. That's negative. Then you're going to get yourself into trouble and you're going to get out. You've got to leave well. You've got to play what's in front of you. And you can't also play within your shell and stay there. The ball is there to be hit, you've got to hit. And run your singles and runs on offer hard. That shows positive intent as well. Not going to be easy, but the first thing is, I always believe as the captain, play the shine of the ball.
Yeah.
Get in. Shine of the ball that neutralizes the swing. Doesn't swing that much then when the ball's a bit older. And if you as the opening batsman, that's your job to play the shine of the ball and stay in for as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's also, got to agree with you there. You've got to get the scoreboard moving in a positive direction. 190 is a long, long way away.
It's Everest. It's not the Drakensberg Mountains or the Nederberg you're climbing, it's Everest. Or the Himalayas.
But this game is moving forward very quickly. We haven't reached tea yet on day 2.
And both sides are out. And we're into the third innings of the game. That's the nature of this game. Situations like this, Paarl could be at KB's desk already at the ground and saying, any flights to Durban? I always used to him, Sean, don't touch the money. Don't touch the money. And every time he did it, and every time I would say to him, well, day 5, he's still saying, oh, and I'm saying to him, told you so many times, you don't listen. That'll be 4. Clipped away on the leg side. And Kashila, that's a wide at a fine leg. He's got no chance of getting there. What a way to open your account. It's also getting into good positions, isn't it?
100%. 100%. And Peter Milan will know they might be targeting his pads because word spreads in this game. Once they find out you've got a little bit of a weakness, they will pounce on it. And it's for you as a batter to counter punch that. Interesting that these two bowlers have switched ends from yesterday. It was Chele that started from the Drakenstein end, and this time he's coming from the Nederburg again.
Steeman also came from the Drakenstein end, and Nyaka was bowling from the Nederburg end. Full. And what a way to open. Lovely stroke. It was just a rank half volley. Got it into line and punched it down the ground neatly for 4.
Well, it's one of those balls you just wish you get every day of the week. You will put that away, even with your eyes closed, some would say. Absolute ease.
Clip through mid-wicket and just have the beating of the man at mid on. I turned for a second. I thought of a third. But this is a good, positive start.
And that's what you're going to get from Rulofsson. He's in good form. He's in good fettle. And he will still be playing his shots. But he's somebody that if you bowl at him, he will play his shots. You've just got to be a little bit patient. Drag him away from his comfort zone. Drag him outside his comfort zone. He's one of these batters that doesn't like to be kept quiet. A couple of dots here, there. He starts getting fidgety.
Well, he's had a positive start, so you can't moan about that. He mustn't get out. That's the big thing. You don't mind positive intent, but don't get out.
Remember that first innings? Saw he hit 2 4s in the over and then thought he was going to hit another one and just got an edge. Flew through to the keeper, Viljoen.
Yeah, he's a good player, Rulofsson. I like his nature and the way he approaches the game. Milan, the old vintage guy, there with him. They're capable, this batting lineup. Now you just imagine. No, don't imagine. Do not put the mockers on anybody.
You were going to say something there in the universe. You were going to put it out there.
No, I was going to say, now imagine tomorrow these two are still in. These batsmen. You've just not pulled it out of me. I was. You. There we go. Mic down. Shake of the head. Now it's going to cost a hell of a lot of resilience because this is not a bad bowling attack at all.
No, it's not. Like the likes of Bartman still to follow this.
Well, this is short, pulled away. Taylor there does the covering. Get another single. Whoa, what a delivery. My goodness gracious me.
Well, have some of this.
Quotie Groever of said in Afrikaans, dis so na soos damn it aan vloek.
You've just reminded me of something that you said on Afrikaans comms that I'm going to tell the public and share with them after this. I can recall, I can't remember where you were on comms about it. It was definitely Afrikaans, and there was a ball bowled similar to the one that Bosch just bowled there, and you just didn't have anything else, and said, yes. Ek weet nie wat die Afrikaanse woord vir dit nie, maar dit was nou 'n Jaffa.
He's just squared him up a little bit there. It's just got to be a bit more circumspect. Bosch is a wily character. Hails from Milton College. His father was a good cricketer as well, both to see both the brothers, Ethan and Corbin. Corbin playing for South Africa these days. Their father, Tertius Bosch, was indeed a good bowler, opened the bowling with Fanie de Villiers. Not with us anymore.
Terrier bowler he was.
Yeah. It's better. Got into line in better space, better position. Just clipped it in for one.
Obviously, I wasn't around when Tertius was playing, but he didn't seem somebody that said a lot of words. He was very soft-spoken.
Yeah, very soft-spoken. Just did the job with the ball. He let the ball do the talking. The fiery characters there were guys like Gerber Grobler, he's also late, and Fanie de Villiers.
Got to throw Rudy Bryson in there as well.
At that time, I think before he went to the Titans, he was still at Eastern Province. Him and Merrick Pringle, Paul Raymond, John Maguire. And Rod McCurdy also there at some stage.
McCurdy.
Kepler brought all those Aussies when he was together. Him together with Quotie Groever, ex-colleague in Afrikaans. It's also not with us. They did the renaissance of Eastern Province cricket, because they were in the doldrums for many, many years. Before that, guys like Armitage and Ogilvie and Simon Besaidenout. Wilmot, Laurie Wilmot, and Chris Wilkins before he went to Natal. The two of them were very good, him and Rob Bentley at
Rob Bentley.
Yeah. I bumped into him, Darryl Bestel, yeah. I bumped into Rob Bentley some time back when I was doing some commentary in Zimbabwe. Still looked good then, a couple of years ago. And Richie Kashula. He was at some stage the convener of selectors there at Zimbabwean cricket.
Don't ever retire, please. I'm loving these names that you just keep on recalling. It makes me reflect back.
Yeah, there's some good cricketers that came out of Zimbabwe. Brian Davidson, Duncan Fletcher, Keith Barber. Yep. And Heat Streak, talk about those cricketers. And Henry Olonga.
I played cricket with Henry Olonga. Sort of, whenever we had National Academy, he was at the National Academy with us, and we would do the odd song.
Hamilton Mazakatsa would have been there as well.
No, he was the year before. He was before.
Tommy Bangwa, he was also there at the academy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Beautifully driven. That will go for 4.
That is what I'm talking about, patience as a batter. You just got to wait who he's going to give in first. This time, Taylor just a little bit more fuller. It just allows Rulofson just to lean on that, and that's gone for 4 beautiful runs.
Well, those days back, the guys used to play, Rhodesia used to play in the Currie Cup here in Zimbabwe.
That's right.
And the guys used to leave by train from Cape Town to Zimbabwe. Now you imagine what a trip that was. That's the one sad thing that one misses in South Africa these days, was you took the train from Cape Town to Park Station in Joburg, you could go to Zimbabwe, the rail system was brilliant. If there's anything that could bring that back, I don't enjoy much sitting on a bus for 10 hours. That's not I will never get on a bus. But I'll be on a train for 2 days. Because you got your compartments and you can walk around, go to the pub, go and have a nice lunch in the lounge. That's lovely. I don't even like driving in a car for 4 hours. Never mind. Oh, my dear Fox, I'm so engrossed that I forgot that you are right here behind me.
I'm enjoying it.
Before I get a clap on my head, get out of here. I'm going to move right out of your way and allow you and Eugene Molion to have a merry old time till tea.
My dear Fox, did he say? Well, I look forward to the intro that the Fox is going to give to you, the Rhino, when you make your way back here. But it won't be before tea.
No. Thank you very much, Jeremy. That certainly you bring back a lot of memories there in what you're discussing. That I remember he's talking about Dickie Ogilvie, the seamer for Eastern Province, and it was when I was working in the change rooms as a youngster at St. George's Park, and it was Natal versus Eastern Province, and it was one of the games that it came down to literally EP were 9 wickets down and they needed 4 to win. Well, they were 8 wickets down. Dickie was the number 11 in it, and he was sitting there it was a wooden bench. At the old dressing rooms were underneath the main stand. And Dickie was sitting there, and I mean, he was so nervous. He was just like sitting there. He was like fidgeting, and then I think it was Mike Proctor took the 9th wicket, and he had to go out. Then there was 4 needed to win. They did get over the line eventually, but it was just, I still remember him sitting there at the entrance to that change room, or the change rooms under the main grandstand, and he was so nervous. But he used to have that really interesting action. His front leg used to go out to the left as he bowled. Was a really interesting action. Not one that you would be that happy with, I don't think, Eugene.
Brilliant fielding. Each of their own. We've seen some actions.
Absolutely, we have indeed.
It's not sort of textbook these days. No. Obviously, there's some stuff you've got to look at in terms of injury prevention and things like that. However, it's very much individualistic bowling actions these days, as well as batting. You've seen batters with their bottom and around the bat a lot more than probably the textbook would say. They always say, coach the person, coach the player. That's good, very positive.
I was going to say it's good from Peter Milan, isn't it? He just lent into it. Didn't go with hard hands, just played it into the offside, goes through for the single, rotate the strike. And that's exactly what they need to do. They need to build a big innings here.
Just got to be wary of Bosch. He's hitting the surface quite hard, and when he does, you can see he's getting some movement away from the right-hander. And we've already seen that first innings yesterday. Boland loved to just play that ball outside that off stump.
And they are hitting those areas. Ethan Bosch as well. I think he's been far more consistent than Dithole in the first few overs. So just into the 5th over of this innings. But important, isn't it? He did this well in the first innings as well, just kept that line and length, and was particularly noticeable with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins bowlers.
He's definitely getting that ball to shape a little bit in the air as well. Very cautious, well played, well negotiated by Rulofson. 5 overs gone, 19 without loss. Solid start, by Goldrush Boland.
And that's more of the same. I think if you're a Goldrush Boland supporter, Hollywoodbets Dolphins have got themselves into an outstanding position, and they really would want to be ramming home this advantage. It'll be interesting to see what happens when Otniel Bartman comes on to bowl, because he was the one who really skittled that top order of Goldrush Boland in the first innings.
Are you surprised he didn't get the new ball?
Not really, because I think he's a better first change bowler. You've got the pace of Dithole and Bosch up front with the new nut, but I think he just brings you that level of control, and he was outstanding in that first innings. And there again, he's just lost his line there to Milan, and it's just a release ball for him. He can get off strike, rotate the strike. It means the bowler's got to reset, bowling at a different batter. And we saw this when Boland were bowling. They just didn't exert any pressure.
Yeah, it just looks like Marcus Ackerman will want these two to operate in the partnership, Dithole and Bosch. Because then you've got Bartman and Tristan Loose. Loose got more pace. Can run in and just use that breeze in his back as well.
That's another 4-ball. They have given up Dithole. That is not the first time he's overpitched in this innings. And Grant Rulofson doesn't miss out once again.
Yeah. And his patience is wearing. And again, overpitched and well put away. Well, for me, and these are just our opinions, I would have given that new ball to Bartman, because I think he can sort of move it both ways off the pitch.
Yeah, he's just a clever, isn't he? A canny bowler, isn't he?
The other thing for me as well, James, is Dithole bowled the majority of his overs from the top end, and he's probably getting a better rhythm from that end. And bowlers, they are so, what's the word I'm looking for? Finicky?
Yeah, finicky.
Finicky, that's the word.
Yeah.
That it's just a feel. And something just doesn't feel right, or whatever the case may be. And sometimes, more often than not, it's the wind, but it can change a little bit.
And you say you probably feel on certain grounds, you get used to bowling from a certain end as well. Just the feel of it, maybe the slope. And you spoke about it, I think yesterday, even last week when we were on air. There's just this very slight sort of, I'd say slope, if you say it. It's virtually imperceptible, but it's from the right-hand side to the left-hand side of the square. And so when you're bowling towards us from the southern end, you're almost bowling, it's a different way of working it, and a different way where you're going to be pitching that delivery.
But definitely what I like about these two opening batters so far today in the second innings is they're leaving more balls outside that off stump, and they are saying, listen, come and bowl closer to us. And we've already seen once that happens, boom, they pounce on it. Certainly Rulofson has.
Yeah, and that, as you say, I think they were just generally, Goldrush Boland batters, far too loose in that first innings. Not the same result that time with that overpitch delivery. 24 without loss after 6.
How long will Marcus Ackerman persist with Dithole? 3 overs for 16.
Maybe one more over. maybe a 4-over spell, 5-over spell.
You're far too kind, James. You
I
are
think
far
so.
too kind,
I think
aren't
so.
you?
Yeah.
You want to make inroads. I'm looking at the clock here. It says about 18 minutes or so to go to tea. You want to make inroads into that Boland side. It's nothing against the bowler at times. You just want to get going with the game.
Yeah, so you'd take him off now.
I will say, listen, Bartman, you've got 18 minutes here. What's that? Probably 4 overs at best. So you're going to go 2 or 3 overs. See if you can sort of get us one. He's already limbering up there at mid-on.
Or maybe he is going to come on at this end. You just say, put it on a string for me, Ottenhill, which is what he was doing in the first innings. And he's just straying on. You can't bowl there to any top order batter worth their salt in first class cricket. Just searching for something, perhaps Ethan Bosch on that time, that delivery.
Yeah, that encouragement of the ball moving away from the right hand, and that drags a bowler into thinking, you can come a little bit straighter, and then the batter pounces on it.
Very athletic, Ethan Bosch, tall man. He's seems to have everything moving in the right direction, doesn't he?
Well, what he has an advantage, he's got a good head coach in the form of Quinton Friend, who was a fast bowler himself, and Quinny charged him.
Yeah.
And I remember the more Quinny got hit, the quicker he used to run in, arms going all over the place. But he understands bowling, and he's got him to really get a lot of information on. Yeah, he's got all the good attributes that every fast bowler wants, does Ethan Bosch, yeah.
And actually, the way he runs in there does actually remind me a bit of his father, in the way that Tertius used to run in as well. I mean, he was outstanding. Played in that first Test match that South Africa played. I think it was his only Test match, in fact, in the West Indies. And used to run in and was an outstanding bowler for what was in those days, I think, was now the Titans.
I wonder what would have happened if we, South Africa, got across the line in that very first Test match. Because everybody thought, no, it was done and dusted, surely. But, I mean, our cricket probably would have gone through the roof. It still has gone through the roof.
I like the way Rulofson stood up there and just played that through the covers. Picks up 3. It was incredible. I mean, I think if my memory serves me right, it was 122 for 2. It was going into the final day of that match, and it was Peter Kirsten and Kepler Wessels at the crease. 79 needed with 8 wickets in hand, and we got blown away by Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh and everybody was saying, I think Ali Bacher himself said, are we going to win this one? It's our first Test match back. We're going to win it, and so disappointed. And it was at the end of the over, 30 for no wicket after 7, and it was at the World Test Championship final. I mean, 69, I think it was, needed on the last day. 8 wickets in hand, and there were 3 journos at South African journos that were at that Test match in Barbados.
Oh, and they were there.
One of them was Telford Vice. Another one was Colin Bryden and Neil Manthorpe. Were all at Barbados, and they were all at Lords. And when we got to the winning run, I mean, you know Telford Vice, but Telford always wears his hat. He had his trilby on, I think it was, and he was sitting next to me. And he got to the winning run, and he just pulled his hat down over his eyes. It was he remembered that. It was those type of things, that you look back at that and you say that was just an incredible moment in South African cricketing history when we played our first Test match back against the West Indies. Such an incredible symbol, in fact, of what it meant now for us going forward, and to come then, what were we, 33 years later, and we're at Lord's, and so many memories of that time.
There's height there, not much going for you there. I mean, Jeremy spoke about how close we did get to, finals or winning finals and as a nation. And I think there's so many things like the finer part. I mean, the 99 World Cup, scores tied.
I know.
Zulu Klusno on strike. There were so many balls still left in that over. He could have just stood there and decided, he could have hit anyone with the remaining balls. And those are just finer parts.
That goes through the cordon, soft hands from Peter Milan. And there again, this is what they didn't do in the first innings. Again, soft hands. They were going at the ball a lot harder in the first innings. This time just angling it. He did get the outer edge, but it bounced a couple of times before it went through the slip cordon. And this hasn't been a particularly successful over for Lele so far. And again, questions whether he should be bowling from this end or not.
I don't know what is the reluctance. Firstly, love the approach of Goldrush Boland here. Much better with the bat in hand, especially from these two. But as you look at the time, and with this game, what's his name? Andrew Lawson used to coach Northwest as well at the time, and he says, you've got to be wary of time, where you are in the game, in the longer format of the game. I looked at my watch at the time. I said, listen, there's 20 minutes, 18 minutes left in the game, right? Put Bartman on, have a quick spell of 2-3 overs just before tea, because he was their most successful bowler with a newish ball as well.
You mentioned the fact that he's able to move it both ways. When he's on song, which he was in that first innings, it just made it incredibly difficult for the batters. I mean, yes, I think, his wickets were the ones where it wasn't necessarily the batter that got himself out. I mean, Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, certainly that wicket, big wicket, that he just had that ball exactly where he wanted it.
The thing that we do see a lot of, how captains react to the game. We see deep point go out. We see these funny fields of bowling short and stuff like that. Why not be proactive, saying, right, okay, understand it's not happening for you now. You can come back for a spell, because you can come back off the tee. Bartman, please just give me 2 or 3 here, because we know what you're going to get from you. Because look at that run rate, 4.6.
Yeah.
So you've given both his men starts.
And there you go. He gives them another 4-ball outside the off stump, and that's cut away as easy as you like by Peter Milan, and brings up 40 off 8 overs. So they're batting at 5 and over. And what it is doing is just giving them, as we look at this again, just easy pickings for him, short and wide. And it just means that it takes the pressure off them from a scoring point of view. They don't have to worry about where the runs are going to be coming from. They're being given the runs.
At the minute, they can just play away with ease. Peter Milan, he's been around. This is his 202nd first-class game. He's open for the majority of those, I'm sure. And if you dish up a ball like that, he's definitely going to put it away every day of the week.
And a man who averages over 44 in first-class cricket in 200 games, that's got to tell you something.
Jeremy looking at me there and saying, listen, don't worry about it. Just,
Don't put the mockers on him.
No, he's not putting the mockers on me. He's just like, listen, just say, because I love the game, and I want to see people say, like, we don't want to watch 4-day cricket because it's not going anywhere and stuff like that. It's because of things like this.
Yeah.
Like, know where you are. We've now, what is that? He's going to come and bowl 1 over here, Bartman.
Yeah.
He might prize a wicket, and then what's going to happen? This is why I'm saying play the type of cricket that's going to make it exciting for people to come in.
And you talk about the nuances of the game, isn't it? And you get that in 4-day cricket, in Test match cricket, the red ball format, where time is so important. I mean, how do you manage that time? How do you, coming up to a break, batters have got to get in twice in this period. So, so important that you keep that focus right through. And we saw that. I mean, even in the Dolphins innings, where wickets were lost at the end of a day, at the end of a session, and got to maintain your concentration all the way through.
Tell you why I'm talking about time, because at the time I think I got 32 or 33. We played Easterns, but I got out on the stroke of tea, and I walked off thinking, happy days, better with me in batting 7 or 8. We've got 32 happy days. Walked off, got in the dressing room. People were saying, well played, yous and everything else. And Andrew Lawson walks in and says, what are you doing? Getting out before tea. And obviously some other prize words which we can't talk about now. However, I never ever forgot where I was in a 4-day game ever again. Never ever got out before tea or drinks.
And that's it. It's just, those are the things that just make this such an interesting format. And
I tell you one thing, I might have got out before lunch though. Or that second new ball.
there we go. But this has been a very interesting sort of half an hour, sort of 40 minutes, hasn't it, since they've come back out. And it's like punching and counter punching. They've put on 40, they've reduced the deficit to 150. So far, not having lost a wicket, if they go into tea without losing a wicket, they'll feel, we'll start again now. Our deficit's now 145, 150. It's not 190. We've still got the opening batters there. Let's open the batting again.
Yep. This is the time I always say this, I love to be that fly on the wall in the dressing room to hear what these guys are saying. Just find out, are they happy with that and stuff. But I'm more of the thought that if something is just not going for you, and you can see early on, and it's always the good captain. Graham Smith was a good captain. If something's not happening, right, no, we'll bring you back. Let's try something else.
End of the 9th over, it's 41 without loss, and that was a better over from Ethan Bosch. And we are going to see Otniel Bartman, as you would have liked about 10 minutes ago or more, Eugene. We will have 1 over before the tea break. You're playing under Graham Smith at the Lions then?
No.
Or was that?
No, at the Lions it was Neil McKenzie,
okay.
and he was also, in my opinion, one of the good captains around in the domestic circuit, and he just knew what to get out of batters, and he also knew what to get out of bowlers. I mean, he always had a way of speaking to Garnet Kruger and sort of G him up.
Yeah.
And I think I've told the story before, but let's not talk about that for now. But
no.
I remember it was mic'd up. Neil McKenzie was mic'd up. It was a T20 game, and they talk back to commentators, asking him just to get more insight to the viewers back home. And I remember he brought Garnet back for another 2 overs, and the first ball he bowled was just length, and I hit it, boom, for 4. And then he goes on, he says to the commentator, I can't remember who he spoke to, he just said, listen, just hold on a second. Garnie, that's length, eh? That's length. We spoke about this, and that was it. End of. Right? Okay, went back to... So we knew where we were.
Yeah.
He was very good at training, Neil McKenzie was. Very involved. But he understood the players a lot, and he knew who to bring on, who not to at particular times of the game. Yeah, we've seen a play and miss first ball. We've seen a ball just nip away from the right hand a second, and then on the money again, possibly hitting off stump.
Yeah, so we won't say any more about that. Bartman doing Bartman things here.
It's a lovely saying in Afrikaans. It doesn't sound the same in English.
Okay.
Though it's part of my surname. But what does Mole know about cheese?
Okay.
That become more fun.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. The other Afrikaans saying, which is so good, and forgive my English accent, but I mean, die kool is deur die kerk. That is such a good one. That one. I mean, die kool.
Horse is bolted. Horse is bolted.
Yeah. Oh, so is die kool. Die kool is deur die kerk. Okay, got that one wrong. Yeah.
Die kat is in die duiwolk.
Okay.
The cat's amongst the pigeons.
Yeah. Cat is in die duiwolk. Yeah. Cat
You could
amongst
just
the
say the
pigeons.
cats are there at Henry Williams' house.
The pigeon man. Yeah.
Yeah. So ask him if the breeze is blowing like this. I mean, well, what's the chances? And if you break a record flying down breeze?
I reckon those pigeons are in Betty's Bay.
Yeah. Certainly, with this wind blowing, quite possible.
Well, will that be tea? All depends on when the umpire gets to behind the stumps. Well, that is the slowest walk I've ever seen.
Yeah, Andre Olafia walking very slowly to the ball's end. In fact, the clock has just ticked over to 1500, and that is the end of the session. It's tea, gentlemen, on the second day of this match, which has progressed very quickly. It's 41 without loss at Goldrush Boland. They still are in deficit by 149. They haven't lost a wicket in that session which they batted just before tea, and it'll be Rulerson on 22 and Milan on 18 that will resume after the break, and we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes.
blissful long summer days, rice smoke drifting across the stands, the hiss on the grass banks, and the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium.
What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup, the intrigue of the 4-day series, and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details.
Okay, I'll anchor now.
Okay, cool.
Welcome back after tea here at the Goldrush Boland. And 41 without loss. They got off to a very, very good start. They're batting at 4.1 runs to the over, which is very, very healthy. Done nothing silly. They've been positive. And they've just played each ball on its merit. Bosh. Nice bounce outside of stump. Well left by Peter Milan. Oh, is it Tristan Lees? I beg your pardon. Oh, he looks the man that certainly has the bit more gas. But this is a very good seam attack that the Dolphins have.
Yeah, I really like the addition of Tristan Lees, a good signing for the Dolphins. The Roskor Waterkloof youngster, 19 years old, such a prospect.
Well, he got a couple of wickets yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
He picked up 4 for 42 in his 10.2 overs, which was good going. So they'll be wary of him because Boland batsman got out to him yesterday.
And he's got a good start to his first-class career. His best of 5 for 90 for the Dolphins against the Warriors at St George's Park last season. He's picked up a contract with My Cape Town for the SA20 as well. That's a good signing for them.
Well, he must be excited. The rookie. What an opportunity it is when you get signed up like that.
You're playing with players like Trent Bolt, Kagiso Rabada, incredible opportunity.
Yeah, your career can only go one way when you in such a esteemed company, and especially when you get rated as a youngster.
It's so good that they're giving him the game time down there at the Dolphins. That's what you need. You need to be out there. You need to build your craft, and this is the way you do it in the 4-day game.
Yeah, as you're saying, playing this format, it's just what is needed. Get hang time.
And it just helps you, doesn't it, Jeremy, to develop different skills. I mean, you've got the skills you need to use in a T20 situation, but this is different as well. You've got to have the patience.
And goodness, he's a baby. So, you know, all the learnings here, 4-day cricket, this is where you hone your skills. Not going to do it in T20 cricket at this age. It gives you the leverage to play the 20-over format. But this is where you do the hard yards. This is where you build up your strength, your core, your skills, your guile, your finesse.
Yeah, well said, Jeremy. It's all about that development. And as a fast bowler, you only get to be at your best when you're probably into your mid to late 20s.
As this man here is now accomplished.
Yeah, 32 years old, still got a few years left in him. Started well, didn't he, with that maiden before tee. Probably should have come on a little bit earlier. Has made the ball do more than you feel any other of the bowlers have. But he bowled well in partnership with Tristan Luce in that first innings. And both of them did exceptionally well. Took 7 of the 10 wickets that fell.
That's a good shot. Brilliant position. And the on drive. It is so elegant when it's performed perfectly, and the safest and best place to play a fast bowler is straight back, either on the on or the offside. And that was a lovely on drive.
It certainly wasn't that over pitched from Bartman. He just played it on the up, down the ground. That is, I'm sure Goldrush Boland will hope, the sign of a batter in form.
It's a long season. It's only their second 4-day game, so you want your batsmen in form. And it's good signs for a side. Oh, good delivery.
What a response from Otniel Bartman. Just been so good. I think he's, for me, been the pick of the bowlers in that first innings as well. 3 very big wickets that he got in that top order. And then he allowed Tristan Luce to be able to bowl quick and be incisive as well. So very good partnership between these two.
Before more. Hitting it backward of square on the offside. Henry David's doing his wicket walk. It's a bit late today.
What was good there was that he stood up so tall, Grant Rulofsson, and played it with pretty much a straight bat down to that backward point region. Good to see that the Dolphins haven't put that man out at backward point on the boundary yet. Still got the 2 slips in the gully.
End of the over. 49 without loss.
So we do have down there at Newlands 246 for 5, the Lions. And it's Van Buren and Esterhuizen, 2 players who I rate very highly in terms of young batters at the crease, doing a good job for the Lions there. It's not that quick they've been batting, so batting bonus points, I think they're only on 224 or something after 100 overs. So World Sports Betting Western Province have done a good job in restricting the number of runs they've scored. They just haven't got the wickets, and the Lions looking to score big, I'm sure, on this with this innings. These 2 still at the crease.
Yeah, Van Buren on 73, Esterhuizen on 36. They lead by 53.
Just talking with somebody during the break, just in terms of what do Goldrush Boland look to do here. They want to make sure that they're maximum 2 down by the close of play. The rate they're going at the moment, they would probably have got close to wiping out that deficit at that particular point of time. Bat all day tomorrow. Set out their stall to bat as long as possible.
Yeah, from Boland point of view, they got that deficit. They got to wipe that out with minimum damage. I think that's also the message that would have come from the change room. Justin Anton would have spoken to his batters and said, guys, got a job here in your hands. Bat all day, bat tomorrow, minimum damage. Then maybe we can just set them a total. So lots of cricket still to be played. In the third session of day 2. Got a bit of gas, this young man.
Does indeed. I really like the look of Tristan Luce. Tall, bespectacled. I don't know if he's got his contact lenses on today, but he often see him wearing specs. He's just got that tall. He's really steams in, doesn't he? And he's got all the attributes of a good fast bowler.
A strong lad. I certainly do make them strong. Coming up there from Pretoria.
And that is the 50 up for Goldrush Boland. 50 off 77 deliveries. 12.3 overs.
We saw Janko Smit also last week, also
Yes.
big lad. Where's he, Alfie's boy?
Yes, Affie's boy, Janko Smit. And say Hoërskool Waterkloof for Tristan Luce. And he's got another Hoërskool Waterkloof player at bat there, Peter Milan.
I must admit, I took a big liking to Janko Smit.
Yes.
You know why?
No?
Because the Stormers won against, and he came out, Stormers, the next one. I said, that's my man.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
I found it very ironical that a guy playing for the Titans supporting the Stormers. Does hearten, does brighten up your heart, doesn't it?
It does indeed. He knows the right colour blue then, obviously.
Yeah.
And it was a really good win, wasn't it, for the Stormers? At the end of the year was 50 after 13. And
Yeah.
good win for them last week against the champions Leinster.
Yeah, it was a good win. That's massive.
And
They
They'll
take
be
the
look-
Ospreys tonight.
yeah, that's going to be a good game as well. Ospreys had a pretty good game against the Bulls last week. They scored quite a number of tries, so it's going to be quite an exciting game, I'm sure, this evening at the DHL Stadium in Greenpoint.
Yeah, so many things happened. I got an invite to rugby this
Yeah.
evening, which I had to decline because attending Vernon Philander's mother's 60th birthday.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And
Happy birthday, Bonnie.
yeah, many happy returns. She deserves those happy returns for producing one of the legends of South African fast bowling. So it's Vernon Philander, what a career he had when he finally got selected for the Proteas.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Otherwise, I'd have left you at 4 o'clock, James. I'd have been trekking back to Cape Town
Yeah.
to get to rugby.
Yeah, that traffic, I'm sure, going to Greenpoint area can be quite hectic at time when you've got the rugby on the go. Fantastic stadium, though, built for the World Cup in 2010.
There's still a little bit of Newlands left in me.
Yeah,
especially when it comes to rugby. It is a magnificent stadium, Cape Town
Yeah.
Stadium, no doubt about it.
But
Easy
yeah,
access in and out, and out at Greenpoint, and I was fortunate enough with the soccer 2010 also to get invited to watch that, and I watched 2 games there, and wow, yeah, stadium
yeah.
was brand new.
But as you say, access, just the way it was designed. I mean, Newlands was amazing because it was just so close. You
Yeah.
were so close to the pitch, weren't you? And it just, very tall stands, and just the atmosphere was amazing.
Yeah, and you could hear the tackles. You could hear guys going into each other, poof, and the hits and all that. When you sat down in that grandstand at Newlands and you were quite close.
Yeah, I like the way you say that. You could hear the tackles. That's
Yeah, you
exactly
could.
what
I mean,
it
it
is.
just was crunching.
The hits, that
Yeah.
come in. My goodness, hasn't rugby just as a game developed with the whole professionalism of the game? You think of where it was, and I mean now it's just become an all year round sport. I mean, it only used to be a winter sport.
Yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely. Well, it's a different hemispheres. It's cold in England, so nicely played out there. It was kept a little bit low, that one. The guys were laughing at me this morning, and I said, guys were laughing at me this morning. Well, the phone's ringing, and it's ringing on my MacBook and on my phone. But I was saying, imagine you're the coach of Ireland, and you're coach of the All Blacks, and all you hear when you go to bed at night, knowing you've got to play the Springboks the next day, and you go to bed and all you hear, it's in your head, Rahasi. It must be a nightmare, even before you get to the ground.
Yeah, I think you're right. It must be a nightmare, isn't he? He's been so good tactically. And his man management is absolutely outstanding, Rassie Erasmus. That's
Top
the
draw.
big thing, isn't it?
Top draw, James. Top draw.
And to get the best, you were talking about it earlier. You were on air with Eugene. You were talking about it earlier. You were talking about the coach and how you get the best out of your players. You were talking about it in terms of being a school teacher and just understanding the player, or understanding the child, understanding the player. And when it comes to that, I mean, in any sport, it's so important. So important to be able to recognize what really turns, what switches somebody on, what's it about. And it's different for so many people. You have to have, it's not that everybody's going to respond the same way to the same thing. You've got to just try and work with it and mold it and understand who's going to be giving you what in your team. And you have players out there that are going to be the ones that are going to lead. You have others that are going to be the followers. You identify that and can then mold the team into a unit.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And then players start engaging with you. And the thing is this, the big thing, 52 without loss, it is this. Leas continues to bowl from the Drakensberg Mountains end. Once you've won the trust of your players and the players start to trust you, then comes the confidence edge. And as far as the Springboks concerned, I mean, every week Rassie can make this change and that change. He has that discussion with the players prior to it happening, and they know exactly when they're going to play, when they're not. That's programs. You rest now, you give that one. It's not about giving everybody. And he's preparing that spot for the World Cup because he knows there's probably 4, 5, or 6 players that won't go to the World Cup because they just ages against them. But giving the youngsters the experience to play with the older guys so that come 2027, they have a squad of players that are ready to go and raring to go. That's just magnificent. I was privileged when they had their camps, and we were doing the test match at studio in Joburg, the Mace that South Africa won. And known Rassie since he was Free State days when I worked there in the 90s when he played and was a student. And we had breakfast the one morning and just tapping his mind, and I asked him the question, how do you do? And just listening to him talk is just absolutely phenomenal. It's things that you treasure. And you think, wow, this guy has done a hell of a job for South African rugby.
And I think the backing that he's received from sort of SA rugby, I mean, the nation is behind him as well. I mean, success breeds that. I think it's important. But I mean, even in defeat, when they have the defeat, you know, you see how he takes it, you see how he responds to it, and what he does to change that. I mean, you look at that response to that defeat to New Zealand in New Zealand, and how that changed completely the way that he and the team approached the next game is incredible to see.
And to come back the next week and defeat the All Blacks by the margin by which they did. I mean, that just, you know, everybody was saying, and this is how fickle our public are. And sometimes I don't really respond to things like that on Facebook. And when I hear, and suddenly, Rassie should not be coach of that. I mean, for goodness sake, the man's won two. And I wasn't even bothered whether South Africa would win this championships or not. To me, it's the bigger picture.
Yeah.
He's preparing for 2027. We've won 2 World Cups. My goodness, and people asking for his head after the loss at Eden Park. I find that flabbergasting, and this is in the air. Oh my goodness gracious me. He should have taken that, and then it drops it. Well. That's a chance Ghana begging for the Dolphins. How expensive would this be? But I must admit, it's a silly shot. It was. He's got a life and a chance. Rulofson.
Yeah, and the pressure had been building. That run rate has gone down to 3.5. Tristan Lees, how unlucky is the bowler here? He puts one in, he picks it up from outside the off stump. As you say, not the most intelligent shot from Rulofson, but Bartman puts it down. Perhaps he was a bit worried in 2 minds whether he was going to go over the boundary, and just took his eye off the ball at the last minute, but lets it go down, and that's a huge let-off. And Lees and Bartman have been excellent just in terms of the pressure they put on these 2 batters, and that the scoring options have not been there. So Rulofson gets a life on 31.
Now you've got to cash in. That one's cut away. We won.
Yeah, indeed. Now it's the time. You know, you've been given that chance. You've got to make sure that the Dolphins pay for dropping you. And very important that these 2 continue the way they've gone along. Just perhaps the last thing, just on that from a team, and that you just see the plan, you see the vision, and that's something for me that's so important. We often talk about vision. And it's something in the business world, the corporate world, that's become very important over the last, maybe 30 years or so. Started to creep into the business world, and instead of just being, almost a transactional type of thing, it was, what's the vision for the company? What are our values? How do we work it? And those sort of things are so important, and you see them in a team or an administration or sporting administration body.
Cut away again. Insurance on the boundary. Just curtail it to 1. It's a gentle breeze now blowing, and then it just flares up again, doing all sorts of spoils to poor James's hair.
Yeah, definitely. Well, my son calls this what I have a no-hair mohawk. So, yeah. I haven't quite gone for the Bobby Charlton comb over yet, though.
They've also resorted to the man on the boundary on the offside. Ramashan Pillay out there.
Yeah, he must have been really upset with that first baller in the first innings. You could just see, and the youngster so desperately unhappy that he'd got an edge to that one. It was just feeling for it almost, first delivery. And just kissed the edge through to Clyde Reeves-Fontaine.
Yeah, and you want to impress because you're getting an opportunity you've worked hard for. I mean, they didn't play the first game last week. They must have had warm-up games, a lot of net sessions, and here you come. And you come in second innings, you'll be on a king pair.
Yeah.
That's a scary thought.
Yeah, it is. And there's no doubt as a youngster that's on his mind, isn't it? I mean, it has to be. You're only human, aren't you? I mean, come out, you're going to feel that way, and you're going to be, all the gremlins are going to be in your head. You've got to try and get those out of there. That's where the mind is such an important thing in sport.
Clipped away. And the one thing you got to remember, well, king pair could happen, or you could get a couple of runs in the second innings. You never know. It's all about the learning curve. And, you know, you believe in a youngster, you got to say, listen, and that is cricket sometimes in nature. You got to say to a youngster, listen, we're giving you 5 games. You're playing all 5.
Yeah.
Give him that confidence from the start because you believe in him. And even if he fails, you're going to stick with him for that 5 games because that's the confidence. Somewhere along the line, they do repay the faith. Believe me,
Yeah.
if he's good enough, he will repay the faith. So if you say 5 games, that's 10 innings.
Yeah.
I mean, Jacques Callis played, 10 innings before he got 100 in Melbourne.
He did. And he averaged 15, I think, on
Yeah.
his first number of games.
Wow, lovely stroke. On drive again.
Yeah, and the first ball that he faces after he was dropped on the boundary, plays it down the ground for 4, just to add insult to injury to Tristan Luce's wounds. But you talk about that, absolutely. Jacques Calais is probably the prime example of that. And people were asking for him to be dropped. I mean, what's this guy doing? He's only averaging 15, but my goodness, I mean, emerged as probably you'd say, one of the greatest all-rounders in
world cricket.
Yeah.
In world cricket. I mean,
yeah.
if you ask Ricky Ponting, he says Jacques Callis is the best all-rounder in world cricket. That is, there you go. And you get it from another great.
Yes.
Because Ponting is a great.
He is, indeed.
That is why I'd like to see a stand at Newlands named after him. I mean, it should be.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. You know, it really... You look at, I mean, I was just saying at Leicestershire, not Lancashire.
Lancashire, yes.
I mean, there are 2 foreigners. There's stands named behind him, Farouk Engineer
Yes.
and Sir Clive Lloyd.
That's right, yes.
I mean, they were legends.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got, and at Old Trafford as well, you've got the Sir James Anderson end and the Brian Statham end.
Yeah.
And I was at a couple of years ago when my son was worked in Worcester, and visited him, and we went down there and went to New Road because I said, Jim, look, I really want to go and see the ground at New Road, and there's 2 stands there, the Basil D'Oliveira stand and the Graham Hicks stand, named after 2 legends of Worcestershire cricket.
Yeah.
And they too, both of them coming from, one from South Africa and the other from Zimbabwe, but it's really good to honour the greats of the game.
Absolutely. Can you Adam and Eve this? Another chance gone a begging. What is Rulofson doing?
Oh,
My goodness me.
and that is Sepang Dithole, but really, you're right, it's Rulofson. He's got really loose in the last couple of overs. Another one goes down.
So wide outside off stump. Just leave the ball alone. But this should have been gobbled. He's living a charmed life at the moment.
And Tristan Luce must be wondering, what must I do to get his wicket? Just the youngster. And you can see what he thinks of it there, just kicking the ball away to the man at mid-wicket. Really upset. He's now had 2 chances dropped off his bowling. How expensive might those prove to be for the Dolphins?
Got to knuckle down. Got to knuckle down, young man. You're still a lot of runs behind. Can't be throwing it away like that. That's it. Early doors, bob and weave. You got a good score on the board. You've had a good partnership to now. You got a lot of work to do. Don't get out. Don't get out. Oh, that's 4 more. Now, there we go. Keep it on the carpet, son. Played some lovely off drives. That's one of them. And the one thing, at this level, you're going to get bad balls. Yeah. At test levels, it becomes very rare. But at this level, you're going to get 2 to 3 bad balls and over that you can dispatch. Don't go searching as a batsman. It will come to you. Patience. So just to get back to the naming of stands and stuff, and I say, I mean, if I look at Newlands,
yeah,
they definitely, I mean, it should be a Jock Colour stand there.
yeah,
There should be an Eddie Barlow stand.
agree.
And the President's Suite should be called the Hassenhauer President's Suite. And whether people like it or not, Basil D'Oliveira was part of history.
Yes.
He was born under the shades of Table Mountain. Surely someplace at Newlands. Irrespective of what your disagreement, we had unity now at all spectrum of the divide. There should even be a Ben Malamba stand, and there should also be a Basil D'Oliveira steps or a Basil D'Oliveira. Basil was part of history, no matter what the differences is. Hassenhauer was part of history, and those are the people you've got. The respect's got to be, and it's by time now that people at Newlands put their gremlins behind and get on with the game and get on naming those stands. It's an iconic ground, and I just, for the love of me, I just hope it happens before I die.
Yeah.
That I can see and one day walk up the Jock Colours stand. You can never erase history.
No.
What had happened, yeah. But you can also not be stuck in the past. Because if you remain stuck in the past, eventually your past will bury you. Move on. So that those who come after can see that these were the legends that pioneered the way for those to come.
Absolutely. And the stories, I mean, well said, Jeremy. I mean, the stories, the cricket, the history in the Western Cape is so incredible. I mean, across all the different groups in the history of cricket.
There'll be 4 more.
Just nicely played with soft hands by Peter Milan. He's been playing a bit of a supporting role here to Grant Rulofson. But that takes the partnership to 70, the deficit 120, and still no wickets down. Should have been at least 1 down, probably 2 down. So Rulofson's had 2 chances. But it's so good to embrace that history, embrace whatever that history is, and be able to reward, I say reward in some way, those greats of the game.
Yeah.
And we have the opportunity to do that. Graham Pollock has a pavilion named after him at St. George's Park.
And rightfully so. And all sectors of the divide. I mean, Ben Malamba, Hassenhauer split. There's some great cricketers that have come from the era, and you acknowledge them by naming because it stands, you know. And a guy like Edgar John Barlow, I mean, he took Western Province out of the depths of the B section. So, and Hassenhauer paved the way. I mean, he said no normal sport in an abnormal society. Whether you agreed or not agreed, the fact of the matter, it's part of history. It's part of history that can never be erased.
No. And he provided opportunities for those players to play. And there were some outstanding players of that era who didn't get the chance to be recognised at international level.
Hey, look, I mean, the Loba Bed and Dika Bed. You think players like Kulu McClawns, Kuti Nietling, Geekie Williams. Wow. That's only in the Western Cape I'm
Yes.
talking about. And now you go to the Transvaals and you guys like Morris Garda, Natal. I mean, they've also, Mustafa Khan. I mean, there were some phenomenal cricketers.
All part of a rich cricketing history in this amazing country of ours here in South Africa.
The fox quietly disappears and he's sliding out of here in a sly way. 71 without loss. There's the DJ, Mahima, the fitness coach. He's probably be back soon with Jude Solomons. I'm sure they're raring to get him back. He provides off spin. Also a man that can take like him and Van Berg working in tandem here at Boland Park. All that's needed.
Look at those two muppets down there. Look at them. I mean,
Well,
really.
they're showing signs whether you're having a lala here. That's what they're asking. That's what they want to know. I'm keeping him awake.
Well, Mr. Fredericks.
Yes,
I know
sir.
I've been a little bit on a respite for half an hour since the tea break, but surely since tea, the Dolphins, not the best 30 minutes that they've had in the field these past 2 days.
Yeah. I mean, but Rulofsson too. I mean, he's just living a charmed life. Yeah, Dolphins won't be happy. They rue that fact if he gets a big 100. Milan's looked steady, and it's a good partnership, this. That will go for 4. No chance of getting there.
Well, now we see it's the chance for Hollywoodbets to show their impatience. Down the leg side, clipped off the legs, and this partnership is forever growing. I heard you and the Cape Fox talking about names, and we had this conversation last week about maybe this region, and this region also had good cricketers coming through the ranks. Maybe some that you were watching early on, maybe some that we probably weren't sort of familiar with back then. For us, we know about Roger T. He comes from here. Henry Williams, obviously. He's now on the coaching staff.
Andrew Davids, Charles Langeveld.
Don't forget Claude Henderson.
Yeah.
Kenny Jackson played
Go
here.
back even before that.
Yeah.
Omar Henry.
Yeah.
Howie Bergens. Pine Anker. Yeah. Saki Lamprecht. Okay. Wayne Truter.
Wayne Truter, yeah.
Yeah, you go back. And then you even look at rugby players that had played. There were also some very, very good players that played for Boland. So that mixture of all that history, it's rich. And a man that's got a very good knowledge of Boland cricket as well, if you speak to him, is Angelo Carolison. He himself played. He was president here before, at my time on the board. And he has a rich knowledge of all the uncles. And that will be 4 as well. Yeah, he's hit the rope and he's signaled it as well. So this is a fortuitous time now for Boland at the moment, and they're cashing in.
Yeah, well, Quinton Friend, the head coach of Dolphins, will not be happy with this. 40 minutes since the tea break. And even before that, Jeremy, I just thought they missed a trick there. However, Boland, they're playing well.
Are they fighting back with all their might at the moment? End of the over. 19 gone now, 79 without loss.
During your time at Free State as well, I mean, I was just growing up. I probably didn't play cricket then, but the Free State were a formidable side in domestic cricket. Likes of, you had a good overseas, Franklin Stevenson, I remember there. We had men at the top end. You had Wilkinson, always with
Arthur.
the bat. You had Liebenberg.
Mickey Arthur and Rudy Steyn.
Rudy Steyn.
Philip Bradley Player.
Don't forget about Donald.
Donald, Cronier. No, that was a phenomenal side. And Chris Craven,
Yeah.
Herman Buckers. They dominated for 10 years, South African cricket. Free State. All under the tutorship of Arthur Turner, making the right side. Omar Henry played there when they won the Curry Cup the first time. Castle Cup in 93, I think I was there. They won the Benson Hedges. That was discarded. They won the Total Series. That was discarded. They won the Nissan. I was there in 92, 8th of January, when I started at Free State Cricket. And that was the start and the beginning era. Philip Bradley, wicketkeeper, of the success of Free State Cricket and all the hard work that was done by people before. Ewie Croniers, father of Hansie, done phenomenal work at Free State Cricket. Dedicated servant.
With the heartbeat of South Africa, I always look at Bloom and I see them in the middle there in the Free State, and there's a reason why it's in the middle there. And they were definitely, with the amount of cricketers that came through. I played with Peter Dip when I was a youngster, and he was immense.
Morne van Wyk.
Van Wyk as well, yeah.
And then there was a gentleman who played for South Africa that was also there in the era, Mr. Lindsay Tuckett.
Yeah.
He played for South Africa. He was retired then and used to watch cricket. I met him, and those are the people, the Terry Bottas, that did so much for Free State Cricket. Carl van Heerden.
First look at spin from the Dolphins in this game. Yeah, no, I was impressed by that Free State side. I mean, even before then, who was it? The Mean Machine was before then.
Yeah. Well, when they won the Nissan Shield, they beat Eastern Province. Well, they bowled them out, and by 3 o'clock that game was done. Went to Durban, and I was with the team going to Durban. Won the Benson Hedges Trophy before the lights went on at Kingsmead. And both occasions, Bradley Player got fifers.
That's why Province signed him. He lured him away.
What a cricketer that was. Bradley Player comes there from Harvinia, Virginia side of the world, where Carl van Heerden, who's the father of Johnny van Heerden, who's CEO at Free State Cricket. He was vice president under Irwin, then became president also for a while, Free State Cricket. Carl and so he used to play at Virginia, and Arthur Turner and I would go with the tickets 2 days or a week before and sell the tickets there and get the people. They were still busy doing the lights at Springbok Park, which was now the Mangong Oval. And we would sleep over at Carl and at Johan's mother and father, Letty and Carl van Heerden, sell the tickets, and then they used to play in Virginia, if you can remember. Yeah. That's down the ground. That's a better shot. Yeah, that was in total control. Good use of the feet.
Yeah, that hit the rope on the full. But as you rightly said there, excellent use of the feet. He got into such a good position, and this is trademark Rulofson. When he plays the spin, he uses his feet well, not just normally coming at the ball, as you will see in this little pick here. It's always that depth of crease. He uses that well too. But you can see his first stride is going towards that offside to try and get him in line, and then it's just off getting his hands through the ball. Beautifully executed. Moves to 49.
Yeah, this is certainly a fight back at the moment. They knew they had to do it.
Well, it's 49 for 2 if you Grant Rulison, given 2 lives.
The papers are not going to say that tomorrow.
Scoreboard doesn't say that either.
Absolutely.
It's just like me and my golf. No matter where I've gone off the tee, I'll still make a 4. Doesn't say you were on the wrong fairway, 3 fairways wide.
Yeah. When we're having a game.
Oh, soon. We're going to have a little bit of a comms break, so it just depends on when your schedule is free. Surely there's some stuff coming up that we can surely squeeze in around in the morning.
Bowling change now. Leah's being replaced by Chele.
Yeah, I think he'll be better from this end. He was a lot more comfortable bowling from the top end for sure. So we'll see how he goes here.
Yeah, it was expensive in his first 4. Went for 26. Cut away. Be single. Van Buren is on the brink of 100 at Newlands. Esrazen has gone past his 50, leads 101.
Looks like things have picked up there a little bit. In pace with those 2 men at the crease. Good cricketer, both of them. Van Buren and Esrazen. Well, that breeze has certainly blew away whatever clouds were here today. One thing you don't get at Boland is the trees that come up so you can stand in the shade. Your best bet is when it comes to about 5 o'clock or just after to go there to the main grandstand on the right of us here.
Oh, that was in the air for a while, but it will run away for 4. 50 for Rulofson. Well, it's been a good knock. He's played some good shots, but he's also lived a charmed life.
Well, this is where Peter Milan, the experience of Peter Milan, just need to calm him down here because he's living a charmed life out there. He's been dropped twice. He's driven early at this one, which goes over the man catching that short cover. However, he's still there.
That's what matters.
Henry Davis, as we saw in that first innings, has come out of the sheds and started walking around the pitch, around the ground.
I think it's a bit too late. He should have been out the blocks at the start of the innings, which he did yesterday. Hence the fall of wickets. Today, he's a bit lazy. So the partnership's brewing, and he's trying to probably break it by walking around the ground. And he does do it quite briskly. There's no strolling around the ground. He walks.
Gives it the old Niels Momberg. Aren't cricketers just, superstitious fellas, aren't they? When things aren't going so lekker, as they say, oh no, I need to go and do something. What was your thing to change it up? What was you, maybe when you were playing or manager, if you see the boys were struggling?
I used to smoke then. used to get out the packet of Stuyvesant extra mild and then go behind the side screen. I got caught a few times by management, especially the fitness coach, Toomey, who desperately tried to get, but I can gladly say now I've been good for 6 years. But that used to get I needed cigarettes when I was nervous. So, man, I'll go and stand behind the side screen and have a drag. Sometimes 2.
Depending how cross or angry you were at the time.
Or nervous.
Mark Barcher did this thing. We were close to winning a test match in India with the under-19s, and they were all played in England the year before and never won a test match. We got so close, and he turned on every shower in Punjab, in the stadium, in the dressing room. He turned them on. And the water was just flowing. And he wouldn't turn it off until we scored the last run. He got to a stage where now, right, okay, I'm not turning this off. No, it's just going to run until we scored the last run. It was crazy. That was my first sort of introduction to cricketers and these superstitious. And
Can you get a bill?
it wasn't. We are the away team. Neil Mackenzie had quite a few.
Yeah, he did indeed. Just beating him down that straight.
Yeah, hopefully that will give Bryce Parsons some encouragement. There's not much of assistance for the spinners out there because of this pitch and how good it is and how good it looks.
$92 without loss.
Wasn't it just about 30 seconds ago we spoke about Henry Davidson starting his lap? He's coming back here. He's giving it some
wheels.
He's on his bike. Good player he was as well. Henry Davidson played here in Boland and then moved up there to the Titans and then just carried on. Very difficult man to bowl to when he's on song. They've roped in Jude Solomons to walk in their direction. That is not good. He was going in the right direction for me. Now he's coming and he's joining the others.
Two fitness coaches are having a chat. 100 up for Van Buren at Newlands. And what a knock. 303 for 5.
That lead passes to 100. Down there at Newlands. Western Province will have it all to do with bat in hand.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, yesterday at lunchtime, in 4 games, there were 7 wickets down at Peter Maritzburg. There were 7 wickets down at Bloemfontein, the Knights playing. There were 7 wickets down here, and there were 7 wickets down at Newlands. Good delivery. And that's all on the first day of play.
That's correct. It looks like it's an early finish at Peter Maritzburg yet again. 108 for 6. Close of play. Told you. Start early. Have tea first. Then have your lunch. It's good to see young Mr. van Schalkwyk, Jurik van Schalkwyk, still in there for the Titans. They're 74 for 2. After Northwest getting or declaring at 491, and then, yeah, not quite sure of the point. Well, I'm sure of the points. Titans only getting 2 bowling points in that one. American Skulkberg, he's on 33, not out. He's with Kanya, who's on 7. Sinakwane and Peterson, the 2 men out there for the Titans. And it looks like it's going to be an early finish between the Knights and the Eastern Storm, with the Knights still requiring 24 runs to win. And that is day 2.
Wow.
You probably get this on one. Who do you think would take a 5 for the Knights in that game?
Dane Pitt.
5 for 44. 19 overs.
Drinks it is on day 2 as Eugene clears his throat and has a welcome drink. And we're going to go for a break. When you get back, it will be the Fox and Eugene.
Drinks have come and gone. Probably going to have an extended session here after tea, where Boland are making a very good fight back. 92 without loss after 23 overs. Peter Malan and Rulofson in this opening partnership. Trying hard to eat into the deficit and miss that sweep. You're just going to have to wait and see what the umpire says. In fact, it's gone for 4, but off the pad. And they're just 4 away from what will be a very good opening stand here for Boland. Joined here by the Cape Fox, and things just not going the way here of the visitors.
No, as much as things went their way in that first innings for Goldrush Boland, they certainly haven't done that in the second innings. And they've conceded far too many runs, you would think. The rate is very good. And they've dropped 2 catches, and the bowling just hasn't quite been on point. You felt when Bartman and Lees were bowling together, which was by far the best bowling partnership in the first innings, that they looked like they were getting to a position where they were putting pressure on the Boland batters, and that's when Rulofson gave the 2 chances. Didn't take them, and that opportunity is now gone.
Yeah, and when that opportunity does come again, Dolphins really need to be up on the game to try and snaffle that, because this is only day 2, as we said. Still a lot of work for the home side still to do here.
The deficit now is less than 100.
Yeah, but the man on strike, Rulofson, he's living a charmed life out there. He's moved to 53. 80 deliveries, 8 fours, 1 6.
It's his 13th 50 in first-class cricket, to go with his 1100s. A very good conversion rate. And that's what you want, isn't it, Eugene? When you're looking at a batter, you want to say, okay, you get to 50, you want them to go on. You want them to go on and get a big one. And that's a very good conversion rate from him. He's batting with a man who's made 42 centuries and 56 50s in his first-class career.
Yeah, and they've got a good understanding with each other. They've batted with each other for a long time now. And they just need to keep that dynamic going. But Chele's looked much better from the Drakenstein end. He's going to continue here to Peter Malan. 37. He's not worried about time or anything like that. He just knows he needs to bat. And what they've done really well here is the King. They've played the ball into gaps. They've run very well. And they've really taken the opportunities to score as well. And when the boundary opportunity does come, they've taken it with both hands.
Yeah, it's been good to see. They have left well, as you said earlier on. They've been doing that. They've generally been able to look at that length, look at maybe left on length, left on width. Haven't tried to play too many expansive shots of good deliveries, and that's another good example of it there.
Well, there's plenty of gaps.
Yeah.
As there's only one slip, which is fairly wide. There's only a gully in that point on the boundary. Then you have Jason Smith. He said, no, that's Tristan Loose, just in front of square on the offside. Next to him is a man at cover catching. That is Mr. Ethan Bosch, captain himself at mid-off.
Yeah, Smith at mid-on there.
Cut away again. Work for the boundary rider to do here. That's Sondo. He just cuts it down. But 2 more runs added. And that too is going to take them to a 100-run partnership. It has been very good between these two. Of 150 deliveries exactly. 105 minutes with 14 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, exactly. And 4 to the over. There, batting really well, these two.
Again, far too straight and nicely clipped, and this will potentially bring another 2 runs for Rulofsson, and he's still going on his merry way. As they say, cash in when you can. He's certainly cashing in those 2 opportunities.
Yeah, dropped on 31 by Otniel Bartman here in front of us at long leg, and then in the gully by Dithole when he was on 38. The score when he was dropped the first time, 52 without loss. So they've put on another 50 since that drop catch. And just the kind of breakthrough that the Dolphins were looking for. Hasn't come their way.
Well, we're now seeing the full variety of bowlers for the Dolphins. We haven't seen Smith yet.
No, and I wonder, whether we will see Jason Smith. Maybe he will come on to just relieve the 3 pace bowlers. Do you think potentially a bit of a longer spell here for Bryce Parsons, as that's the end of the over 102 without loss after 25?
Well, he's bowled 3 overs for 9. And if he keeps going at 3 runs and over, I'm sure Mark Ackerman will want to keep him on for as long as he possibly can. That's no doubt. If you look at where this game is, it's going at 4.1 to the over. Goldrush Boland batting at the moment. You look at the likes of Chile, 36 runs of 7 overs. So, just shows how these 2 men from Boland really gone about their business with bat in hand. Short leg in place.
Yeah.
It's probably just 1 step deeper. Goes on the sweep. And probably that ball's going to run away for 4. And with that 4, Milan now goes into the 40s.
Yeah, he seemed to pick the length and the line early there. He was down quite quickly and executed the sweep very well. Not much turn on offer for the slow left arm spin of Bryce Parsons. He's tried that before, didn't he? Got that little tickle on the pad in the last over. Now it's against whatever turn there may be.
Oh, short leg is gone. He's now gone to 45 on the onside. It just allows Peter Milan just to get on the front foot, bat and pad together.
Yeah, and you can see that. So the mindset here from the Dolphins starting to change, isn't it? It's that, okay, look, now the deficit's now 84. They've still got 10 wickets in hand. The run rate's at 4 and over. We're not necessarily in control of this game anymore, fully.
Yeah, well, we've sat here numerous times. I remember last season where Boland was coasting and going swimmingly well. And then just a whole cluster of wickets.
Yeah.
So they, I'm sure, will not be saying we're out of any trouble.
No.
They would want to just do the job at hand, and that is to get into that deficit as quickly or as smartly as they can while preserving their wickets. That ends the over. Will just be the 4, but that to Boland will be music to the ears, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's progressing well in wiping off that deficit. And these two, as you say, Eugene, they know how to bat together. They do hold the record for Goldrush Boland in the CSA 4-day competition in Division 1 records, just the 4 seasons that they've had. But previous season against the Warriors here in Paarl, put on 191 for the first wicket. So that, I think, in a first innings effort, and this in the second innings, very valuable. But it's just the amount of the time that's been taken out of the game for the first 2 innings wasn't that much. So still a very good batting track out there.
Tell you what, come close of play today, but there's still 23 overs left. And if they go anywhere near that 4.1, the deficit could be done and dusted.
Yeah.
And then it's just over to the next 2 days.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, we have, hopefully, the weather will not play a part. We are expecting some chance of rain Saturday evening into Sunday morning. But we thought that, and it still may happen, that this game progresses quickly in this afternoon session and tomorrow.
Well, I've been told that the rain should not put a damper on this game because it was going to happen overnight. That's what I'm told. I'm no weatherman Pete.
No.
I just follow the instructions.
We'll, I think it sometimes depends what weather app you look at, you know.
Well, I tell you what, I want to be a weatherman because you can say anything. I mean, it doesn't matter if you get it right or wrong. If you get it right, they say, oh, you're brilliant. If you get it wrong, well, nothing will happen to you.
What reminds me of that incredible storm they had in England.
Glorious. Through extra cover. Save your legs. To add insult to injury. It's a no ball as well.
Just striving for something more, and it was the full pitch delivery. Has erred a few times, hasn't he, there on the full side, and he's not going to be happy that was also a no ball. So Nelson on the board for Goldrush Boland. It was that, I can't remember exactly what year it was, but there was this massive storm that hit the south of England, and there was a weather forecaster that had actually predicted that it would be like a once in a 100-year storm, whatever, and it was told, no, it's not, it can't happen, you know. I think that was what it was, and then it just absolutely decimated the southern part of the UK. It was one of the worst storms they've ever experienced. So, yeah, I think people get so, you know, like it's so maybe blasé sometimes about what the weather forecast says, you know, that you think, oh no, it can't possibly happen. It just sounds too way out there for it to be true.
Very much blasé.
Yeah.
I just open the door, open the window, see what's happening.
I used to enjoy, I think it was, I'll tell you now. It was a weather forecaster, I think it was Graham Hart, and this is going years back on SABC. And his way of ending off his weather report was, well, so much for the weather, take care and good night. So that just, so much for the weather. What we do know in these parts in the summer is that I would say, most of the time, you can pretty much say you should be able to get a game of 4-day cricket in.
Good delivery there, just standing up tall. Well, my thoughts after that statement that you said there, Mr. Fox, goes back to, I think it was the last game, 4-day game that was played here, and we had 3 days of rain.
Yeah.
I've never played so much dominoes in my life.
The end of last season, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very unusual that time. I know there was a women's game on as well. We didn't get the 50-over game on Saturday. I think it was the Dolphins that were actually visiting. Maybe they brought the water with them, you know, from Durban. You never know. But we got the 20-over game in on the Sunday, so
Highveld, rainy season in the summer there. They say it doesn't rain for long periods. It rains for hours too, then it stops. But in the last few seasons that they've had heavy rains in the summer. I remember going there with UCT in the Varsity Cup, or Varsity, the USA week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was at Wits University.
Okay.
It rained all week.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Like, it never stopped raining.
Yeah,
it was
it
like
can do
somebody
that.
just took a tap
Yeah.
and just opened it up and just left it open. 27 overs gone, 111 without loss. These two, Mr. Boland and Mr. Rulofson, taking Boland forward here and eating into that deficit. Now it's in 7th Street, as we say. 79 is that deficit that they're still going to make up. Must say the work that Rupert Bailey has done on the square. Yes, it's early in the season, but it just looks so well. Oh, nearly getting through there.
Yeah, it was just within 2 minds, wasn't he, whether to come forward or go back on that occasion. And just that indecision playing on him there, and just didn't play a very good shot. But yeah, he's done a fantastic job, hasn't he, Rupert Bailey, with this square, and this pitch a belter as well.
That is forcefully flicked that time by Peter Milan. Yeah, I just like the even covering across the square.
Yeah.
That really stands out for me. And one last week, he said he had about 6 or 7 mils, but he just rolled. And he said he didn't roll it necessarily into the surface that much. And I think he did the same thing here, maybe a little bit less. However, it's standing really firm here, and it's really given us a really good cricket wicket.
And that's exactly what you want, isn't it, for 4-day cricket? You want a good contest between bat and ball. We've had that all the way through. We've seen, that first innings, Boland not applying themselves from a batting point of view. Good bowling from the Dolphins, getting them all out for 156.
Oh, is that gone? I think he might have played that into the ground.
Yeah.
They're trying, clutching at every straw they can get here, the Dolphins.
Let's have a look at this again. He's on the sweep, is Rulofson. Yeah, played it into the ground. And to that man, Tristan Lees, at 45. Living dangerously again is Rulofson. It's been pretty good, this, from Bryce Parsons. 5 overs. 1 maiden, 0 for 14. Just brought a little bit of control back into the game for the Dolphins. And now I think for the batters, with this little bit of, so maybe they're going at 3 and over now for the last few overs. Nothing to worry about, is there? It's not for them to get a bit antsy there and saying, okay, we need to push it along a bit. They're doing very well. I mean, 4 and over in the second innings when you're 190 behind, should be really happy with that.
Yeah, most definitely. Their job, those men in the sheds will tell them, listen, stay out there, stay batting, keep going. You two are doing a sterling work. Chile going to continue. Solid.
Yeah.
That's all you can say about that. Solid. His feet is moving a lot better now. Peter Milan. As you would have thought, he's on 43.
We saw this last week as in his first innings, and his feet really weren't moving. He got caught early in the first innings with Diane Khalim here in the first innings here. Also, sort of on the walk almost when he played the shot and got caught behind off Otniel Bartman. So he'll want to just make sure he's in there as long as possible. And he won't mind just keeping the strike ticking over. Rulofson's been by far the more aggressive of the two.
Yeah, and he will always be.
Yeah, he will always be.
Smiling assassin, Grant Rulofson. Whenever you see him, he's always smiling.
He is. What a fine young man he is. So,
You always think he's got some naughty thing, naughty thought somewhere along the line whenever you see him. He's a good guy.
he is.
What you also got to remember is guys coming in 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look at the scoreboard and say, these guys have been playing it with the ears, and then they think they got to come in. No, you've got to, when you come in here, you've got to really set your stall out, really focus on getting a good start for yourself, cement your innings and out there.
And we saw that with Bryce Parsons and Dithole yesterday. And they really took the score along from 53 for 1 to 177 before they lost the second wicket just before the close. And you could see how gutted Bryce Parsons was when he lost his wicket last night, hooking and getting caught in that trap, and to become Leon Boyta's first-class wicket. And he was mortified with himself because he knew he needed to be there at the close of play, and as it was, and Jason Smith out not long after that.
It's good discipline again with deep square now in place.
So he will bowl him the short delivery, won't he, at some stage? It's just a question of when that's going to come. And then at Newlands, we'll give you some information about that as we...
Again, uppishly driven. Again, work for Zondo. He's given up the ghost. That goes for 4. Again, hands on head. He thought that was quite close to the man catching.
Just to the left of Tristan Lees at that cover point position. 117 now at the end of the over, and then at Newlands, World Sports Betting Newlands, it's the Esterhazen and Van Buren show. It's 330 for 5 there, so leading by 137. It hasn't been quick for the Lions, but they're building a lead there, which is going to make it very difficult for what looks like quite a fragile World Sports Betting Western Province batting lineup.
Flicked over mid-wicket. That's going to be another 4, and that takes Milan to 48.
It's just one a little bit too straight from Bryce Parsons, and he's not getting really any turn. That's nicely played by Peter Milan. As we see Henry Davids doing a bit more of a walk there.
He's walking quicker and quicker.
He is, isn't he? So.
Just a word on that game down there. And I made mention to Jeremy, I think, on comms at the time, and I think we were also on comms where we thought that the Lions were not batting very quickly, but in the sense they don't really have to because of Western Province batted quickly for their runs, which allows the Lions just to go at their pace, and that is something that I have seen. Yes, if you're not going anywhere and scoring runs, you have to capitalize on that by taking wickets if you're Western Province. They haven't done that. Still 5 wickets in the hutch there for the Lions.
And they have increased the scoring rate, have Esterhazen and Van Buren, as you would have expected them to. One stage batting at just about 2 and over.
Oh, I think he was shaping to sweep there. Then he changed his mind. Oh, Bryce Parsons, this is good. giving them a little bit of control. They conceded 4 of the first. They're going to come through for a quick run. Maybe Rulofson's sitting on his back a little bit, but no harm done. Another over done. 122 after 30 overs.
So they lost the fifth wicket, did the Lions, at 178. So they put on 152 now, and they've put those runs on in just over 40 overs, so 42 overs. So they have been batting at close to 4 and over. 125 overs bowled, and that was after 81 overs. So 44 overs for that 152, and that is a big acceleration in the run rate. And nothing happening for World Sports Betting Western Province there with those two at the crease. It's been excellent from the two young men for the Lions.
It's a big two and a bit days left there for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Yeah, defeated in their first match at St George's Park last week, when once again it was the batting in that first innings that really let them down. And they've got a mountain to climb this time under the shade of the mountain off to the western side of Newlands.
Start this in this over from Chile. Still going at over 4s and even 5s, nearabouts.
He's come off a series with SAA against New Zealand Day. A few of the team here from the Dolphins, and Quinton Friend was talking about that in his pre-season press release from the Dolphins. And Marcus Ackerman alluded to it as well when I was chatting to him just before the toss. Just saying, no, there's the 3 or 4 of them that have played in that team. At LA, you've got Tristan Luce, Jason Smith, and himself that have had that series just to get themselves in a bit of nick and get some time out in the middle. And that really was, I think, very good for them ahead of the start of the 4-day season. So the rest of the team, the Metro T10, they were playing in, which they got to the final at home in Kingsmead.
Yeah, these tours are obviously made possible through Cricket South Africa. It's great having sort of reward for your season. The man at the non-strikers end, in my opinion, should have also been given that opportunity. He's had a good Red Bull season for Boland. In fact, a good season all round.
Yeah.
I think every time when you do play any sport, my belief is you want to be rewarded if you are doing well and performing. Why not be rewarded for all this hard work you put in, the long yards, the graft, the time, the sweat?
I mean, he's last season, as you say, one of the top run scorers, 560 runs in that season last season. One of the top run scorers in the competition. Get to those numbers now. We got Grant Rulofson, as it's at the end of the over 122 after 31. So Rulofson, third highest run scorer in the competition with 560 runs, an average of 70 last season. That massive score in Potch of 240 against Northwest, and he started off this season with a 150 and gone past 50 again here. 4 innings, he's gone past 50 twice and got a big one in that first innings. There is an A tour of India coming up in November, so almost when the sort of T20 challenge is on here for the domestic players. So might be interesting to see exactly who is going to be on that A Tour and whether, as you're saying, Eugene, they look at this round of 4-day matches and say, okay, who do we give reward to in terms of their performances in the 4-day series to go for that Tour of India.
With these down the ground, yeah, maybe the likes of James Fontaine wouldn't want us to keep pushing the likes of Rulofson, or Stearman, or even Kaplan.
Yeah.
We're building a nice squad here, and still a lot of work here to be done. Deficit now 67. Partnership 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Not at my favorite score there, which is probably important if you're a Goldrush Boland player, fan or player. No.
James, you were talking too early there.
I was, yes.
James King. As you said that.
So close.
As you said that, Bryce Parsons bowls this ball, and let me tell you, it is a close one.
It is close. Ooh, I think maybe outside the line. Very fortunate. Hit him on the back leg by the looks of things. That's fortunate to survive. Peter Milan on 49.
Well, I think now it's the chance for Rulofson to go down to his, his partner here and say, listen, just knuckle down here a little bit. You're doing well together. Couple of nice tidy overs put together here by the Dolphins.
Yeah, Bryce Parsons just exerting that kind of control that you want your left arm spinner to exert, and doing a good job of it. And that will be Peter Milan's 50.
Yeah, it's been a good knock by the experienced batter. 50 coming off 96 deliveries. And brought about 8 glorious fours. And he knows the importance of this knock, and he also knows the importance of carrying on and continuing here for Goldrush Boland.
Eugene is his 57th first-class 50. And the 36-year-old, he looks like he's still got a lot of runs in him.
A little bit of gas.
Yeah.
It's gone.
The Knights have won there.
Okay.
Came against a Storm. 8 wickets, getting the required runs.
Yeah, you get bowled out for 59 in your first innings, it's always going to be very difficult to come back from that. Change of bowling now, looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan Bosch is going to come back into the attack. That's going to give me a chance to just say that the Titans are 4 down now for 100.
Yeah.
Pretorius, 100 Pretorius, he is in with his captain, Donovan Ferreira. And lo and behold, Don Ferreira has already hit a boundary off his 9. Down the leg side, worked well by Peter Milan and worked exceptionally well because he's going to bring about another 4.
Yeah, just a bit of a loosener from Ethan Bosch. He's not going to miss out. Yeah, Donovan Ferreira, wasn't he good here last week? 123 in the first innings, 70 in the second. His strike rate is always up there. His career strike rate in first-class cricket is around 90, which is quite something. Got another job to do for his team.
Well, I wonder what the Titans would be saying about the first 6 days of first-class cricket in this season. We saw them here last week. Boland beat them, and I would say the first 2 days going the way thereof, Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, you'd have to say a lot depends on this partnership for them. You know, between Pretorius and Ferreira, no Rivaldo Moonsami.
That's nicely played. Moore just guided down to third man. Now, if it was me, I would say, listen, let's go upstairs and have a little bit of a Jeffrey at this one. Because I think he touched the ball while the foot was on the rope.
It certainly looked like that to the naked eye as he slid around Kaya Zondo. He's sprinting around there, belying his years on the boundary. They're not going to have another look. Well, they can't have another look. But,
Tea time getting to you here, Cape
it
Fox.
is, I think. It must be. I think it was the extra special spread put on by the Boland Cricket Union here in the afternoon. Cheese and biscuits and dried fruit.
Glad you guys had some.
Yeah. Just have to stay off the prunes, that's all. Yeah.
Well, the other thing about playing in Potch is the weather. Sure, that's one thing the Northwest Dragons will be keeping a beady eye on over the next couple of days. Firstly, yes, they have to get these two batters.
Yeah.
Andre Pretorius can bat for long periods of time and quickly.
Yeah.
You've mentioned about Donovan Ferreira. I call him the dangerous Don. It's a long ball. My goodness.
I mean, that over in which he was out in that over in the second innings, but I mean, he just destroyed Akonam Yaka in 3 sixes in that over. It was quite some show of hitting off the pace bowler. Absolutely no mercy shown to him in that over.
130 without loss. These two building bigger partnership together. It's needed. Was needed.
Desperately needed after that. Really, what you want to have to say, abysmal showing in the first innings.
We gave you a little bit more time there just to recoup yourself there, the Rhino. You are the experienced man, the pro. We always turn to our pros, don't we? Come on, pro.
Yeah.
Give us an over.
Very important.
Come on, pro. You got to find us one, mate. Got to find us one, pro. They do come through for that single.
He tossed that up so invitingly, didn't he, Bryce Parsons? He's trying everything here, is the young man.
Well, Henry Davis is not happy. He hasn't timed as well, because now he has to wait.
He must have been around the field 3-4 times. I don't know. He's been walking since tea. Maybe 5, I don't know how many times, 10 more.
Well, as straight as a die. 1, 2 bounces, straight to Henry Davids for 4.
Yeah, well played by Peter Milan once again. And a really good partnership between these two. Exactly, as you said, Eugene, what was needed from a Goldrush Boland point of view after that display in the first innings. No doubt there would have been quite a lot of discussion about how they went about that innings.
Oh, one would have hoped there was discussion, because the ill discipline of the batting was there for us all to see. And that's something that Justin Ontong was very much aware of. That was aerial, misfield. Ball is trickling away to the boundary. I think the fielder will just get there. That he does. It will just be 2. Uppish. Little airborne. Just short of the fielder.
maybe a couple of half chances here. Bryce Parsons, he's been good actually in this session. He really has. Last ball of his 8th over, and then there will be a change in commentary.
Again airborne. Oh, and that gone through the hands. And it's going to be back. It's going to be a 4 to Peter Milan. Oh, what is going on out there? And maybe it's a good time for us to switch commentary.
Yeah.
As we're going to have the Rhino back with the Fox.
A Dithole there, and just not sure if he managed to get his hands underneath that one or tried to get his hands underneath it. Milan in the A did. He got to the ball. That was another chance. So they've both been dropped now. Rulifson twice and Milan once. And the Dolphins not making the most of their opportunities, Jeremy.
Not at all.
Yeah, I think so. Lead, okay, yes. Sorry. Yeah, it's going to be Rulifson on strike then to Ethan Bosch. And
This was a good fight back, James. It has been indeed.
oh, he bowled him. He's bowled him. It's gone straight through. And he's wondering what happened there to his bat, but it's gone straight through. And Grant Rulifson is gone. An excellent innings from him comes to an end. And Ethan Bosch says, look, if we can't catch them, guys, I'm going to have to ball him out. So 67 for Rulifson, and the partnership is broken with a score on 141.
Yeah, Rulifson gone now. Bolt, neck and cropper, off stump out the ground. And just look at the delight from the Dolphins. They trail by 49.
So 67 of 103 balls with 10 fours and 1 6 for Grant Rulifson, and Ethan Bosch makes the breakthrough. A ball after Peter Milan was dropped by Dithole at a sort of deep mid-on position, and it's going to be Gavin Kaplan coming out to the middle. "16 matches into his 16th match now, 350s and 400s, and averaging now after that mammoth 238 last week, about 48, Jeremy. So he's got a job to do here as well. Not quite over the line yet in terms of that deficit, still 49 behind.
Yeah, and then they're going to build a score to make the Dolphins play again or bat again. And you don't want to be losing, as we said. You want to be 1 or 2 wickets down tonight, not more than that.
Yeah.
It's a good little player. But this was a good delivery.
Yeah, Rulifson, I don't know if he got a scratch on that one perhaps, but it was a good delivery outside the line. He was slow on coming forward. Just beat him almost for pace there, as we see Kaplan taking guard on off stump. So he made 20 in the first innings, out to what can only be described as a reckless shot outside the off stump.
Feeling for it there a little bit. Kaplan.
And we know that he likes to keep the scoreboard ticking along. They will have done their homework on him, no doubt. The Dolphins, and be aware of his strengths and his weaknesses. Bosch trying to extract that now.
Get off the mark there.
Yeah, just into the covers, and Tristan Lees on the edge of that square. It's been difficult to field there. doesn't quite get down to stop that one. And Kaplan is underway. 142 for one. So Peter Milan, I think wisely here, he's just resetting himself. The old pro takes guard again. He knows now he's the senior partner. He's got to build another partnership with Gavin Kaplan. Still 48 behind. We've got 15 overs left in the day, Jeremy. I don't think we're going to get all of those in. 55 minutes left in the day's play. Probably depends on whether Bryce Parsons will bowl. I'm sure he will probably bowl all the way through. He's been keeping it pretty tight. The end of the Bosch over. It's 142 for the loss of one after 35. And they're batting still at 4 to the over, just over 4 to the over. And Jeremy, it's a good rate in this innings. We said at the start that we want them to be, you'd want them to be positive. So we want them to be positive. But from a Goldrush Boland point of view, they need to be keeping the scoreboard ticking along. They've done even more than that, really. 4 and over, probably better than they would have hoped for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they've dealt with a bad ball sufficiently. Rudolph has been lucky that he hasn't been out yet, but be it as it may, it was a good partnership between the two of them from that 141 for the first wicket. So hopefully you need about probably another 2 or 3 big partnerships to actually set a score for the Dolphins. And I think we could be at one stage we were saying 4. If Boland loses wickets, the Dolphin will be in command. Type of thing. It just shows you the game of cricket. You can never underestimate where this game will go and take you.
Yeah, Parsons for the first time to Kaplan. What has he got here? He's got 4 fielders on the offside. Sorry, 5 on the offside. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover close in, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square in a minute. 45 on the leg side. It's played reasonably comfortably by Kaplan. Would you like to see some more pressure here put on the batter? I mean, Kaplan just come to the crease. I suppose they're mindful of the fact that they're only 48 runs ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonably well set field. Ball's not turning all that much to have guys all around the bat. So it's not spitting or kicking from anywhere, though. So I'm pretty comfortable the way the field is set.
Yeah, they brought out the light roller between innings.
Yeah, they did. Indeed.
Just to make sure the pitch stays in as good a condition as possible. Maybe a bit concerned that it might, maybe some level of breaking up.
Oh, they've been a bit sloppy in the field, haven't they, James?
They have, and that's another one that they shouldn't have been a run there. Lets Kaplan get through for 2. Tristan Luce just not getting down that. They've dropped 3 catches, 2 off Rulofsson, and the 1 off in the last over from Parsons off Milan, and they won't be happy about that. That is, if they look back on this, and the score was on 52 when Rulofsson was dropped for the first time. So they managed to put on an additional 89 runs for that first wicket before this man who's going to be bowling now, Ethan Bosch, got the breakthrough. But Goldrush Boland will be happy that they are within sight of that 190 deficit as Bryce Parsons just goes off the field for a couple of minutes. Maybe heading now for a drinks break in the not too distant future. That may be why he's just gone off the field. You know all about those things, Jeremy. Yeah, fielders don't like that new section of the square, do they? It's, no. Whenever they approach it, they approach it with a little bit of trepidation, and they're very cautious. There again, it's Dithole not quite getting down to pick that one up, but no harm done.
Square certainly looks in good condition. There was a lot of cricket that was played here last season, and really looks. Rupert Bailey has done a fantastic job. No doubt about that.
Yeah, I can't agree more. And they will be getting one of those 3 T20 internationals. The West Indies are playing, and they will also have a ladies' international here as well this summer. So 2 international games for Boland Park.
Yeah, that all happens after the, what is the ladies' internationals, before the T20s?
I think
after?
they are before the T20s, before, just trying to think when they are. We'll have to have a look at that and see.
No, the West Indies come afterwards.
That's right, they come afterwards.
And then it's the World Cup in India.
That's right, that T20 World Cup for South Africa, building towards that.
Pulled away, that'll be 4.
Yeah.
In front of square.
Cannot bowl there. It's too short. It just sits up on this surface, normally does. And Peter Milan's onto that very quickly. It's been there for a long time now. Yeah, Ethan Bosch just searching for something, but there's nothing there. It's very well put away. 148 for 1. They're still batting at 4 runs to the over. 42 the deficit. So the Island Women Tour of South Africa happening between December the 5th and December the 19th. So that will be before the SA20 and the first T20 International. That may well be signalled wide and is. First T20 International is a night game at Cape Town. Will be first time probably from an international point of view. We'll be seeing those new lights at Cape Town at Newlands. Then the second one 2 days later here in Paarl, Sunday the 7th of December, South African women against Island women. And then the last one is in Benoni on Wednesday the 10th of December. So those 3 T20 internationals. And another one, just losing his line here completely, Ethan Bosch. And that is the 150 up for Goldrush Boland, 150 for the loss of 1 after 36 overs and 5 deliveries. And going at a good lick, that means they're just 40 away from ensuring that the Dolphins will bat again, and 40 away from being in the lead and then seeing how much they can make.
Oh, that's wide again. My goodness, isn't this... This is a disaster of an over at the moment.
Yes, I'm just not sure what he's trying to achieve here. He's trying to bowl. He is obviously trying to bowl it wide at the stumps, but you wouldn't have Wouldn't expect him to bowl 3 wides in a row, especially not in 4-day wides. So just losing it a little bit here. And he does finish the over. Eventually, it's 151 for the loss of 1. So then the Pakistan women playing against Pakistan again. They're here for a series in February, Tuesday the 10th of February in Potchefstroom. 3 T20 internationals. And then there are also some, I think, one-day internationals that are being held. There's SA Emerging Women as they're going for drinks, and we'll take a short break. We'll be back with you in a short while. We're back at Boland Park, and it's going to be Otniel Bartman after the drinks break. He's going to be replacing Bryce Parsons from the Nederburg end. 151 for 1. Deficit now 39 for Goldrush Boland. Just the 1 wicket to fall, Grant Rulofsson. And Jeremy, we were talking about it before the drinks break. It's been not a great fielding performance from the Dolphins in the second innings. 3 drop catches and a couple of fielding errors we've seen. They want to make sure in the last 40 minutes of play they take whatever opportunities they're going to get.
No, you're right there. They have to take the opportunities, and Boland would just say, right, we take the 40 minutes and eat into that lead. Just try and reduce that deficit as much as possible. And go to bed tonight. If we unscathed, and come tomorrow, day 3, which is moving day normally. And then see where they can, how deep they can take this 4-day game.
Yeah, you feel if they go into the break tonight 1 wicket down. No shout at all from the bowler, just from Hanno Viljoen and a couple of the fielders behind the stumps. Otniel Bartman not interested at all. And no response from umpire Sipilele Gaza. He's had a good game, Sipilele Gaza. He's been very good. And both umpires.
Yeah, both have been brilliant. Andre Willifie as well. Had a good game up to now.
First time that I've had the opportunity to be on comms when Sipilele Gaza's been umpiring. He said he doesn't come down here very often, which is probably been down here a couple of times. So he's enjoying it down here, I think, and just recently moved to Bloemfontein, he was telling us. So, and your old neck of the woods there, Jeremy.
Yeah. Haven't been there for some time now. I'll be going there for a match down in sometime in November. So
that's great. I was there when India A toured, played against South Africa A at the Mangong Oval. It was there at the end of 2021, I think it was, and that was really an enjoyable series.
Whooped away.
It's nicely played off his hip and down to the square leg boundary. Kaya Zondo comes around and does the fielding. He's done quite a lot of work out in the deep today. And Kaya Zondo, they go through for 2. Milan moves to 72. And you were talking a bit earlier on with Eugene just around the history there in terms of Free State, and it really was quite. We were commentating from the balcony in front of the President's Suite, which was really, it was quite something to be in there. And just the history, as you say, the honours boards that are there, going through some of the names, it was really quite something to see, all the players that were there, and certainly the Cronje family's influence on Free State cricket, very clear to see in that area. So it's quite for me, quite something to see that and really understand a little bit more around what it means to them in that area, just the legacy that's been left.
Absolutely. There are definitely some legacies that were left behind there.
Yeah.
Ethan Bosch still continuing. I thought maybe he looked a bit tired to me, or it's just a ploy outside that off stump.
Yeah, I think they're trying to just dry up the runs maybe here, because they're going at 4 and over. Deficit's 35. Tristan Listo is warming up, so maybe he will replace Ethan Bosch from the Drakenstein end. Milan on strike. And he certainly is a ploy, Jeremy. I mean, he's saw the last few deliveries of the previous over. These ones have continued to be wide outside the off stump. He's asking the batter to come and fetch me. You can see what the plan is here. Got a ring field on the offside. Another one. So you can see clearly what the intent is here. Probably the last over we're going to see from Ethan Bosch, though. Once another one outside that off stump. As just had a bit of a technical glitch here.
Well, maybe my foot touched the plug, I think. Everything went off. You didn't want to say it, James. You were being too nice to me.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you just don't know that you've done that, actually, when you've got your feet. There's not much leg room here, just to those of you that are listening. And we have a bit of a laugh about that because our screen went off and our technical advisor and producer, Bandila, came and sorted it out for us. And there he's tried the double bluff, bowling that one straight to Peter Milan through for the single. So it reminds me of, there was a comedy program, a series called the IT Crowd, or the IT Crowd, a British comedy series, which gained some kind of sort of cult status. And they were the IT department in this company, and they literally had a recorded message when any user phoned to say they've got a problem with their computer, and the recorded message was to say basically, just check the switch, check the switch. So probably not quite as kindly as that it said that, but. End of the Ethan Bosch over, and possibly the end of this spell for him. And it's 156 for the loss of 1 after 39, and they just keep batting at about 4 and over. 34 the deficit now for Goldrush Boland. It's turned into a lovely afternoon, just a light breeze.
No, it is a lovely afternoon here in Paarl. That's what you get here on these hot summer's day. The evenings are absolutely beautiful. Yeah, so you wait until in summer, when it's at the hottest, you wait until 6, 7 o'clock to light a fire.
Yeah.
And get the old choppies out there. And, you like a bit of a braai, Jay?
Oh, I do. I love my braai. We sort of when we came out to South Africa many years ago, it was something that was probably at the time you sort of thought of it as a bit of a novelty. But my dad took quite well to braaiing. We used to enjoy. Had a braai then put in at our house. And it's, at home I've got a very nice braai outdoors under the patio, and we try as best as we can every week to have a braai out there and enjoy sitting on the patio, particularly in the summer months. We're protected from the southeaster, and enjoy sitting outdoors and just enjoying the lifestyle here, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic South African lifestyle. Having a good old braai out.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was when I was working over in the UAE, I worked with a number of Americans that worked with me in the same company, and they enjoy their barbecue. And the one chap who I was working with invited me over to his place to have a to have a barbecue. And of course, they do everything on gas. He bought this massive gas braai, which we don't really use that much over here.
And I suppose the braai was filled with patties.
Yes, it was indeed, yeah.
No, that's not a braai.
No. So that's exactly what they braai. They braai hamburger patties. You don't have, don't quite get the same steaks and everything else that we do here. And of course, boerewors. What an amazing invention from whoever did invent it.
Pulled away.
With disdain, that one down to the boundary at a wideish long on, too short from Otmil Botman. He just needs to stay in that channel outside the off stump. Peter Milan, 78 now, not out. It's an excellent shot from him once again.
Don't invite me to your place for a barbecue and you give me patties.
No.
And then you want to give me a drink in a paper cup. No, I might as well stay at home. I'm sorry. I've been in the States and eventually I said to the people, listen, no, if you can't give me a proper glass, then I won't be having a drink. I don't drink out of paper cups.
Well, I'll have to tell you the story about the Argentinians tomorrow and braaiing. As it comes to the end of the over, I'm finished my stint for the day. It's going to be Eugene joining Jeremy for the last half an hour.
Yeah, Silver Fox, enjoy your ride back to Somerset West. I'm sure you'll linger around here to the end.
I will.
You're that type of fella. Enjoy your bride tonight.
Thank you.
Here he is. Just squeezed his way into next to me, Eugene Molian. Welcome back, mate.
Well, good to be back and come with news that I thought Monday I'll have a nice little day off. And it doesn't seem like I will be. I'll be having to do some little commentary work on athletics. Just down the road here at Del Josephat.
Oh, you love it. Now you're trying to tell us, as if to say, I wanted Monday off.
I definitely want it.
Such lies. On air. Shame on you. It's your passion.
Oh, listen. Every time I step on athletics track these days, I get goosebumps. Memories flooding back.
Looking back at your career, do you think, should you have taken the scholarship to America? No, just asking. If you're thinking in hindsight, should you have taken that?
I probably should.
Probably would have never seen you again. You'd have been a Yankee, swaggering around New York in your sneakers.
No.
Become a broadcaster there. What at athletics there? That would have been
Great stuff. Yeah, probably in hindsight. However, I've enjoyed cricket, and I think just the lure of contracts and those things, especially it was obviously for me it was much needed for the family and everything else.
Yeah, there's sometimes certain decisions that one takes. That one is pulled away for 4 once again. This time it's Kaplan that does the pulling. And Lear's back into the attack. Too short. Kaplan on it like a flash.
Well, not short enough. That was just the perfect height to get pulled. And things will just keep going smoothly here for Goldrush. They did lose Rolofson. Good innings played on. He's off stump castled.
They're only 26 behind now. Oh, and then he just goes and has a dab at one outside. How far did that not go from gully?
I think this was in control, downwards. No chance for the man diving away to his left there. Back-to-back fours. This looks like the men from Boland are not going to make the same mistake twice. They're knuckling down here.
Well, I'm sure they got a bollocking from their coach. Must have said, listen, guys, not good enough. Justin Ontong, a hard worker. Man, that's also heart and soul involved in the game. Oh, that's short again. But there's no chance of a catch. Will that run away? Yes, indeed, it does. Kaplan has taken a liking to Lees.
Well, my first impressions here is that the fielder, because of the setting sun, maybe lost sight of it. All he saw was a pull shot, not the ball. And then the ball just trickled by past him and went for 4. That's a tough gig there next door. Tough old gig.
You're having a long day.
He's got a multitask, Jeremy. He's got a multitask today.
Time he starts working.
That's why he's so quiet today.
Oh, these youngsters of today. Just a little bit of hard work and they're tired.
He didn't seem too tired on Sunday when the game was finished.
He was thirsty. Bit slower ball there from it's bowling at Inducker, slower. Milan up to the task.
Yeah, it's a time that anything goes now, just to make a breakthrough. Another breakthrough is needed as the shadows are lengthening here.
What did you say? If Boland goes unscathed to the end of play tonight, say it's their session?
Well, even if they lose one more wicket, I would say it's their session. I think they've done very well. They've shown great intent to score. They've even shown greater intent to leave. And then when scoring opportunities come along, which we've spoke long and hard about in this format, you just got to be patient for those scoring opportunities. They've capitalized on those.
Good running.
And it's the finer things for me, Jeremy, and you probably the same here. This man in picture, Bartman should have taken the new balls in the second innings. He's been the most dangerous bowler, and give him everything, all the resources. Give him the new ball to try and make inroads. They didn't do that, and allowed Boland to get off to a good start.
It was an arse, but in the middle of the bat. Get another single. It was an arse. So probably if he missed it, he'd have been in trouble. At 80, you're seeing the ball as big as a pumpkin.
Yeah, 7 overs to go in the day's play. Well, let's just say 20 minutes left in the day's play.
Can't go past 6 o'clock. Easy working that singles, aren't they?
Yeah, and in fairness to both sides, Jeremy, I think they've done really well with the over 8. There has been a few stoppages as well.
I think these Dolphin boys, they are lucky that it's not December, January yet where it's piping hot here. They still have a bit of a breeze to keep them interested.
Yeah, in January, that breeze is a hot air.
Non-existent.
But there are days you come here and you see after lunch just the haze on top of the pitch. Especially when you look at it from your angle these days, ground floor.
Oh dear. Come 6 o'clock. So you're coming to work half a day again tomorrow?
No, I'll be here.
It's a loose shot. You'll be here when?
Two-thirds. I'm working two-thirds.
Once again, Southland Fox has got a bat. bat.
You guys do such a good job opening the batting. I might as well give you a longer stint.
Man of many hats. Tailor-made for you, Eugene Molian. Pulled again. This time he shields his hands from the sun. He's got the sun, he's out there as well. But you're looking straight into the sun there. I know sometimes day-night catch, when it just starts to get the sun there and the lights coming on, it's a very difficult area to field.
Well, come the SA 20 and 6 o'clock starts, it's going to be prime for that setting sun.
Try to full a slower ball, but well seen and well spotted. One.
It was a long single.
That's the last thing you want, it's a run out. Saw what happened to Van Berg yesterday. That's well played, that. Execution, perfect from Kaplan.
I think a message has gone around the domestic circuit that Gavin Kaplan is a little bit of a happy hooker. But when he can play and execute it as well as this, well, it's going to cost you runs.
Well, he was in total control, wasn't he?
Well, the deficit is just 8.
It was a great effort from Boland's batting. Now, I must say, in the second innings, they much better. They're in total command here, batting-wise.
Yeah, the application has been better. The awareness to the game has been better. The adaptation to what's the situation required has been outstanding. Top draw in the 3As.
More runs. Be 2 of them. It's good running. See, the plans just become so much easier now. You get off that deficit. You go into the change room tonight. The plans would be, guys, Now we're going to bat and try and set them a target. Nothing irresponsible. You don't have to do anything different than what you did today.
And the good thing is their scoring rate is of such a nature that they can revert the pressure back to Dolphins.
And you see, you look at that run rate at 4.3, there's only 43 overs been bowled. So you get another 15 minutes to go, 4 overs, it'll be 47. That leaves you with another 33 overs to bat tomorrow before the new ball, the second new ball. So then you're in a commanding position because the ball will be older and you can cash in.
Well, this is going to be straight for the stumps.
Be 2 more. Got a long way to go around.
Yeah, and the added thing as well, Jeremy, is when close-up play happens, the Dolphins would have been in the field for 48 overs. Add some more 30-odd overs that first session. Takes it up to 70, 80 overs in the field. Then it starts adding up. You get another good session with a bat. Add another 30, 35 overs to that. Then we know fatigue will kick in. I hope the Dolphins are staying at Lemunkloof. There's a lovely splash pool there. Let's all jump in there and get some needed respite. Partnership 47.
Good stuff. Partnership for the first week, it was 141. Now again, partnership growing here between these two. $188 for 1. Just now 2 required to reduce that deficit.
Looks like you'll have a lovely evening for your festivities tonight, Mr. Fredericks. Looking forward to it?
Yes, I am. Always a good evening with the Big Vern.
Oh, the Big Vern. He won't be coming off his long run. It's always busy. If I look at his WhatsApp status, always flying here, there, and everywhere.
Fox might be on his own tomorrow morning, come start a play. I won't do that to the Fox.
Not sure how how good the Rhino's recoveries will be. I'm sure he will still be in fine fettle.
Getting older now, Eugene. Don't
worry, you've had your little pre-season. I saw you the other day. Thanks to Cookie. Sort of just preparing you for the season.
That happens once every blue moon.
Well, the moon was blue that night. Well, I think the Dolphins have run out of plans here. I think they just want 6 o'clock to come.
They'll also try and regroup, as you said,
Oh, 100%.
and say, right, let's come tomorrow morning fresh, get those bowlers into the ice bath. Say, right, we need fresh legs tomorrow morning. Right, called. Oh, we all forget. I mean, he's a big, strong lad, but I mean, developing. I love the look of him, Lias. I think a good one for the future. Nice to see him running in, bustling.
I've been very privileged to see him playing a couple of Cubs tournaments that's held here in Stellenbosch area every year. And he's always a name on people's lips, this youngster. Just the one run needed now.
South Africa are very lucky in terms of young, fast bowlers, and I just think we've just got so many of them. There's always one coming to the fore.
Yeah, each year we're just getting a new name added to that list. Also good to see Parker playing down at Newlands, left arm quickie, youngster, playing for the Lions. Tristan Lucia, Jan van Dijk there for the Knights.
$189 for one.
I think the captain might decide to have a bowl here. Maybe he's got the golden arm.
That time of the day, I'll give my quickies a break. Just look at that view. Isn't it just beautiful? Stunning. Riveting. Marvelous.
All of the above. Was here on Tuesday night and the sun was setting as well about this time. And the picture is just beautiful. You know, that little bit of a red, that little red tinge in the air, in the sky. A little bit of leg spin. This is where the batsman decided to get overly cautious, maybe.
Tucked around the corner. And they come back for another one. And the leader's won now. The deficit has been wiped out. What a day has it been. Great fight back by the Boland batsman.
Yeah, as well as the 50 partnership between these two come up.
Yeah.
It's been Very good. And now they're in position to just keep going on. It's coming to the end of day 2.
Peter won't be thinking about getting 100 tonight. He'll be wanting just to see one thing next to his name, not out. 5 minutes to go after this, for the end of play. Nicely caressed through the covers, another single. 192 for 1.
I'm glad I spent the whole day with you fellas. It's been good. It's been riveting.
Yeah, good having you here too. Albeit all day.
Change of ends for Mr. Parsons.
Probably getting 2 overs, 1 more from the other end.
I'll be doing gardening, I tell you now. Do my laces.
Be pulling a hammy.
I'm telling you what, I'll be doing all sorts there. Yeah, they'll get some abuse from the fielders, but as long as I can make this the last over. And I tell you, one person that's not going to be on his bike is going to be Peter Milan at the non-strikers end. Apologies, it's Kaplan, I should say. He's letting this over go far too quickly, Jeremy.
Well, if I'm him, if you get this over out, you just take the gloves off and says to captain, it's all yours, youngster. I'm the senior statesman.
It looks like both umpires have indicated there will be 1 over.
Shop is closed.
No.
Doors are bolted.
Over to you, Gavin.
192 for 1. Will be 1 more. Marcus Ackerman. Order to Kaplan.
Well, we'll just be the 1 over short, and I think kudos to both these sides for that. It's been a long day.
There we go, Peter. Thank you. It's 1. Well, take that. Down the ground, 4 more. Good shot.
Thought the shop was closed.
What was there to be hit? It's in the hitting zone. Go on then.
Nice and straight. Takes him now to 94.
2 boundaries, you'll be on 100. Oh, what a mammoth effort this has been. Oh, Peter, take strike, last ball.
No, it's been a magnificent effort. 190, as we said when they started. Jeremy was always going to be a big lead and a big deficit for Boland to really eat into, but they've done that and more.
With aplomb.
Yeah.
There we go. Good night. See you tomorrow morning at 10. Well done to the Goldrush Boland team keeping this Hollywood they've got a lead. Who would have said that their lead would be 9 come the end of day 3 after day 2, after they've been in that situation where they were. But albeit as it may, what a brilliant day of cricket. Milan unbeaten on 95, Kaplan also on 25 from 33 balls. A very good and well-played 67 from Grant Rulofsson to actually get Boland on this road. The bowlers, Ethan Bosch, he's 9 overs, 1 for 30. Okushle Chele, he went for 46 in his 10. O'Neill Bartman, 36. And Leas, the youngster who's got a little bit of gas. And then the 2 spinners, Bryce Parsons, he's 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 34. But albeit, what a day of cricket. Goldrush Boland after day 2, lead by 9 runs. And from us, the commentary team, and from all at Pitch Vision, a very good night until tomorrow morning.